Chapter 387. Xiao Yang's awakening made Luo Jin excited and happy. At the same time, his spirit also became lively. Xiao Yang's face was also filled with joy, as if he had survived a disaster. Being able to escape from such a dream made Xiao Yang feel as if he had escaped death. Under the influence of different emotions, the two of them were like old friends who had not seen each other for many years. They chatted for an entire day, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. When the sky turned dark, the two of them did not forget to drink to their heart's content. It was not until dawn the next day that they finished drinking. Although Xiao Yang and Luo Jin were both half-emperors, the two of them were close friends. They did not purposely dissolve the alcohol in the wine. Instead, they allowed the alcohol in the wine to wreak havoc in their bodies. Therefore, after drinking for an entire night, the two of them were already red all over. Their bodies were lying on the ground haphazardly. As they breathed, the entire pavilion was filled with a strong smell of alcohol. The smell of alcohol was so strong that it even turned into a faint green fog, which was unbearable. However, the two of them were completely unaware of this. As their breathing gradually became steady and orderly, the two half-emperors, who were famous in the outside world, fell into a deep sleep. Zhongyi was also helpless about this. He could only shake his head and leave the 6th floor, which was filled with a foul atmosphere. A few days later, in Lungsue City, an old man with an ordinary aura and an aged face stood in front of the Union Pavilion. When the pedestrians on the street saw this old man, they could not help but frown slightly. The Union Pavilion had been closed for half a year, and the words "temporarily closed" were clearly written on the door. Why was this strange old man standing here? However, when the pedestrians saw Zhongyi come out of the Union Pavilion and respectfully welcome this old man into the Union Pavilion, the expressions of the pedestrians on the street instantly froze. Their mouths were wide open, and they stood there like statues, not saying a word for a long time. At the same time, in the Union Pavilion, Luo Ao finally saw Xiao Yang again. That's right, this seemingly powerless old man was Luo Ao. When Luo Ao saw Xiao Yang for the first time, the worry he had for Xiao Yang finally dissipated. Before this, even he did not dare to guarantee that Xiao Yang would wake up. After all, Xiao Yang's injuries this time were too serious. Fortunately, the heavens favored Xiao Yang. Even though Xiao Yang was seriously injured, he was still able to avoid a calamity and successfully awaken. While Luo Ao and Xiao Yang met, the latter's heart was similarly filled with excitement. Xiao Yang respected Luo Ao from the bottom of his heart. This was not only because Luo Ao was his elder but also because of the care and concern Luo Ao had shown him over the past 2 years. Haha, kid, this old man believed that you wouldn't die so easily. It seems that my premonition was not wrong. Luo Ao immediately laughed out loud and spoke when he saw Xiao Yang bowing and cupping his hands to him. Haha. This junior has learned from brother Luo Jin about some of the things that have happened in the past 6 months. This junior would like to thank senior for his concern over the past 6 months. Xiao Yang cupped his hands at Luo Ao and said respectfully with a smile. Haha, that's enough. We are not outsiders, so there's no need to be so polite. Let's sit down first. Whatever you have to say can wait until we're seated. Seeing Luo Ao and Xiao Yang being so polite to each other, Luo Jin was not used to it. He could only smile helplessly and say to the two of them in unison. When they heard this, they looked at each other and smiled. They did not stand on ceremony and each found a seat to sit down. Although the attic on the 6th floor was relatively smaller than the other floors, it was much more spacious for the 4 of them. Therefore, the atmosphere in the room did not become oppressive because of the short silence. After everyone took their seats, Xiao Yang raised his head and looked at the others with a smile. Haha, kid, you've worried us a lot during the past 6 months that you've been asleep. As soon as they sat down, Luo Ao immediately laughed and said in a joking tone. Xiao Yang nodded when he heard this. He was naturally very clear about this. He immediately stood up again and cupped his hands at the people in front of him. Xiao Yang is here. Thank you very much. Haha. All right. Why are you so polite? Do you think that we treat you as an outsider? Let's not talk about anything else. Let's talk about the most important thing right now. When he saw Xiao Yang stand up, Luo Ao immediately frowned and said in a somewhat unhappy tone. Then, he changed the topic and once again focused on Xiao Yang. When Xiao Yang saw this, he nodded awkwardly and smiled embarrassedly. Then, he sat down again. When Xiao Yang sat down, Luo Ao's gaze swept across the few people present and finally landed on Xiao Yang. His expression gradually returned to normal and he said, "Xiao Yang, what's your attitude towards the 4 great sects? If I can kill them, I will not show any mercy." When he heard this, Xiao Yang was startled at first. Then, his eyes gradually became fierce. The heavenly fire in the depths of his pupils surged as he said in a low voice. Seeing this, Elder Luo could not help but frown slightly. Too much resentment was not a good thing. If one day Xiao Yang lost his rationality, he would probably end up harming himself as a result. Frowning, Luo Ao's mind spun rapidly. After a long time, he once again spoke in a serious tone. "All right, since that's the case, please answer a few questions of this old man first. Senior, please speak." Xiao Yang slowly regained his calm and said respectfully. Seeing this, Luo Ao was slightly shocked. He quickly calmed his mind and hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Xiao Yang, what do you think about the big battle half a year ago with your current strength?" Xiao Yang raised his eyebrows and thought for a moment. Then, he frowned and said in a serious tone, "Those 4 sect leaders were indeed very strong. The current me is still no match for them." Although these words were concise and had the intention of boosting others' morale, Luo Ao nodded slightly after hearing them. The truth was as such. Xiao Yang was indeed no match for them. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was no match for them. After all, even in the great battle half a year ago, none of the 4 of them had used their true strength. That kind of method could be considered embarrassing for them, do di. However, the thing that caused Luo Ao to nod his head was Xiao Yang's now. Xiao Yang was right. The current him was indeed no match for any of the 4 sect leaders. However, this did not include the future. With Xiao Yang's current training speed, as long as nothing unexpected happened, his future achievements would only be higher than the 4 of them. This was Luo Ao's inference from the bottom of his heart. It was also the confidence he had in Xiao Yang. Not bad. Although it was a little short, it was concise and comprehensive. This is already sufficient. Luo Ao nodded. His tone was calm as he spoke. Immediately, he changed the topic and continued to ask. "Then how strong do you think the 4 of them are?" Yes, this time around, Xiao Yang hesitated for a moment. It was a long while later before he once again opened his mouth and said, "The 4 of them are all Do Di experts. They have advanced to the Do Di class for many years and rarely have any opponents within the Do Di class. However, it is precisely because they have been stuck at their current level for too long that it will be difficult for them to advance even an inch in the future. It is likely that they can only remain at this level for the rest of their lives. Therefore, although they are very strong, there are people who are even stronger than them. As long as one surpasses the Do Di class, anyone can easily kill them." Luo Ao once again smiled and nodded. This was the result he wanted. He wanted Xiao Yang to tell himself that if he wanted to kill the sect leaders of the 4 large sects, he must first surpass the Do Di class as a warning. This was to prevent Xiao Yang from doing something crazy in a moment of impulse. "Cuckoo, thank you Elder for your guidance. Elder, please rest assured that this junior will definitely not do anything crazy. At the very least, before I possess the strength to fight equally with them, I will not have a head-on conflict with them." Suddenly, Xiao Yang's respectful words once again sounded. Luo Ao immediately smiled. He stroked his beard with one hand and repeatedly nodded with a smile. "Good. Little fellow, it seems that this old man has worried too much for you to have this little awareness. In comparison, this little ancestor of ours who always thinks of relying on our elders is really a little brat who will never grow up." At the end of his words, Luo Ao even parted his mouth and glanced at Luo Jin by the side. The words from his mouth caused the latter to continuously pout his mouth. He helplessly turned his head away. At the same time, he could not help but quietly mutter in his heart. This caused Luo Ao to laugh out loud. Chapter 388. The night sky was like a black curtain that silently enveloped the sky above Emerald Green City. The silvery fragmentary stars adorned the empty sky. A bright moon hung high in the sky, sprinkling a snowy glow that illuminated the entire Emerald Green City in the dark night. Xiao Yang and the others sat in the Union Pavilion, occasionally chatting and laughing. The atmosphere was relaxed and pleasant. Suddenly, Luo Ao, who was chatting, seemed to have thought of something. His relaxed eyebrows suddenly wrinkled slightly, and he immediately looked up at Xiao Yang. Seeing Luo Ao's strange look, Xiao Yang could not help but be slightly startled. Then, he smiled slightly and said to Luo Ao, "Elder Luo, do you have something to say to me? If you do, don't be shy. Just say it." Hearing this, Elder Luo frowned slightly and nodded. He signaled Zhongyi with his eyes. Zhongyi immediately understood and nodded. His body wriggled for a while and disappeared from the pavilion. Seeing this, Luo Ao nodded with satisfaction. His eyes fell on Xiao Yang, and a solemn expression appeared on his old face. He said in a deep voice, "Yes, I do have something to tell you. This matter is related to the Ginseng spiritual tribe." As soon as Luo Ao finished speaking, Xiao Yang could not help but be slightly surprised. He was secretly in awe. Wasn't the matter of the Ginseng spiritual tribe solved? Why did something happen again? With this thought in mind, Xiao Yang's expression gradually became serious. Xiao Yang had always had a good impression of the Ginseng spiritual tribe. Now that Xiao Yang heard that something had happened to the Ginseng spiritual tribe, he could not help but worry. On the other hand, Luo Jin, who heard that something had happened to the Ginseng spiritual tribe, could not help but widen his eyes at this moment. At this moment, he recalled the worried expression on Luo Ao's face when he left in the past 6 months. "Elder Luo, did something happen to the Ginseng spiritual tribe again?" Xiao Yang frowned and asked in a deep voice. His tone was full of worry. "Kid, do you still remember Hei Mu?" Hearing this, Xiao Yang's eyes suddenly focused. It was precisely because of that fellow that he had formed a subtle connection with Luo Ao and the Ginseng spirit race. Xiao Yang naturally wouldn't forget. Moreover, an extremely obscure dark glint instantly flashed deep within Xiao Yang's eyes when he thought of this. This short instant was something that even Luo Ao did not discover. "Last time, he died at your hands. This was the result that we all wanted to see. His death could be considered as eliminating a huge hidden danger for the Ginseng spirit race. At the same time, it also ended an old matter of the Ginseng spirit race." Luo Ao spoke unhurriedly. Xiao Yang and Luo Jin listened listlessly. But, the sudden pause caused Xiao Yang and Luo Jin to instantly raise their eyes and look at Luo Ao. Only then did the latter open his mouth and say. Luo Ao then said, "Half a year ago, after Qing Mu entered the Ginseng spirit space, he accidentally discovered something astonishing." Next, Luo Ao told Xiao Yang about Qing Mu's discovery without missing a single word. Xiao Yang frowned as he listened. His face revealed a surprised expression. A long while later, Xiao Yang appeared to have completely digested this sudden information. Only then did he frown and nod. His gaze focused on Luo Ao as he spoke in a deep voice. He looked at Luo Ao and said in a deep voice, "That is to say, based on the weak aura in the Ginseng spirit root, Hei Mu hasn't completely died." Luo Ao nodded. This was what he wanted to express to Xiao Yang. As long as Hei Mu still had a trace of aura, no matter how weak it was, they couldn't let their guard down. But since the Ginseng spirit root is in Senior Qing Mu's hands, doesn't that mean that as long as we destroy the Ginseng spirit root, Hei Mu will be finished? Why has it dragged on until now? After thinking for a while, Xiao Yang couldn't help but ask again. The Ginseng spirit root was the lifeline of the spiritual Ginseng tribe. As long as the Ginseng spirit root was destroyed, it would be equivalent to taking Hei Mu's life. Why should they be afraid of Hei Mu stirring up trouble? Luo Ao understood this point much better than Xiao Yang. It was impossible that he didn't know this. However, when Luo Ao heard this, he helplessly shook his head and sighed. At first, Qing Mu also planned to do this, but later on, he helplessly gave up. Xiao Yang frowned. Could there be another reason behind this? After Qing Mu and I investigated, that small piece of the ginseng spirit root has already lost its use. Apart from being able to detect life and death like a soul jade tablet, Hei Mu's soul has already been separated from it. Even if we destroy the ginseng spirit root, it will no longer cause any harm to Hei Mu. Xiao Yang immediately understood in his heart when he heard these words. In other words, it was likely that the current Hei Mu was merely relying on his remaining soul fragment to hide somewhere. He was still unwilling to give up on searching for a method to revive. When he thought of this, the corners of Xiao Yang's mouth could not help but curl up into a mocking sneer. This was really like the saying, the stronger one was, the more one would be afraid of death. Although it seemed that the brave were fearless and unrivaled, they were actually timid and unwilling to give up. However, when Xiao Yang returned to his senses, a strange expression involuntarily appeared on his face. He looked at Luo Ao and asked with a strange tone. "Ah, old Luo, you can't possibly be thinking that the remnant of that fellow's soul is in my body, right?" Ha 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 ha. At first, this old man was indeed worried about this, so I went back and forth a few times in order to investigate whether the remnant of that fellow's soul was hidden in your body. Fortunately, this old man didn't discover anything. That fellow shouldn't be in your body, so this old man can be at ease. Hearing this, Luo Ao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Being exposed in a single sentence caused this cheerful old man to feel a little awkward. But, however, in the blink of an eye, old Luo once again raised his head and looked at Xiao Yang with a solemn expression. This caused Xiao Yang to involuntarily raise his eyebrows as he thought to himself, what is he playing at this time? Although this old man didn't discover any trace of Hei Mu's aura in your body, perhaps this isn't because he isn't in your body, but because of another reason. After the low shout, Xiao Yang's expression immediately turned sluggish. Beside him, Luo Jin also looked at the two people in front of him with a face full of doubt. His face was filled with helplessness. In the next moment, before Xiao Yang could speak, Luo Ao suddenly shouted in a serious tone. "Unless you are Hei Mu." Xiao Yang and Luo Jin were immediately stunned like wooden chickens when the cry sounded. Their hearts were so speechless that they were unable to speak. It was a long while later before Luo Ao laughed out loud, pulling the two of them back from their stagnant thoughts. "Ha ha ha ha, alright, I won't joke with you anymore. After this old man's investigation, it has already been proven that you aren't Hei Mu. So don't worry, this old man won't skin you and pull out your tendons." Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Xiao Yang and Luo Jin looked at each other expressionlessly. Both of them curled their lips continuously in their hearts. This bastard actually really investigated Xiao Yang. Hee, alright. Don't worry about it. It was just a joke just now. Look at how nervous you are. Elder Luo chuckled. His smile revealed a hint of naughtiness. This was simply an old urchin. After hearing old Luo's words, Xiao Yang and Luo Jin glanced at the old man in front of them. Nervous? Where was there any nervousness? That was basically looking down on his words. Then, this old man has already said what should be said. This old man has also warned you about what should be warned. Remember, your life is the most important thing. Otherwise, any rare treasure will be empty. This junior understands. Xiao Yang nodded. He was naturally extremely clear about this. He had seen quite a number of people die because of greed. For his own sake, he would not make the same mistake again. Yes, since you understand, this old man will not say anything else. Finally, I will remind you that the western region cannot be compared to the southern region. The people here are truly like wolves and tigers. If you want to survive, you cannot just rely on Do techniques. Strength is the most important. Chapter 389. Senior Bai Hua, what's wrong? Did something happen? The Liu family's clan master, Liu Huabai, and the Grand Elder, Liu Xincheng, looked at each other in dismay. Both of them were confused. Bai Hua was the pill beast that Xiao Yang had left behind in the Liu family. Currently, in the Liu family, she would usually take on a human form. Other than the clan master, Liu Huabai, and the Grand Elder, Liu Xincheng, she was the person with the highest status in the Liu family. Of course, that was only during normal times. If there was no one around, even the two of them would treat Bai Hua with respect. Someone's coming. Bai Hua's gaze was fixed on the distant horizon outside of the Azure Sun City. Her expression was extremely serious. She had already quietly raised the do qi in her body in preparation for all sorts of sudden changes. Hearing this, Liu Huabai and Liu Xincheng, who was at the side, were first stunned. Then, they saw the deep and serious expression on Bai Hua's face and immediately became nervous. Liu Huabai hurriedly looked in the direction that Bai Hua was looking at and asked in a deep voice, could it be someone from the Azure Cloud Mansion again? Ever since Xiao Yang had left the Liu family, the Azure Cloud Mansion had sent people to the Liu family a total of 5 times. Among them, the person who had come on the last trip was the strongest. The person leading the group was a 1-star half-martial emperor. However, in the end, he still returned helplessly. As for this time, Liu Huabai did not dare to imagine. If that was truly the case, then the person who had come would most likely not only be a 1-star half-martial emperor. It's hard to say. There's only one person who has come. Furthermore, he seems to be investigating something. If he's someone from the Azure Cloud Mansion, he should have come directly to the Liu family instead of doing something so senseless. Bai Hua's brows were tightly knitted together as she slowly shook her head. However, her serious gaze did not leave the horizon in the slightest. If he's not someone from the Azure Cloud Mansion, why would he come here? There's nothing worthy of a half-martial emperor's attention in a small city like ours. The Grand Elder, Liu Xincheng, also frowned as he gently stroked his white beard and spoke in a deep voice. I still don't know. I only hope that he's only a passerby. Otherwise, I'm afraid that even I will not be able to stop him this time. Bai Hua said with a solemn expression. The 2 people from the Liu clan nodded when they heard this. They also had the same hope in their hearts. Unfortunately, the heavens were always unsatisfactory. Right after Bai Hua said those words, the 4-star half-martial Emperor Qin Zhong, who was outside the Azure Sun City, took a step forward and soared into the sky. He was rapidly flying toward the Azure Sun City. He's here. In the Liu clan residence, Bai Hua spoke with a grave tone to Liu Huabai and Liu Yu. Then, she quickly flew into the sky with a grave heart and stood in the sky above Qingyang City. Behind him, Liu Huabai and Liu Xincheng also quickly followed. Right now, Bai Hua was representing the Liu family. They couldn't possibly let Bai Hua go out alone to face the enemy while they hid in their homes and didn't dare to show their faces. At the same time that Bai Hua soared into the sky, a black dot was rapidly approaching from the distant horizon. The aura that was faintly emitted caused Bai Hua's heart to become incomparably solemn. When that figure entered the range of the Azure Sun City, Bai Hua involuntarily took a deep breath. She extended a pair of white palms from under her sleeves and cupped her hands towards the figure in the distance. May I know who you are? What business do you have in my Azure Sun City? A clear voice resonated between heaven and earth like thunder. In the Azure Sun City below, everyone raised their eyes to the sky at this moment. In their line of sight, Bai Hua and the other 2 were shockingly above them. At the same time, in their line of sight, there was a blurry figure that was rapidly flying toward Bai Hua and the other 2 at an extremely fast speed. Upon seeing this scene, the Azure Sun City below immediately became lively. After the previous few incidents that had happened to the Liu family, the people in the city could roughly guess that this person was most likely sent by the Azure Cloud Mansion again. However, compared to the previous time, the people in the Azure Sun City felt pity in their hearts. They still remembered the previous battle between Liu Huabai and the leader of the Azure Cloud Mansion. That battle was simply the most terrifying battle they had ever seen in their lives. Although Bai Hua lost in the end, it was fortunate that the Liu family was unscathed. However, this time around, they might not be so lucky. According to the guesses in the hearts of the people in the Azure Sun City, the Liu family might really be in big trouble this time around. Ha 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 ha. Are you Bai Hua? Before the person arrived, a loud laughter suddenly sounded like a thunderclap. Based on the voice, it seemed like the person who came did not have any ill intentions. In the sky, the expression on Bai Hua's face turned slightly solemn. Behind her, Liu Huabai and Liu Xincheng could not help but reveal a strange expression on their faces. Why did this person seem to be coming for Bai Hua? After being stunned for a moment, Bai Hua quickly regained her senses. She cupped her hands together at the unfamiliar old man who had already arrived within 1,000 feet radius. I am indeed Bai Hua. May I know who you are? Upon hearing this, Qin Zhong laughed heartily. However, he did not answer Bai Hua's question first. Instead, his gaze landed on Liu Huabai and Liu Xincheng, who were behind Bai Hua. In that case, these two must be the Liu family's clan leader, Liu Huabai, and the great elder, Liu Xincheng. As soon as these words left his mouth, Liu Huabai and Liu Xincheng's hearts immediately froze. They did not dare to be negligent as they hurriedly leaped forward and stood side by side with Bai Hua. At the same time, they cupped their hands together and greeted Qin Zhong respectfully. The two of us greet senior. In the face of a half-martial emperor who even Bai Hua did not dare to be careless, the two of them were naturally extremely nervous. As they spoke, their bodies that were wrapped in brocade robes could not help but tremble slightly. Traces of cold sweat slowly trickled down from their temples. Haha. Good. Since that's the case, that's right. Haha. Qin Zhong laughed loudly. He finally heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Although he had arrived half a year late, he was naturally relieved as long as he saw that the people from the Liu family were safe. However, although Qin Zhong had such thoughts in his heart, his words carried a different meaning when they were heard by Bai Hua and the other two. When Bai Hua and the other two heard this, their expressions turned grave immediately. Based on these words, it seemed like the other party was really from the Azure Cloud Mansion. This. Senior, what should we do now? Liu Huabai asked Bai Hua through voice transmission with a nervous expression on his face. Liu Huabai took a deep breath. After a long time, she said to Liu Huabai and Liu Xincheng through voice transmission, when I start fighting with him later, the two of you must quickly evacuate some of the people from the Liu family. I'll hold him back first. Remember, you must be quick. This guy's strength is at the level of a 4-star half-martial emperor. With my current strength, I won't be able to hold him back for long. Senior. Liu Huabai and Liu Xincheng's expressions changed immediately when they heard this. They could not help but exclaim in shock. Liu Huabai and Liu Xincheng looked at Bai Hua with a grave expression. From her words, the two of them were able to tell that she had made up her mind. Once they started fighting, Bai Hua would definitely use her last breath to evacuate the Liu family from the Azure Sun City. Don't say any more, go. Bai Hua sternly cried out to Liu Huabai and Qin Zhong behind her. Immediately, she turned around and the dou qi in her body surged out. With a wave of her sleeve, a gentle force pushed Liu Huabai and Qin Zhong toward Qingyang City below. Bai Hua, on the other hand, moved her body and charged explosively toward Qin Zhong, who was looking at her with a stunned face. The Azure Cloud Mansion is really unwilling to give up. Since you have come to look for trouble, there's no need to say any more nonsense. Let's fight. Bai Hua shouted. She waved her hand and a sword landed in her hand. With a shake of the sword, dou qi overflowed. In the blink of an eye, Bai Hua had already arrived in front of Qin Zhong. She waved the sword in her hand and pierced it toward Qin Zhong's neck. Qin Zhong was suddenly shocked. He was even more confused in his heart. Why did this fellow want to fight him to the death when he had just arrived? They had never met before and there was no need to mention any grievances between them. This caused him to feel somewhat sullen in his heart. However, before he could open his mouth to speak, Bai Hua's sword had already arrived in front of him, not allowing him to relax in the slightest. Due to the fact that Qin Zhong was a 4-star half-martial emperor, Bai Hua did not dare to show any mercy when she made her move. As a result, her attack was even more swift and fierce. In addition to Bai Hua's sudden attack, Qin Zhong was caught off guard. In an instant, Qin Zhong felt as though he was being attacked from both front and back. At the same time, he was unable to explain his real intention. In addition to that, Qin Zhong was afraid that he would hurt Bai Hua if he attacked. This made it even more difficult for him to explain himself. When Bai Hua saw that the 4-star half-martial emperor in front of her was actually unable to withstand her attacks, a trace of suspicion involuntarily rose in her heart. Under such an endless battle, Qin Zhong was finally unable to endure it any longer. He could not possibly continue fighting with Bai Hua here. He had to forcefully stop this misunderstanding. This fellow is just a one-star half-martial emperor. Why is there no end to his attacks? There's no other way. In order to stop this misunderstanding, I can only wrong you a little. Qin Zhong sighed helplessly in his heart. He did not want Bai Hua to misunderstand him as someone from the Azure Cloud Mansion for no reason. Ha! With a loud cry, Qin Zhong's retreating figure suddenly stood in the air. His body shook violently and an overbearing pressure that belonged to a four-star half-martial emperor quickly spread out from his body. Qin Zhong clenched his fists tightly and a thick yellow dough qi quickly condensed on his fists. His body moved and he once again began to fight with Bai Hua, who was charging toward him. Bang! 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 After dozens of exchanges, Qin Zhong finally shattered the longsword in Bai Hua's hand with a punch. At the same time, a huge force shook his hand and sent Bai Hua flying 1,000 feet away. This temporarily gave both of them a chance to catch their breaths. Bai Hua strenuously stopped her body. She did not dare to be the slightest bit careless in her heart. She was afraid that Qin Zhong would charge forward again. However, just as Bai Hua raised her head, Qin Zhong on the opposite side withdrew his dough qi. His face was helpless as he looked at Bai Hua. His mouth was similarly panting slightly. It was a long while later before he slowly opened his mouth and said in front of Bai Hua's stunned eyes. It was Xiao Yang who asked me to come to the Liu clan of the Green Sun City. Book Friend Group, 4766686761 begging for some monthly vote. Chapter 390. Senior Bai Hua, what's wrong? Did something happen? The Liu family's family head, Liu Huabai, and the Grand Elder, Liu Xincheng, looked at each other in dismay. Both of them had a puzzled expression on their faces. Bai Hua was the pill beast that Xiao Yang had left behind in the Liu family. Currently, in the Liu family, she would usually take on a human form. Other than the Liu family's family head, Liu Huabai, and the Grand Elder, Liu Xincheng, she was the person with the highest status in the Liu family. Of course, that was only during normal times. If there was no one around, even the two of them would treat Bai Hua with respect. Someone's coming. Bai Hua's gaze was fixed on the distant horizon outside of the Azure Sun City. Her expression was grave. She had already quietly raised the dough qi in her body in preparation for all sorts of sudden changes. Hearing this, Liu Huabai and Liu Xincheng, who was at the side, were first stunned. Then, they saw the deep and serious expression on Bai Hua's face and immediately became nervous. Liu Huabai hurriedly looked in the direction that Bai Hua was looking at and asked in a deep voice, "Senior, could it be someone from the Azure Cloud Mansion again?" Ever since Xiao Yang had left the Liu family, the Azure Cloud Mansion had sent people to the Liu family a total of 5 times. Among them, the person who had come on the last trip was the strongest. The person leading the group was a one-star half-martial emperor. However, in the end, he still returned helplessly. As for this time, Liu Huabai did not dare to imagine. If that was truly the case, then the person who had come would most likely not only be a one-star half-martial emperor. It's hard to say. There's only one person who came. Furthermore, he seemed to be investigating something. If he's someone from the Azure Cloud Mansion, he should have come directly to the Liu family instead of doing something so senseless. Bai Hua's brows were tightly knitted together as she slowly shook her head. However, her serious gaze did not leave the horizon in the slightest. If he's not someone from the Azure Cloud Mansion, why would he come here? In a small city like ours, there's nothing worthy of the attention of a half-martial emperor. The Grand Elder, Liu Xincheng, also frowned as he gently stroked his white beard and spoke in a deep voice. I still don't know. I only hope that he's only passing by. Otherwise, I'm afraid that even I will not be able to stop him this time. Bai Hua said with a solemn expression. The two people from the Liu clan nodded when they heard this. They also had the same hope in their hearts. Unfortunately, the heavens were always unsatisfactory. Right after Bai Hua said those words, the 4-star half-martial Emperor Qin Zhong, who was outside the Azure Sun City, took a step forward and soared into the sky. He was rapidly flying toward the Azure Sun City. He's here. In the Liu clan residence, Bai Hua spoke with a grave tone to Liu Huabai and Liu Yu. Then, She quickly flew into the sky with a grave heart and stood in the sky above Qingyang City. Behind him, Liu Huabai and Liu Xincheng also quickly followed. Right now, Bai Hua was representing the Liu family. They couldn't possibly let Bai Hua go out alone to face the enemy while they hid in their homes and didn't dare to show their faces. At the same time that Bai Hua soared into the sky, a black dot was rapidly approaching from the distant horizon. The aura that was faintly emitted caused Bai Hua's heart to become incomparably solemn. When that figure entered the range of the Azure Sun City, Bai Hua involuntarily took a deep breath. She extended a pair of white palms from under her sleeves and cupped her hands towards the figure in the distance. "May I know who you are? What business do you have in my Azure Sun City?" A clear and bright voice resounded across the heavens and earth like clear thunder. Below, everyone in the Qingyang City raised their heads to look towards the sky. Within their line of sight, Bai Hua and the other two were impressively above them. At the same time, within their line of sight, there was a blurry figure that was rapidly flying towards Bai Hua and the other two at an extremely fast speed. Upon seeing this scene, the Azure Sun City below immediately became lively. After the previous few incidents that had happened to the Liu family, the people in the city could roughly guess that this person was most likely sent by the Azure Cloud Mansion again. However, compared to the previous time, the people in the Azure Sun City felt pity in their hearts. They still remembered the previous battle between Liu Huabai and the leader of the Azure Cloud Mansion. That battle was simply the most terrifying battle they had ever seen in their lives. Although Bai Hua lost in the end, it was fortunate that the Liu family was unscathed. However, this time around, they might not be so lucky. According to the guesses in the hearts of the people in the Azure Sun City, the Liu family might really be in big trouble this time around. "Ha ha ha ha, are you Bai Hua?" Before the person arrived, a loud laughter suddenly sounded like a thunderclap. Based on the voice, it seemed like the person who had come did not have any ill intentions. In the sky, the expression on Bai Hua's face turned slightly solemn. Behind her, Liu Huabai and Liu Xincheng could not help but reveal a strange expression on their faces. Why did this person seem to be here for Bai Hua? After being stunned for a moment, Bai Hua quickly regained her senses. She cupped her hands together at the unfamiliar old man who had already arrived within 1,000 feet radius and said, "I'm Bai Hua. I am indeed Bai Hua. May I know who you are?" Upon hearing this, Qin Zhong laughed heartily. However, he did not answer Bai Hua's question first. Instead, his gaze landed on Liu Huabai and Liu Xincheng who were behind Bai Hua before he opened his mouth again with a smile. In that case, these two must be the Liu family's clan leader, Liu Huabai, and the great elder, Liu Xincheng. As soon as these words left his mouth, Liu Huabai and Liu Xincheng's hearts instantly froze. They did not dare to be negligent as they hurriedly leaped forward and stood side by side with Bai Hua. At the same time, they cupped their hands together and greeted Qin Zhong respectfully. "The two of us greet senior." In the face of a half-martial emperor who even Bai Hua did not dare to be careless, the two of them were naturally extremely nervous. As they spoke, their bodies that were wrapped in embroidered robes could not help but tremble slightly. Traces of cold sweat slowly trickled down from their temples. "Ha ha. Good. Since that's the case, then that's right. Ha ha." Qin Zhong laughed loudly. He finally heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Although he had arrived half a year late, he was naturally relieved as long as he saw that the people from the Liu family were safe. However, although Qin Zhong had such thoughts in his heart, his words had a different meaning in the ears of Bai Hua and the other two. When Bai Hua and the other two heard these words, their expressions turned grave immediately. Based on these words, it seemed like the other party was really from the Azure Cloud Mansion. "This. Senior, what should we do now?" Liu Huabai asked Bai Hua through voice transmission with a nervous expression on his face. Liu Huabai took a deep breath. After a long time, she said to Liu Huabai and Liu Xincheng through voice transmission, "When I start fighting with him later, the two of you must quickly evacuate some of the people from the Liu family. I'll hold him back first. Remember, you must be quick. This guy's strength is at the level of a 4-star half-martial emperor. With my current strength, I won't be able to hold him back for long." Senior. Liu Huabai and Liu Xincheng's expressions changed immediately when they heard this. They could not help but exclaim in shock. Liu Huabai and Liu Xincheng looked at Bai Hua with a grave expression. From her words, the two of them were able to tell that she had made up her mind. Once they started fighting, Bai Hua would definitely use her last breath to evacuate the Liu family from the Azure Sun City. Don't say any more, go. Bai Hua sternly cried out to Liu Huabai and Qin Zhong behind her. Immediately, she turned around and the dou qi in her body surged out. She waved her sleeves and a gentle force pushed Liu Huabai and Qin Zhong toward Qingyang City below. She, on the other hand, moved her body and charged explosively toward Qin Zhong, who was looking at her with a stunned face. The Azure Cloud Mansion is really unwilling to give up. Since you have come to look for trouble, there's no need to say any more nonsense. Let's fight, Bai Hua shouted. She waved her hand and a sword landed in her hand. With a shake of the sword, dou qi overflowed. In the blink of an eye, Bai Hua had already arrived in front of Qin Zhong. She waved the sword in her hand and pierced it toward Qin Zhong's neck. Qin Zhong was suddenly shocked. He was even more confused in his heart. Why did this fellow want to fight him to the death when he had just arrived? They had never met before and there was no need to mention any grievances between them. This caused him to feel somewhat sullen in his heart. However, before he could open his mouth to speak, Bai Hua's sword had already arrived in front of him, not allowing him to relax in the slightest. Due to the fact that Qin Zhong was a 4-star half-martial emperor, Bai Hua did not dare to hold back in the slightest when she attacked him. As a result, her attacks were even more ferocious and swift. Adding on the fact that Bai Hua had suddenly attacked him, Qin Zhong was caught off guard. In an instant, Qin Zhong felt as if he was being attacked from both sides. At the same time, it also caused him to be unable to explain his true intention. In addition to that, Qin Zhong was afraid that he would hurt Bai Hua if he attacked. This made it even more difficult for him to explain. When Bai Hua saw that the 4-star half-martial emperor in front of her was actually unable to withstand her attacks, a trace of suspicion involuntarily rose in her heart. Under such an endless battle, Qin Zhong was finally unable to endure it any longer. He could not possibly continue fighting with Bai Hua here. He had to forcefully stop this misunderstanding. This fellow is just a 1-star half-martial emperor. Why is there no end to his attacks? There's no other way. In order to stop this misunderstanding, I can only wrong you a little. Qin Zhong sighed helplessly in his heart. He did not want Bai Hua to misunderstand him as someone from the Azure Cloud Mansion for no reason. Ha! With a loud cry, Qin Zhong's retreating figure suddenly stood in the air. His body shook violently and an overbearing pressure that belonged to a 4-star half-martial emperor quickly spread out from his body. Qin Zhong clenched both his fists tightly and a thick yellow dou qi quickly condensed on his fists. His body moved and he once again began to fight with Bai Hua, who was charging toward him. Bang! 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 After dozens of exchanges, Qin Zhong finally shattered the longsword in Bai Hua's hand with a punch. At the same time, the huge force in his hand shook and sent Bai Hua flying 1,000 feet away. This temporarily gave both of them a chance to catch their breaths. Bai Hua strenuously stopped her body. She did not dare to be the slightest bit careless in her heart. She was afraid that Qin Zhong would attack again. However, when Bai Hua raised her head, Qin Zhong on the opposite side withdrew his dou qi. His face was helpless as he looked at Bai Hua. His mouth was similarly panting softly. It was a long while later before he slowly opened his mouth to speak in front of Bai Hua's stunned eyes. It was Xiao Yang who asked me to come to the Liu clan of the Green Sun City. Book Friends Group, 476668761 begging for some monthly vote. Chapter 391. The bustling streets were filled with all kinds of people. The continuous flow of people into Emerald City made the city even livelier as it was nearing noon. After Xiao Yang left the Union Pavilion, he headed towards the west of the city. The west was the direction of the Western Wasteland region. Before leaving the Union Pavilion, Luo Jin had given Xiao Yang a map of the Shilin region. On the map, there were detailed markings of the major cities and mountain ranges in the Shilin region, especially the locations of the 4 major sects. The map also clearly marked out their areas of influence. Thinking about it, Luo Jin had purposely done this in hopes that Xiao Yang would not fall into the trap set by the four major sects. It could also be considered as a precaution for Xiao Yang. In addition, Xiao Yang also found out from the map that if he wanted to go to the Western Wasteland region, there were only two paths he could choose from. From the map, he knew that the only way to the Western Wasteland region from the outskirts of the Shilin region was through a human city and a mountain range inhabited by magic beasts. This was also the difference between the main forces in the Shilin region. Xiao Yang naturally did not dare to casually touch those human cities. Once he appeared in public, the four major sects would probably spare no effort to hunt him down. Even if it was not for the sky extinction steps, they would definitely not let Xiao Yang off so easily. In addition, most of the human cities were also marked with the four major sects. Among them, there were even a few that were close to where magic beasts lived. If one wanted to pass through these two places, it would be impossible. Through Luo Jin, Xiao Yang also found out that the mountain range where the magic beasts lived was called the Shilin Mountain Range. Although there were no people from the four major sects there, the danger in the Shilin Mountain Range was not any lower than the outside world. According to Luo Jin, there was no lack of Do-Di level magic beasts in the Shilin Mountain Range. Those magic beasts had already transformed into human forms. Although they did not like to kill normally, once one trespassed into their territory, they would not be merciful. The current Xiao Yang was no longer concerned about a Ban-Di class magical beast. Xiao Yang was confident that with the strength that he currently possessed, he would not need to fear anyone below the Do-Di class. Therefore, Xiao Yang was rather decisive in this decision, and directly chose to head towards the Shilin Mountain Range. As far as Xiao Yang was concerned, compared to the four great sects, he would be like a fish in water in the Shilin Mountain Range. After choosing his target, Xiao Yang did not delay any longer. With a move of his body, he quickly passed through the crowd and flew towards the west of Emerald City. However, just as he was flying, Xiao Yang could not help but frown slightly. Just a moment ago, he felt a few obscure auras sweep past his body. Although those auras were extremely faint, with the frightening spiritual strength of a rank 2 alchemist, Xiao Yang was still able to sense the traces of cold intent within. Oh! We are still in Emerald City, yet there are already people who are a little restless. Sensing this, the corner of Xiao Yang's mouth lifted into a cold smile. He quickly glanced behind him from the corner of his eyes. Indeed, at the edge of Xiao Yang's line of sight, there were a few blurry small black dots. Those few black dots were the few people who had just probed Xiao Yang's aura. A few days ago, when Xiao Yang had just woken up, Luo Jin had already told him about how the four great sects were hunting him down in all directions. Moreover, he had also told Xiao Yang about the bounty and wanted portraits that the four great sects had placed on him. When he first heard this news, Xiao Yang could not help but be stunned for a moment. However, after that, the expression on his face swiftly turned gloomy. Since the four great sects wanted to kill him so badly, Xiao Yang naturally could not sit still and wait for his death. Furthermore, the four great sects had already put out a bounty on Xiao Yang in the entire western region. Obviously, they wanted to force Xiao Yang to show himself. If Xiao Yang did not show himself, others would think that he was a coward. However, with Xiao Yang's character, how could he allow others to label him with such a label? Haha, what a great four great sects. This move of yours is really sinister. However, if you want to catch me, you will have to see how strong you are first. Xiao Yang let out a cold laugh. The speed at which he flew forward suddenly increased. A couple of human figures behind him involuntarily frowned slightly. They exchanged glances with one another before clenching their teeth and swiftly giving chase. In a short period of time, Xiao Yang had already gradually distanced himself from Emerald Green City. As for those figures, they were still in hot pursuit. However, when they arrived in the sky above an uninhabited mountain range, they could not help but frown slightly. The reason for that was because Xiao Yang, who had been rapidly flying in front of them a moment ago, had disappeared into thin air with a puff, like a clump of dense fog. The few people in the sky frowned. They could not understand just what had happened. How was it possible for Xiao Yang to disappear in such a strange manner? What shocked them the most was that as Xiao Yang turned into a clump of dense fog and disappeared, Even his aura had disappeared without a trace. Damn it, where exactly did that brat run off to? Could it be that he discovered us and used the speed of the sky extinction steps to escape from this place? That's not impossible. Although his strength is not weak, there are, after all, 6 of us. 6 8-star half-martial emperors. Even if he has the assistance of the puppet and that lightning dragon, he is still no match for us. Among the 6 people, an old man wearing a black gown had his hands behind his back. As he listened to the words of the other old men beside him, he nodded slightly and began to carefully analyze Xiao Yang's thoughts. However, just as this old man's words were spat out, a calm and cold laughter suddenly sounded from an unknown location. Oh, is that so? I am truly curious to see exactly how many rounds you can last against the combined strength of 6 8-star half-martial emperors. Right after those words left his mouth, before the expressions of the 6 old men in the sky changed greatly, Xiao Yang's figure slowly appeared in the sky 100 feet behind them. In the next instant, when the 6 8-star half-martial emperors turned around, they clearly saw Xiao Yang. At the same time, the expressions on their faces changed once again. Unable to contain themselves, they all cried out in alarm. Xiao Yang, that's me. The corners of Xiao Yang's mouth lifted into a faint smile as he replied with a light smile. Humph. Xiao Yang, aren't you being too arrogant and conceited? Although you managed to block the attack of a Do Di half a year ago, that was only when they held back. However, it is different now. The 6 of us are all 8-star half-martial emperors. Even if you have the protection of your puppet and pet, we will still not be able to protect you. Seeing Xiao Yang, the black-gowned old man who spoke earlier was also slightly startled in his heart. As his throat rolled, his face once again changed into a ruthless expression as he spoke to Xiao Yang in a deep voice. Haha, whether or not I am being arrogant and conceited, it is better to test me first before commenting. Oh, 6 people. Including you all, the number of 8-star half-martial emperors who have died by my hands should be around 10. Hearing this, Xiao Yang merely smiled faintly. In the next instant, his white hand suddenly waved through the air. Do Qi wildly surged. Following Xiao Yang's thought, the dark black heavy Shen ruler appeared inch by inch in Xiao Yang's hand. With the addition of the heavenly flame, it caused the heavy Shen ruler to appear quite imposing. Chapter 392. As Xiao Yang's giant ruler landed heavily on the ground, a surge of surging aura brought forth a chilling wind pressure. It was like the low roar of a demonic beast as it whistled through the sky. Following the appearance of the dark heavy ruler, gorgeous heavenly flames suddenly rose from beneath Xiao Yang's feet. In the next instant, they turned into a ring of fire that rapidly spread in all directions. Flame domain. After the flame domain was opened, the aura on Xiao Yang's body surged even more violently. Heavenly flames filled his eyes and an overflowing soaring battle intent erupted from Xiao Yang's body. Ha 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 ha, come. Let me see exactly how powerful 6 8-star half-martial emperors are. A bold and unrestrained laugh sounded. Xiao Yang held the heavy ruler in his hand. His body moved and he took the lead to charge towards the 6 8-star half-martial emperors. Humph. You're courting death. You actually dare to face us 6 8-star half-martial emperors by yourself. You're truly reckless. Seeing that Xiao Yang did not even summon the Northern King, Xiao Jin, the leading black-robed old man immediately let out a furious snort. Xiao Yang's arrogant actions had truly caused them to be incomparably furious. Since his courting death, why don't we capture him in one go and deliver him to the 4 great sects? Hehe, the bounty will all belong to us. A dark-skinned old man among the 6 of them looked at Xiao Yang who was shooting toward them. His mouth emitted a disdainful ridicule as he spoke. Hearing that, the others also revealed greedy gazes as they nodded their heads. Regardless of how many people Xiao Yang was, as long as they could capture him, the bounty of the 4 great sects would all belong to them. Thus, the 4 8-star half-martial emperors would naturally not be courteous. Go. Following the thunder-like cry that was emitted from the old man's mouth, the few people beside him immediately nodded in unison. Immediately, the Do Qi within their bodies suddenly surged out at this moment, transforming into numerous Do Qi light pillars of different colors that shot to the sky. Soon after, the figures of several people suddenly moved, each of their hands revealing their weapons, and charged towards Xiao Yang, who was coming towards them. In the end, only the black-robed old man hesitated for a moment before following closely behind. Although he was not afraid of Xiao Yang, he continued to faintly sense a sense of danger. This kind of faint feeling of danger might not cause him to feel afraid, but it still caused his heart to feel a little uneasy. However, when his gaze landed on Xiao Yang, that uneasy feeling subconsciously disappeared. It was as if that dangerous aura did not come from Xiao Yang. Boom! The large ruler violently collided with the 6 people who had rushed forward. Following the sound of metal striking metal, the do qi that was attached to the weapons of both parties suddenly erupted at this moment. Ferocious do qi waves suddenly swept out from the point of collision between the large ruler and the 6 weapons. At this moment, Xiao Yang and the 6 8-star half-martial emperors' bodies all shook, and they rapidly retreated backwards. The 6 8-star half-martial emperors were still fine. They merely shook their bodies, and were stopped 100 feet away. As for Xiao Yang, under the joint attack of the 6 8-star half-martial emperors, his body was miserably sent flying for a distance of nearly 100 feet. Only then did he manage to stabilize his body. To the current Xiao Yang, facing 6 8-star half-martial emperors by himself was still too strenuous. Humph humph, Xiao Yang, it seems that you can only rely on your sharp tongue. Today, you are destined to be taken away by us. That dark-skinned old man took a step forward. A tyrannical aura that belonged to an 8-star half-martial emperor condensed in front of him, and swept towards Xiao Yang. Hearing this, Xiao Yang's indifferent expression did not change much. What the other party said was correct. 6 8-star half-martial emperors were indeed making things difficult for him. However, Xiao Yang was not a person who could be treated with common sense. If anyone dared to underestimate Xiao Yang, the price they would have to pay would be the pain of their entire life. It seems that I can only take care of them one by one. Very well, let me see exactly where the limit of my current strength lies. As this thought flashed through his mind, Xiao Yang immediately laughed out loud. He tightly gripped the heavy Shen ruler, and the do qi within his body frantically poured out, filling the interior of the heavy Shen ruler. The mysterious patterns on the surface of the pitch-black ruler were also gradually filled by the heavenly flame. 7-layered heaven-breaking ruler. The instant the thunderous shout sounded from his mouth, Xiao Yang's body suddenly rushed forward, and charged explosively toward the 6 8-star half-martial emperors opposite him. Humph! Overestimating your capabilities. Attack together. As long as we take care of this brat, we can choose any emperor core martial technique we want. In the future, this western region will definitely be ours. Attack! That dark-skinned old man fiercely waved his palm forward, and shouted once again. When his voice sounded, the eyes of the people beside him involuntarily surged with greed once again. They glanced at each other, and then fiercely nodded. As the do qi within their bodies rose, they once again charged explosively toward the incoming Xiao Yang. In an instant, the distance of 100 feet between the two sides had been reduced by more than half. The distance between Xiao Yang and the 6 8-star half-martial emperors was now less than 10 feet. At such a close distance, in addition to the fact that both sides were half-martial emperors, the invisible pressure from their auras had already collided with each other. As Xiao Yang was fighting against 6 people by himself, he naturally fell into a disadvantageous position. Ha, arrogant brat, you are destined to pay the price for your current actions. Die. Seeing that Xiao Yang had already revealed a disadvantageous position, the 8-star half-martial emperor who spoke earlier once again ridiculed. His words were filled with disdain towards Xiao Yang. Humph, gratuitous arrogance, you will have to pay the price. Spatial tent, rise. With a low shout, Xiao Yang's body that was explosively charging forward suddenly disappeared into the horizon before the disbelieving gazes of the 6 8-star half-martial emperors. 6 Paths Tent, this was a move that Xiao Yang had only used once half a year ago. Thus, very few people knew about it. Unfortunately, the 6 8-star half-martial emperors before Xiao Yang knew nothing about it. In the next instant, at the instant when the 6 8-star half-martial emperors reacted, Xiao Yang's figure suddenly appeared before the dark-skinned old man among the 6 of them. Through the probing of Xiao Yang's soul power, This old man was the weakest among the 6. He had only just broken through to the 8-star half-martial emperor realm. Thus, every time he attacked, he would hesitate, and first instigate the others beside him to attack. Only then would he act like a dog that relied on its master's power to attack. Thus, in Xiao Yang's eyes, this old man was an out-and-out despicable person. Although Xiao Yang's cultivation was inferior to the old man's, in terms of mentality, compared to him, Xiao Yang was an out-and-out expert. In this sort of situation, when the strong faced the weak, there was naturally no need for pity. Thus, in the instant that dark-skinned old man reacted, Xiao Yang's enormous ruler ruthlessly smashed onto his chest. 7-layered heaven-breaking ruler, 1 ruler. When the ruler descended, a person died. Chapter 393. In the sky, Xiao Yang slowly withdrew the dark heavy buster sword in his hand. When he looked at the dark-skinned 8-star half-martial emperor again, he simply did not have the strength to resist the sudden strike of the buster sword. The instant the dark heavy buster sword smashed into his chest, the frighteningly enormous power directly caused his entire chest to cave in. Following the unceasing ka sounds of bones breaking, the frightening do chi contained within the dark heavy buster sword rapidly poured into the old man's body. Like wild horses that had escaped their reins, the do chi frantically wreaked havoc within the old man's body. Bang! In the sky, following the muffled sound of a balloon exploding, the body of the 8-star half-martial emperor directly and uncontrollably smashed into the mountain range below. Immediately after, another rumbling sound was heard. The old man's body was deeply buried in the mountain range below, and his figure could no longer be seen. Through Xiao Yang's soul detection, the old man had already fallen into a seriously injured state. At this moment, even moving a finger would be extremely strenuous for him. It was also at this moment that the remaining 5 8-star half-martial emperors finally recovered from their shock. When they forcibly stopped their bodies and turned their heads to look at Xiao Yang, the expressions on their faces instantly changed greatly. It was hard to imagine that in this short instant, Xiao Yang had actually arrived among the 6 of them. With such frightening speed, it was likely that even 9-star half-martial emperors would not be able to compare to him. This Zhao Hui. He actually, seriously injured Zhao Hui. However, when one of the remaining 5 noticed the dark-skinned old man buried deep in the mountain range below, the expression on their faces instantly became one of shock. Seriously injuring an 8-star half-martial emperor with a single strike. Was this sort of power truly something that a mere 5-star half-martial emperor could accomplish? Although they felt disbelief in their hearts, at this moment, the truth was right before their eyes. They had no choice but to believe it. Seeing the shocked expressions on the faces of the 5 8-star half-martial emperors, the corners of Xiao Yang's mouth curled into a sneer once again. He forcefully swung the buster sword in his hand, and it stood diagonally to the right of Xiao Yang. As the do chi within his body surged violently, the light on the buster sword grew even brighter. Hihi, how about it? Do the 5 of you want to have a taste as well? If you want to give it a try, I don't mind spending a little more effort. It had to be said that Xiao Yang's move of killing the chicken to warn the monkey had indeed caused the 5 of them to be extremely terrified. Thinking about Zhao Hui's tragic case, the 5 of them could not help but feel a deep chill in their hearts. They really did not want to follow in Zhao Hui's footsteps. Although the 5 of them were extremely terrified in their hearts, although the method of killing the chicken to warn the monkey was not bad, but as the saying goes, when there is a great reward, there will be brave men. Seeing the benefits in front of them, but remaining indifferent, wasn't this something that only a fool would do? Furthermore, even though they were missing a person, there were still 5 of them left. 5 8-star half-martial emperors against a single 5-star half-martial emperor. Thus, how could they possibly be afraid? Xiao Yang, stop trying to intimidate us here. Even though you've seriously injured Zhao Hui, he is merely the weakest among the 6 of us. This old man knows that you're an alchemist. It is precisely because of this that you decided to attack him, and not one of the 5 of us, right? This time around, the person who spoke was another old man wearing an embroidered gown. Other than the black-gowned old man, he was the second person present with the strength of a late-stage 8-star half-martial emperor. He could also be said to be the strongest person present. Thus, His words carried quite a bit of weight. Hearing those words, Xiao Yang lightly smiled. Regardless of what the reason might be, at the very least, that 8-star half-martial emperor had been seriously injured by him. Seriously injuring an 8-star half-martial emperor with the strength of a 5-star half-martial emperor was a heaven-defying achievement. Even in the entire continent, how many people could accomplish such a feat? However, in the next instant, the words that were emitted from that old man's mouth caused Xiao Yang's expression to involuntarily change slightly upon hearing them. Moreover, that secret technique of yours that allows you to travel through space and the human class Do skill, if you were to use both of them at the same time, the consumption of Do Qi would likely not be a simple amount. Based on this old man's guess, how many times can you use such an attack? The old man asked in a stern voice. After seeing the change in expression on Xiao Yang's face, his face involuntarily revealed a pleased cold smile. A human class Do skill was not something that only Xiao Yang possessed. Naturally, they did not need to worry about this. However, the only thing that caused them to be afraid of was Xiao Yang's strange agility. It was actually able to travel through space and instantly arrive before them. If they were to be caught off guard every single time, how could they possibly continue fighting? Fortunately, the change in expression on Xiao Yang's face caused these few 8-star half-emperors to gain some confidence in their hearts. As long as Xiao Yang had a weakness, it would become their advantage. They would similarly be able to rely on this to take down Xiao Yang. However, while they were considering this, they had overlooked the most important point. Even if the Do Qi within Xiao Yang's body was exhausted, one should not forget that there was still the Northern King and Xiao Jin, whose strength was comparable to a 9-star half-emperor, in his storage ring and his body. At that time, they would also be unable to do anything to Xiao Yang. Everyone, attack together and form an encirclement to trap him within. At that time, regardless of how fast his speed is, as long as the people on the other side are able to react in time, they will also be able to resolve Xiao Yang's attack. The embroidered robed man waved his hand with great force as Do Qi spluttered out from his body. His body moved and he was the first to charge towards Xiao Yang. When the others heard this, they immediately nodded violently. Their bodies shook as Do Qi wildly surged within their bodies. One by one, they also charged towards Xiao Yang. Although this method could not be considered excellent, it was the most practical method at the moment. At the very least, it would cause Xiao Yang's speed to lose its effect in front of them. Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes. His gaze slowly swept across the 5 people surrounding him. A piercingly cold glint flashed deep within his eyes. The hand that was holding the heavy Shen ruler exerted a little force and the wide, huge ruler was cleverly placed at a strange angle. What Xiao Yang did not expect was that the few people in front of him were even more greedy and crazy than he had imagined. Even at this moment, they were actually still planning to take advantage of him. However, despite this, Xiao Yang was not afraid of them. He was confident that with the strength that he currently possessed, there was no one below the Do Di class who could pose any threat to him. The people in front of him were no exception. Since all of you are unwilling to give up, we can only use the method of fighting to resolve the conflict between us. Xiao Yang's gaze focused on the embroidered robed old man who had spoken earlier as he spoke in an indifferent tone. We will not suffer the loss we suffered just now a second time. Therefore, this time around, you should just obediently accept your death. The embroidered robed old man coldly laughed as he met Xiao Yang's gaze. Immediately, he waved his hand abruptly and cried out sternly. Attack together and take down Xiao Yang. Chapter 394. In the sky, the 5 8-star half-martial emperors shouted in unison. As the Do Qi within their bodies surged, pillars of Do Qi soared into the sky and into the 9 heavens. The frightening oppressive might faintly condensed into 5 figures that heavily pressed down on Xiao Yang's body, causing his body that was floating in the sky to involuntarily sink down slightly. Although the combined oppressive might of the 5 8-star half-martial emperors was incomparably frightening, Xiao Yang's face still appeared extremely calm. If they wanted to suppress him with merely this, then they were truly underestimating Xiao Yang too much. Humph! Following a cold snort, the purple gold dragon phoenix bloodline within Xiao Yang's body was instantly activated. An even more overbearing aura was emitted from Xiao Yang's body. As the enormous ruler in Xiao Yang's hand was waved horizontally, the oppressive might pressing down on him was immediately broken apart by the ruler. After the oppressive might was broken apart, an invisible air wave swept forth from Xiao Yang's body. The bodies of the 5 figures involuntarily trembled, and they involuntarily took half a step back. The gazes with which they raised their heads to look at Xiao Yang with changed abruptly. The oppressive might of 5 8-star half-martial emperors was actually broken apart by Xiao Yang alone. This was simply unimaginable. This brat is strange. We absolutely cannot lower our guard. All of you, stop holding back. If you truly wish to obtain those medicinal pellets and martial techniques, then go all out. Otherwise, if we fail miserably, none of us will be able to obtain any benefit. At this moment, that black-robed old man no longer had the heart to care about the indescribable chilliness in his heart. With a stern shout, he warned the other 4. Hearing that, the other 4 immediately looked to each other in dismay. After glancing at each other, they fiercely nodded. Each of them emitted a frightening shout from their mouths. With a movement of their bodies, they charged explosively toward Xiao Yang with ferocious Do-Chi waves. Faced with attacks coming from 5 different directions, Xiao Yang did not dare to be careless. Although he was not afraid of these 5 people, they were, after all, 8-star half-martial emperors. If their attacks were to land on him, the consequences would not be a joke. In the next instant, the 5 figures arrived around Xiao Yang. Surging Do-Chi unceasingly surged out. Under the control of the 5 people, they condensed into various Do skills that ruthlessly smashed toward Xiao Yang. Faced with the ferocious attacks of the 5 people, Xiao Yang naturally did not dare to underestimate them. With a thought, his soul power between his brows surged forth. His soul power was like a boundless sea water that enveloped the entire region. Under the probing of Xiao Yang's powerful soul power, the attacks of the 5 people immediately slowed down in Xiao Yang's mind. As for Xiao Yang, he was able to catch his breath under this ferocious attack. In an instant, Xiao Yang gradually became more and more at ease under the joint attacks of the 5 8-star half-martial emperors. Although the attacks of the 5 8-star half-martial emperors were not weak, Xiao Yang was able to rely on his tyrannical strength and his frightening agility Do skill to temporarily remain undefeated. Although he was aware that this kind of condition could not be maintained for long, it still caused the 5 Bandii to feel even more anxious and impatient in their hearts. Most of the time, they were shocked by Xiao Yang's strength, which far exceeded their own cultivation. Which 5-star half-martial emperor could be like him, who could not reveal any flaws under the attacks of 8-star half-martial emperors? Who could possibly face 5 8-star half-martial emperors with the strength of a 5-star half-martial emperor? Needless to say, it was likely that such a person did not exist in the entire continent. Fists and palms collided. Every time Xiao Yang and the 5 8-star half-martial emperors collided, it would cause the heaven and earth to tremble and space to shatter. The great battle on the battlefield also became more and more intense. After a short period of equilibrium, Xiao Yang unavoidably ended up at a disadvantage in the face of the powerful combined attacks of the 5 8-star half-martial emperors and their frightening attacks. The attacks of the 5 people were swift and fierce. Their attacks were as fast as lightning and ferocious. If it wasn't for Xiao Yang's powerful soul power, he would likely have been defeated long ago. However, even in such an intense battle, Xiao Yang's expression remained calm. His pair of pitch-black eyes appeared to be as calm as an ancient well. Although the attacks of the 5 people were powerful and their auras were frightening, Xiao Yang was able to see through all of their methods. Faced with the attacks of the 5 people, if it were any other ordinary half-martial emperor, they would likely have been seriously injured long ago. However, Xiao Yang was no ordinary person. In such an intense melee battle, every part of Xiao Yang's body had become his weapon. His fists, elbows, shoulders, knees, waist and even his head had become Xiao Yang's greatest weapons in battle. As for the wide and enormous ruler in his hand, it was as if it was a part of his body. Even though it was clearly such a heavy and enormous ruler, in Xiao Yang's hand, it was as light as a leaf. Its nimbleness was not the slightest bit inferior to the joints of his arms. Of course, it was, after all, 5 8-star half-martial emperors before him. Even Xiao Yang was unable to completely ignore the power of experts of that level. Thus, in the countless intense collisions, Xiao Yang had suffered quite a bit of injuries. Of course, compared to the attacks of the 5 people, the injuries that Xiao Yang had suffered could not be considered much. Bang! After another intense collision, Xiao Yang and the embroidered-robed old man both took 100 steps back. Xiao Yang's complexion was slightly pale, and a dazzling dark red trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. As for the embroidered-robed old man, although his aura was still deep and vigorous, under his serious expression, the blood within his body was also surging. The gaze with which he looked at Xiao Yang was also filled with astonishment. It was hard to imagine that not only did Xiao Yang's strength far surpass his cultivation, even his seemingly frail body was far from what he had imagined. Xiao Yang, prepare to die. However, just as Xiao Yang's figure stopped moving, in the next instant, a figure brandished a large blade in his hand and rapidly shot over from behind him. The distance between him and Xiao Yang was only a short distance of several tens of feet. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yang's heart immediately tightened. At the instant he turned around, the enormous ruler in his hand was placed horizontally before his chest in an attempt to block this sudden attack. Clang! An ear-splitting collision sound rang out, and Xiao Yang's body flew back uncontrollably. His feet fiercely stomped on the air, and with every step he took, the space would collapse. It was not hard to imagine exactly how frightening the might of the blade strike that Xiao Yang had just received was. When Xiao Yang once again forcibly stopped himself in the air with great difficulty, he finally could not help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. His pale complexion showed that he had spent a lot of effort. Facing the continuous bombardment of an 8-star half-martial emperor, even if he possessed a supreme skill, it was still difficult for him to withstand it. However, just as Xiao Yang came back to his senses, another person rushed forward from behind him, intending to give Xiao Yang the final blow. This time, Xiao Yang did not turn around to block. Instead, he flipped his hand and stored the heavy Shen ruler into his storage ring. With a thought, surging soul power frantically surged out. Between the heavens and the earth, strands of tiny pitch-black great Tao energy rapidly condensed in the space before Xiao Yang. 6 Tao tense, condense. Xiao Yang let out a soft cry in a low and deep voice. A ruthless expression suddenly surged into his eyes. This group of people in front of him had truly stirred up the fury in his heart. What awaited them next was a wild storm of attacks. He would also be filled with despair. In the next instant, when that figure passed through the afterimage left behind by Xiao Yang, the latter had already appeared at a higher altitude in the sky. Holding the enormous ruler in his hand and looking down, the Do Qi within his body frantically poured into the heavy Shen ruler in his hand. A vast and mighty aura slowly spread from it. Chapter 395. High up in the sky, Xiao Yang's eyes contained a ruthless expression. His cold gaze quickly locked onto a person. Xiao Yang's gaze rapidly swept around and immediately locked onto a short and fat old man among the 5. The latter's strength was currently the weakest among the 5. At the same time, he was also the one that Xiao Yang could guarantee he would defeat the fastest. After locking onto his target, Xiao Yang immediately used the sky extinction steps. In an instant, he had already arrived in front of the short and fat old man. Yellow spring palm. Xiao Yang's right hand held the giant ruler in a reverse grip. His left arm was bent and raised behind his ear. Surging Do Qi violently surged out from his palm and rapidly agglomerated into a crystal-like palm above Xiao Yang's palm. The instant the crystal-like palm was completely formed, Xiao Yang's left palm ruthlessly smashed toward the incoming old man. Faced with Xiao Yang who had launched the first attack, the old man naturally understood the reason behind this. However, he was after all an 8-star half-martial emperor. He was also quite confident in his own strength. At the moment when Xiao Yang's palm arrived, the old man finally made his move. The old man's body that was charging forward suddenly paused in the air. His hand suddenly clenched in the air. Do Qi gushed out from his palm and rapidly agglomerated into an axe and hammer in the old man's hand. Holding the axe and hammer in his hand, the old man exerted strength in his arm. His firm muscles immediately bulged and tore apart his sleeves. His thick and solid arm was immediately exposed to the air. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yang's eyes involuntarily hardened slightly. Unexpectedly, this short and fat old man before him was actually a fellow with quite a strong physical body. Unfortunately, regardless of how strong his physical body was, it would be difficult for him to escape death today. Brat, prepare to die. Mortal class Do skill, final blow. After the shout sounded, the axe and hammer in the old man's hand was immediately swung upward. The square and thick surface of the hammer directly faced Xiao Yang's palm. Sharp wind unceasingly compressed the air and ear-piercing sonic booms were also unceasingly emitted. Clang! In the next moment, as the sound of metal colliding rang out, the invisible space immediately stirred up layers of wave-like spatial waves. With Xiao Yang and the old man as the center, it rapidly swept out in all directions. This loud sound was just like a bolt from the blue. Not long after the spatial wave swept over, an even more frightening Do-Chi wave swept in all directions. This time around, even the endless mountain range below was unavoidably caught in the crossfire. Just a single attack had caused an enormous deep pit to appear in the mountain range. At the same time, when the energy storm swept out, the expressions of the other four people in the surroundings changed. With a move of their bodies, they retreated backwards. Solemnly, they stared at the center that was blocked by the energy storm. At that spot, there were still two extremely strong auras violently clashing. Crack! Unfortunately, even though Xiao Yang's strength was not weak, that short and fat old man was after all an 8-star half-martial emperor. Moreover, the Do skill that he was currently using was even stronger than Xiao Yang's yellow spring palm. Hence, in this collision, Xiao Yang was temporarily defeated. Following a clear cracking sound, a tiny crack line appeared on Xiao Yang's yellow spring palm. Bang! When the energy storm scattered, the two human figures in the sky withdrew explosively. Xiao Yang's body withdrew by 10,000 feet in a somewhat miserable manner. His feet stomped violently on the empty air. Each time his foot landed, it would cause the mountain range below to collapse. From this, one could imagine just what kind of frightening strength Xiao Yang was enduring. After Xiao Yang strenuously stopped his body, he involuntarily vomited a mouthful of dark red blood. At this moment, his already pale complexion instantly became deathly pale. It must be said that an 8-star half-martial emperor was an 8-star half-martial emperor. Even though Xiao Yang was not weak, the difference in their cultivations had still allowed the latter to gain quite a bit of an advantage. However, to Xiao Yang, it was merely SOSO. Cough cough. After repeatedly coughing twice, Xiao Yang raised his head and looked at the short and fat old man across from him who still had an ordinary expression. Compared to Xiao Yang, the short and fat old man was much better. Thus, at this moment, the gaze with which he looked at Xiao Yang involuntarily revealed a mocking smile. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Yang, it seems that you can only flaunt your mouth. With just you, without relying on those methods of yours, it is simply impossible for you to be a match for this old man. The short and fat old man had an insolent expression as he laughed loudly. It was as if defeating Xiao Yang was something that he was extremely proud of. However, when he ridiculed Xiao Yang, he seemed to have forgotten that with his strength as an 8-star half-martial emperor, defeating Xiao Yang, a 5-star half-martial emperor, was something that couldn't be more normal in the hearts of the majority of people. Haha, is that so? I remember that I told you all before that there is a price to pay for unwarranted arrogance. However, from the looks of it, you all don't seem to remember my words. Since that's the case, let me use my actions to tell you all. Hearing this, Xiao Yang involuntarily let out a cold laugh. Only at this moment did his right hand, which had been holding the heavy Xian ruler the entire time, suddenly swing it. As Do-Chi shot out, the pitch-black ruler was already covered by a gorgeous heavenly flame. As the heavy ruler's body streaked through the air, kai-kai sounds of rushing wind were heard. Even from a great distance away, the strong wind pressure caused one to feel suffocated. 7-layered sky-breaking ruler, 2 feet. Suddenly, following an earth-shaking roar from Xiao Yang's mouth, the huge ruler in his hand suddenly streaked through the air in front of him. A frightening ruler light ruthlessly swept toward the short and fat old man like a huge wave on the surface of the sea. Its aura filled the sky. However, in response to this, The short and fat old man's face involuntarily revealed a cold smile. If Xiao Yang had attacked with this ruler while he was unable to react in time, he might really be unable to block it. Unfortunately, Xiao Yang did not do so. Instead, he faced him head-on. In this way, he did not have the slightest room to worry. Ha ha, Xiao Yang, you should obediently surrender. With just this attack of yours, you will not be able to hurt the old me, the short and fat old man ridiculed. Immediately, he once again waved the huge hammer axe in his hand. The axe was facing upwards. The sharp aura caused the surrounding empty space to involuntarily form circles of invisible spatial ripples. Try this move of the old me. Human class middle level Do technique, splitting mountain and breaking sea. As the cry from the short and fat old man's mouth sounded, the hammer axe in his hand was violently swung upwards. Immediately, an ear-piercing sonic boom resounded unceasingly. The invisible empty space seemed to have been split into two under this axe. The air wherever it passed was isolated by this axe, only leaving behind a vacuum of empty space. Under the support of the Do Chi, the edge of the axe became incomparably frightening. A vast aura spread out from it, causing one's expression to change. The strength of this axe was likely something that even an expert of the same level would not dare to easily receive, much less Xiao Yang. When Xiao Yang sensed the frightening aura on the axe, his expression involuntarily changed. The strength of this fellow had far exceeded his expectations. However, even if this was the case, it was still unable to change Xiao Yang's determination to kill both of them. Ha 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 ha, good. Since you respect me, I will return you 10 feet. In the next moment, the solemn-faced Xiao Yang suddenly emitted a loud and arrogant laughter that was filled with an untamed feeling. Immediately, the huge ruler in his hand was once again waved. He continuously waved 3 feet and 4 feet overlapped each other, causing the might to become even greater. Even the faces of the 4 people outside the battleground involuntarily revealed a solemn expression when they saw this. This kind of attack was something that even they could not underestimate. Under everyone's gazes, the majestic ruler glow and the similarly ferocious huge axe swiftly approached each other. Immediately, they violently collided together in the next moment. Bang! The result of the collision between the two Do techniques, which had similar auras, was mutual destruction. In the next moment, the energy storm that blotted out the sun swept in all directions like 100,000 feet large wave. The originally clear sky of Chenkuan sky suddenly changed color at this moment. It was covered by a dense energy storm. At this moment, even the expressions of the 4 half-emperors outside involuntarily changed wildly. One by one, they twisted their bodies and wildly fled into the distance as if they were fleeing. When they saw the frightening energy storm from afar, their eyes were filled with endless fear. The energy storm came wave after wave. It continued to hum for over 10 minutes. It was during these 10+ minutes that the entire area was being destroyed. The 4 half-emperors could only maneuver the Do Chi within their bodies and temporarily seal the area within the energy storm. A long while later, when the frightening energy storm was about to scatter, a frightening heavenly flame storm that was not inferior to the former once again swept out from the middle of the battleground. Circular after circular fire lotus petals gradually stood in the air within the space that had been sealed by the 4 half-emperors. They swelled with the wind. When the many layers of fire lotus petals were completely pieced together to form an enormous fire lotus, the Do Chi light barrier that the 4 8-star half-emperors had created together could not help but be forcefully blasted apart. Bang! The heavenly flame storm easily destroyed the Do Chi light barrier that the 4 half-emperors had created together. Only then did its energy scatter. It turned into waves of heat that swept in all directions in the sky. The faces of the 4 half-emperors involuntarily became a little flushed as they sensed the frightening high temperature that was brought about by the heat wave. Their hearts were involuntarily shocked. The might of a heavenly flame was really frightening. When it erupted in this manner, even they felt a grave feeling. They did not even dare to imagine just what kind of ending they would have ended up in if they had been in the middle of the heavenly flame storm earlier. When the storm finally scattered, the few of them lifted their heads and looked over with some lingering fear. Everywhere their eyes passed, there was only a pitch-black endless space. Under the heavenly flame storm, This entire space had unavoidably ended up collapsing. When the gazes of the four swept over the entire space, they were finally filled with shock and fear as they discovered that the short and fat old man's figure was actually nowhere to be seen. Such an outcome could only mean one thing. The short and fat old man had already died and his Tao had vanished. It was extremely likely that not even his corpse was left behind. Dead. The expressions on the faces of the four half-emperors became a little dull. Soon after, their mouths involuntarily exclaimed. It was difficult to imagine that an 8-star half-emperor, who had been so mighty a moment ago and had said that he would capture Xiao Yang, would actually become a dead soul in the hands of the other party in mere moments. Only at this moment did the four of them recall the words that Xiao Yang had said when they had first met him. Including all of you, the number of 8-star half-emperors who have died in my hands should be around 10. From the looks of it, those words were not groundless. Unwarranted arrogance would really cause them to pay an extremely great price. To a great extent, it had even touched upon their lives. Chapter 396. Cough cough. It seems that the four of you are still greedy. In the sky, Xiao Yang covered his chest with one hand and violently coughed twice before speaking with a cold tone. Hearing this, the four half-martial emperors frowned and glanced at each other. This time, no one spoke again. At the same time, no one attacked Xiao Yang again. Haha, what's wrong? Since you don't dare to speak or attack, then scram. Seeing the expressions of fear on the four's faces, Xiao Yang couldn't help but sneer. His shout caused the four's divine souls to feel fear. They had personally seen Xiao Yang kill 2 8-star half-martial emperors in succession. At this moment, when they looked at Xiao Yang, their gazes no longer treated him as an ordinary 5-star half-martial emperor. Instead, they saw him as a true expert with strength comparable to 9-star half-martial emperors. After all, there was no 5-star half-martial emperor that could kill 8-star half-martial emperors. Not to mention, he had killed 2 half-martial emperors in succession in such a short period of time. No matter where he went, no one would dare to easily believe such a feat. When the four of them heard the cold and disdainful words spat out from Xiao Yang's mouth, their expressions couldn't help but change slightly. Once again, anger rose from the bottom of their hearts. No matter how one put it, they were at the very least 8-star half-martial emperors. No matter where they went, they would be respected experts. Yet, they were currently being reprimanded by a 5-star half-martial emperor. How could they endure this? Even though Xiao Yang's strength far surpassed his cultivation level, this was definitely not a reason for them to lower their heads. Humph, Xiao Yang, in my opinion, you're merely an arrow at the end of its flight. After a long time, the old man in embroidered robes spoke again. His sinister gaze was firmly fixed on Xiao Yang. It seemed as if he wanted to see through something. Even though Xiao Yang's current state didn't appear to be ideal, no one present could guarantee that Xiao Yang didn't have the strength to fight back. The hunter would shoot the bird that sticks out. If any of the four of them rashly attacked, then the one who attacked first would be the one who died first. Without a certain degree of certainty, none of the four people would make the first move. The probing words of the colorful-robed old man at this moment caused the other 3 people to focus their attention on Xiao Yang. They also hoped to see some slight changes on Xiao Yang's face. Unfortunately, the hope in their hearts was ultimately shattered. Xiao Yang did not show the slightest change in his expression because of the words of the colorful-robed old man. Instead, the corner of his mouth was lifted slightly, and an extremely cold smile was lifted. Since Your Excellency wants to know my background, why don't you test it out yourself? There's no need for such nonsense. You, the brocade-robed old man immediately knit his brows when he heard the cold laughter in Xiao Yang's mouth. His mouth involuntarily wanted to reprimand Xiao Yang, but the other old man quickly pressed him down. He frowned and shook his head at Xiao Yang. Only then did Xiao Yang's emotions gradually calm down. The 4 8-star half-martial emperors looked at each other and communicated with their eyes. It was a long while later that the somewhat tense atmosphere was broken by a loud laughter. Ha 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 ha, Mr. Xiao Yang really knows how to joke. Earlier, we were merely bewitched by those 2 fellows. That was why we became enemies with you. Now that they have already died in your hands, we can be considered to have been woken up by you. Moreover, We also have quite a big grudge with the 4 large sects. How can we turn around and help them? Cuckoo, the matter earlier was all a misunderstanding. Since both of us are safe and sound now, the old me and the rest of us can be at ease. Oh, is that so? So the 4 of you aren't willing to become my enemy. Since that's the case, why are the 4 of you still staying here? When he heard this, Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes and laughed faintly. He put on a fake smile and mocked the 4 people in front of him. When they heard Xiao Yang's words, the 4 of them could not help but be slightly stunned. The brocade-robed old man who originally wanted to say something was forcibly swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. The 4 of them looked at each other. Only then did they laugh loudly at Xiao Yang. Haha, yes. Your Excellency Xiao Yang is right. Since there's nothing else, we should indeed leave. Haha, Brother Xiao, if we are lucky enough in the future, let's meet again. How about it? The brocade-robed old man looked at Xiao Yang with a kind smile on his face and asked with a smile. Sure. Xiao Yang smiled again. It was as if he did not care about what happened earlier. This caused the 4 people opposite him to laugh unceasingly. In that case, may I know where Brother Xiao is heading to this time? Haha, Brother Xiao, don't worry. We don't mean to find out. We are just curious. After all, perhaps we will meet again in the near future, right? The brocade-robed old man said with a face full of smiles. Xiao Yang also had a face full of smiles. If this scene was seen by someone who did not know the situation, they would probably think that this was an old friend reuniting. Who would have thought that just a moment ago, the 2 sides were in full swing and their killing intent soared? Haha, about this. I am heading to Wushu City. Xiao Yang's eyes flickered with light as he smiled at the brocade-robed old man. Oh. Haha, Wushu City. Since this is the case, Brother Xiao should be careful. According to this old man's knowledge, Wushu City is the territory of the Sword Emperor. Brother Xiao will probably meet people from the Sky Sword sect there. Hearing this, the brocade-robed old man could not bear to look at the other 3 people beside him. Then, a hidden light flashed in his pair of gloomy old eyes. However, the tone of his mouth was full of concern for Xiao Yang. Hearing the words of the other party, Xiao Yang smiled faintly and nodded. He cupped his hands at the brocade-robed old man and said with a smile, "In that case, thank you very much, brother. I wonder what your name is. After all, only you know me, but I don't know you. It doesn't make sense." Xiao Yang looked at the brocade-robed old man and smiled curiously. Hearing this, the brocade-robed old man immediately smiled and patted his forehead with his palm. It seemed that Xiao Yang's words made him feel a little embarrassed. This old man is Wang Liang. Because of the ghost head broadsword in my hand, people have given me the nickname Wang Liang. If Brother Xiao has any trouble in the future, you can call this old man's name directly. It can also scare off some troublemakers. The brocade-robed old man stroked his beard with one hand and laughed with a proud face. Xiao Yang immediately smiled and nodded when he heard this. However, no one knew what he was muttering in his heart. Haha, all right. I will remember brother's name. I still have some matters to attend to and will leave first. Everyone, goodbye. Xiao Yang cupped his hands together and laughed loudly as he spoke to the 4 of them. This was especially the case for the last few words. They appeared incomparably thick when they were emitted from Xiao Yang's mouth, allowing the 4 people in front of him to clearly hear them. After his voice sounded, Xiao Yang also coincidentally turned around. His feet moved and he flew toward the northern sky. At this moment, the 4 people behind Xiao Yang suddenly stepped violently on empty air. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived beside Xiao Yang before he could turn around. With a wave of their large hands, Do Qi agglomerated in their palms and a palm landed violently on Xiao Yang. Ha 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 ha. There is a price to pay for gratuitous arrogance. This old man will return these words to you later. Brat, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too arrogant. You dare to act so arrogantly in front of us 4 8-star half-martial emperors. You are truly extremely foolish. At the same time as his palm landed violently on the back of Xiao Yang's head, The brocade-robed old man was finally unable to contain himself and emitted an extremely crazy and hoarse laughter. His words were filled with disdain for Xiao Yang. However, in the next instant, "Oh? Is that so? Could it be that you really think that I would leave my back to a group of people whose minds are filled with the desire to kill me?" A long and drawn-out cold laughter slowly sounded in the sky. It was like the sound of a bell echoing endlessly. After these words were spoken, an even colder and emotionless ice-cold voice once again resounded in the sky. Explode. Chapter 397. What? At the instant that indifferent voice resounded through the entire sky, Xiao Yang, who was about to be killed by the 4 half-martial emperors, suddenly began to swell. At the same time, an extremely berserk and terrifying aura began to rapidly spread from Xiao Yang's body. What? When the 4 8-star half-martial emperors saw this scene, their expressions changed greatly. That was because the aura that was being emitted from Xiao Yang's body was something that even they were unable to endure. This guy, has he gone mad? He actually self-detonated. Quickly, retreat. This kid is going to self-detonate. The 4 of them repeatedly roared. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The aura within Xiao Yang's body in front of them had already reached its peak. Xiao Yang's entire body had swelled to over 3 times its original size. His entire body was covered with densely packed crack lines. Numerous glaring light shot out from those crack lines, piercing one's eyes. Heh, you're only thinking of retreating now? Too late. When Xiao Yang saw the terrified expressions on the 4 of them, Xiao Yang's ice-cold mocking laughter resounded throughout the world. Earlier, I gave you all a chance. Unfortunately, you all did not properly grasp it. Milord. Milord. We know that we were wrong. Quickly, please retract it. If this continues, at that time, we won't be the only ones to die. Xiao Yang, you gave up such a great future and used self-detonation as the price to kill us today. Could it be that you don't feel that it's a pity? It's still not too late for you to stop now. As long as you stop, the 4 of us will turn around and leave this time. We will absolutely not have the slightest bit of evil thoughts. At this moment, the 4 of them were finally in a complete panic. They began to shout non-stop. No matter what they called Xiao Yang, no matter what they said, they only hoped that Xiao Yang would stop. After all, the self-detonation of a 5-star half-martial emperor was something that even they would not be able to endure. Haha, there's no turning back. You all chose this yourselves. You can't blame me. Furthermore, who said that I would die with you all? Haha, in your next life, you must remember that before dealing with someone, you must first understand the strength of that person. Otherwise, you'll only die. The instant Xiao Yang's words left his mouth, Xiao Yang, who was on the verge of exploding, finally exploded with a roar. At this moment, the frightening energy storm swept forth once again. A burst of dazzling white light covered the sky and covered the sun. Even the light of the sun was enveloped by the white light. The entire world turned white. Even if one was very close to it, one would still be unable to see anything clearly. Everything in the world was replaced by the white light. It was as if the entire world had changed. Top and bottom were white. Heaven and earth were indistinguishable, much less north, south, east and west. However, it was precisely within this white light that one could clearly hear heart-wrenching and lung-splitting screams. Within this boundless white light, this sort of miserable screams caused one to be as silent as cicadas in winter. One could feel a formless sense of coldness within this white light. The white light continued for a long time. The miserable screams seemed to have been born into this world and did not stop. Only when the white light gradually disappeared and completely disappeared, the entire world could finally be seen clearly. However, it was no longer its original appearance. At this moment, all that one could see was an empty and endless empty space. Even the originally extended mountain range below had turned into an abyss at this moment. This was a collapse caused by the shattering of empty space. Unless there was an expert who exhausted the do qi within his or her body to restore this place, it would be impossible for this place to recover its original appearance within the next tens or even hundreds of years. Xiao Yang slowly stepped out of a tent in the empty sky. He no longer doubted the strength that was created when his avatar self-destructed. Although it was impossible for him to kill these 4 people, it was sufficient to let them have a good drink. Xiao Yang's avatar had been destroyed. Withdrawing his gaze, Xiao Yang's expression was a little absent-minded as he swept his gaze over the endless abyss below. His heart involuntarily felt a little emotional. A powerful strength was indeed able to protect oneself and the people one wished to protect. However, at the same time, a powerful strength would also bring about destruction to this world. It was precisely because of all kinds of greed and killing that the rules of this world had changed. It was precisely because of the words "the strong are respected" that this world was filled with desolation. Xiao Yang sighed for some reason. Only then did his face once again recover a serious expression. His dense gaze did not contain the slightest emotion as he continued to sweep his gaze over the endless abyss below. Finally, his gaze landed on 4 human figures with weak auras. These 4 human figures were the 4 8-star half-emperors. However, compared to before, their powerful auras appeared a little weak at this moment. Although they did not end up being seriously injured, they were not much better off. Xiao Yang's eyes were ice-cold. He would never show mercy to those who wanted to kill him. "Who?" Xiao Yang softly cried out in a somewhat strenuous manner. After repeatedly using high-class Do skills and exhausting the strength of his incarnation, the current Xiao Yang had become extremely weak. However, he was unwilling to reveal this in front of these 4 people. Xiao Yang leaped down and landed in front of the 4 miserable-looking human figures. With a wave of his hand, the heavy Shen ruler landed in his hand. The wind pressure brought about by the descent of the heavy Shen ruler caused the expressions of the 4 people before Xiao Yang to change. Compared to before, the auras of these 4 people were extremely weak at this moment. Their entire bodies emitted a feeling of weakness. Even though they still possessed the strength to retaliate, they were unable to raise any strength to refute this black-robed young man before them. As long as they saw Xiao Yang's calm appearance, they had already lost all confidence in themselves. This brat with the strength of a mere 5-star half-emperor seemed to be a frightening existence that they would never be able to defeat. When they thought of this, the bodies of the 4 people involuntarily trembled violently. They felt incomparable grief in their hearts. Was this black-robed young man before them truly only a half-emperor? You, exactly who are you? Your strength, exactly what level is it at? Are you really a human? Or perhaps, this body is not your original body? At this moment, the 4 people had already lost all of their battle strength. Their hearts were filled with fear, and they knew that their deaths had arrived. This was especially true for that black-robed old man. At this moment, he was filled with endless regret. Before the battle, he had clearly felt fear from the bottom of his heart. It was the premonition of death. Unfortunately, he did not take it to heart. At this moment, it would appear that he had truly brought this upon himself. Hearing those words, Xiao Yang continued to walk forward as he answered the 4 people's questions. I, Xiao Yang, am a 5-star half-emperor, human. The person standing before you all is my original body. As for this battle, it has ended. Chapter 398. Seeing the deeply shocked expressions on the faces of the 4 people before him, Xiao Yang sneered. Humans were like this. The more realistic the result was, the more difficult it would be for them to believe it. However, Xiao Yang was disinclined to pay attention to this. Holding the heavy buster sword in his hand, he walked through the air. Every step he took seemed to have landed on the hearts of the 4 8-star half-martial emperors, causing their divine souls to tremble in fear. Stomp, 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 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. When Xiao Yang arrived before the 4 old men with slow steps, the complexions of the 4 old men had already turned deathly pale. Their bodies trembled unceasingly, and streams of cold sweat rolled down from their foreheads like rain. Their complexions were completely pale, and they appeared as if they had contracted some sort of serious illness. Not only were their bodies trembling, but even their hearts and souls were filled with extreme fear. Before this, they had never imagined that they would actually die at the hands of a 5-star half-martial emperor. Normally, people of this level would be extremely respectful and reverent toward them. Even if it was a 7-star half-martial emperor, they would still have to put on an appearance of being of low status before them. However, today's Xiao Yang had completely overturned their usual habits, as well as the imaginations they had in their hearts. Xiao Yang's expression was grim and expressionless. In a few steps, he had already arrived before the most heavily injured old man among the four. Seeing Xiao Yang arriving before him, the old man's heart was filled with fear. Everyone feared death, let alone this old man who had cultivated for several hundred years. In his heart, he was even more unwilling to die. At this moment, when he saw Xiao Yang, it was as if he had seen the Grim Reaper. It was as if there was a huge rock pressing down on his chest, causing his breathing to become hurried. You. Although the old man wanted to say something, the fear that came from the depths of his soul made it difficult for him to open his mouth. He stuttered and said the word "you" with great difficulty, but he couldn't spit out a single word. Facing this, Xiao Yang's expression did not change at all. He stood in front of the elder and raised the giant ruler in his hand. The body of the ruler was covered with a magnificent strange fire. The terrifying strange fire was like a ghost fire from hell in the eyes of the elder, causing him to be unable to control himself. 7-layered heaven-breaking ruler, 5 feet. The cold words slowly came out of his mouth. At the same time, the giant ruler in Xiao Yang's hand also carried an extremely oppressive sound of breaking wind as it quickly descended. In the end, under the terrified gazes of the other 3 old men, it fiercely smashed onto the chest of the old man in front of Xiao Yang. Boom! Along with the crackling sound of bones breaking, the others clearly heard a muffled sound that was like a balloon exploding. Needless to say, the heart of the old man had probably been crushed and exploded under this ruler. Following this sound, the body of the old man that was floating in the air also quickly fell down uncontrollably. The moment the old man's body fell, Xiao Yang stretched out his hand and a suction force surged from his palm. Immediately after, a slightly illusory figure was forcefully pulled out of the body. Ah! Xiao Yang, this old man's body has been destroyed and I won't be able to live for long. Why do you have to kill me? As his soul was pulled out, the old man's painful roar immediately sounded. When the other 3 saw this, they couldn't help but feel even more terrified by Xiao Yang's move. They didn't expect Xiao Yang to be so ruthless even though he looked so young. He was not inferior to some old monsters who had lived for a long time. I have never left any future troubles for myself. Even if you are just a soul and won't be able to live for long, as long as you have the intention, you can still bring me endless trouble. I don't like trouble. Xiao Yang's expression was calm as he spoke indifferently to the old man's roar. Of course, although that was what he said, this was only one of Xiao Yang's goals. The other was related to his ancestor, Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian's remnant soul required extremely pure spiritual origin as energy to nourish. Xiao Yang naturally couldn't kill those unrelated to him to help his ancestor. Xiao Yang would never leave these enemies who wanted to kill him alive. Therefore, this became a method for Xiao Yang to obtain the spiritual origin energy. With a clench of his hand, Xiao Yang casually grabbed the old man's soul in his palm. Subsequently, the purifying demonic lotus flame and the fallen heart flame appeared in his palm at the same time. In an instant, he wiped out the old man's consciousness and began to refine the spiritual strength in his hand. A moment later, after the spiritual strength in his hand was completely refined, Xiao Yang temporarily kept it in his body and once again looked at the other 3 old men. After a moment of relief, the 3 of them gradually calmed down. They knew that it would be difficult for them to escape this time. Therefore, they no longer struggled and begged for mercy. Instead, they looked at each other, and then looked at Xiao Yang. The old man in embroidered robes once again had a ruthless expression on his face as he said to the other 2 beside him in a serious voice, 2 of you. The 2 of you, I truly did not expect that we, Grand 8-star half-martial emperors, would actually die at the hands of a 5-star half-martial emperor today. However, even if we die, we must make this guy suffer a great loss for us, and let him know that we, Grand 8-star half-martial emperors, are absolutely not pushovers that anyone can pin. Cough cough. Xiao Yang, come. Today, even if we have to stake our lives, we will definitely make you pay for this. At this moment, the other old man also stood up. He took a deep breath, and his gaze suddenly became resolute. He extended his hand and beckoned, and a long sword appeared in his hand. He swung the long sword, and the tip of the sword pointed directly at Xiao Yang. At the same time, the black-robed old man on the other side also raised his head. His withered hand grasped the air, and a pitch-black long stick with a metallic luster and mysterious runes engraved on it appeared in the old man's hand. The long stick was waved, and it emitted whistling sounds in the air. Soon after, it was pointed at Xiao Yang. The embroidered-robed old man waved his hand, and a large golden blade appeared in his hand. He held the hilt of the blade with one hand, and the back of the blade with the other. The tip of the blade was also pointed at Xiao Yang. Everyone, attack together. If you can kill him, kill him. If you can't kill him, even if you have to risk self-detonating, you must take his life, the embroidered-robed old man shouted sternly. Soon after, his body moved, and he waved the large golden blade in his hand, and rushed towards Xiao Yang. On the other side, the other two old men also leapt forward, and rushed explosively towards Xiao Yang. Counterattack before death. It's useless. As he saw the three people rushing towards him, Xiao Yang coldly snorted. His body suddenly turned around, and the enormous ruler in his hand was violently waved 2 feet in succession. A majestic ruler ray shot out, and it was directly aimed at the 3 8-star half-martial emperors before him. Amen. However, at the instant when the ruler ray was about to collide with the 3 people, Xiao Yang suddenly started to frown. At the instant when the ruler ray was waved, the embroidered-robed old man's body that was rushing forward was actually forcibly stopped. After that, his body turned around, and without even turning his head around, he began to rapidly flee toward the distant horizon. This guy had actually betrayed his companions at such a crucial moment. Of course, the other 2 8-star half-martial emperors also sensed the actions of the embroidered-robed old man. Immediately, the expressions on their faces changed rapidly. They truly did not expect that this guy would actually use them as shields, and betray them in order to obtain an opportunity to survive. This sort of action was simply despicable. Even if it was Xiao Yang, he was unable to tolerate it. Chapter 399. When the earth-shattering explosion swept across the entire area, Xiao Yang, who was in the air, moved and once again stepped into the 6 tents that had just been formed. Kai. Due to the short travel distance of the 6 tents, Xiao Yang had to quickly travel through them 3 times. Coupled with the astonishing speed of the sky extinction steps, he finally appeared in front of the brocade-robed old man. The giant ruler in his hand was swung horizontally, and the tip of the ruler was directly stuck in the old man's throat. If he had not stopped in time, he would have crashed into the old man. In my life, I hate people like you who go back on your words the most. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. The large ruler in Xiao Yang's hand suddenly swung downward after his cold cry sounded. The wide body of the ruler suddenly smashed into the chest of the colorful-robed old man. Following the spurting of fresh blood, the old man's body flew back uncontrollably. He was just like a soccer ball that had been kicked, leaving behind a perfect arc in the empty air. In the next moment, before the brocade-robed old man could stop his body, Xiao Yang moved his feet and executed the sky extinction steps once again. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived behind the old man. The giant ruler in his hand swept out, and the heavy ruler once again smashed into the old man's back. The cracking sound of bones breaking rang out, and blood splattered everywhere. Blood gushed out of the old man's mouth like a fountain, and his aura rapidly withered. He was on the verge of being seriously injured. Ooh! Cough. You mother f***. Before the old man could finish his words, Xiao Yang's ferocious ruler smashed into his face. The terrifying force almost broke his neck. Bang! 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 Violent bangs rang out incessantly. On the other side, the heavily injured old man in black robes and his companion were horrified. Even the thought of escaping in their hearts had been completely thrown to the back of their minds. At this moment, they were already heavily injured, and it was not convenient for them to move. To them, escaping was basically an extravagant hope. Rather than running away, it was better to calm down and face the coming death. Perhaps this would make them feel better. Boom! Another heavy blow smashed into the old man. At this moment, The old man in embroidered robes seemed to have become a completely different person. His embroidered robes were in tatters, making him look like a beggar. His entire body was drenched in blood, and half of his face had been smashed by the huge ruler until it was deformed. There were even a few extremely ghastly pits on his chest. His internal organs had long since been shattered and separated. Even though Xiao Yang's attacks did not contain the slightest bit of Do Qi, with merely his physical body's cultivation, it was still difficult for this 8-star half-martial emperor to endure. Although the old man opened his mouth to say something, he still found it difficult to express himself. It was only after a long while that he bent his body and crawled in the air. His voice was muffled with difficulty as he said with difficulty, "Brother, Xiao Yang, even if I die today, I'll drag you down with me." Even though he was already seriously injured, this old man was still unwilling to forgive Xiao Yang. He had already truly given up on the possibility of living. He did not believe that he would have the chance to live today. Since this was the case, even if he had to stake his life, he would make Xiao Yang pay the price. Following the words from the old man's mouth, the Do Qi within his body suddenly became berserk. A frightening energy filled with an aura of destruction was unceasingly being emitted from the old man's seriously injured body. From the looks of it, this old man seemed to be planning to self-destruct. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the two 8-star half-martial emperors changed. They had never imagined that this old man would be crazy to such an extent. He was actually willing to risk his own life to make Xiao Yang pay the price. However, in Xiao Yang's eyes, this crazy action of the old man turned into a sneer of ridicule. In the next instant, Xiao Yang's body suddenly flashed and he appeared in front of the old man. With a flip of his palm, he was about to ruthlessly smash his palm onto the old man's head. However, in the next instant, the old man started to madly laugh. His distorted face was filled with a sinister expression. His two arms suddenly hugged Xiao Yang, wanting to lock him in his embrace and perish together with him. "Ha ha ha ha. Die, die. If I die, you'll die with me. Ha 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 ha. Kimpi. Die. Sure, but you should die alone. If you want me to die, you're still a little too inexperienced." Xiao Yang laughed mockingly when he heard this. His expression was cold as he raised his hand. A turbulent spiritual strength gathered in his palm. Immediately, it violently smashed toward the old man's head. Xiao Yang's expression was cold. Heavenly Hand. Extinguish. Heaven rank soul skill, Heavenly Hand. It was specialized in causing harm to the soul. With Xiao Yang's current soul realm, its might was even more frightening. With a single palm strike, the old man's soul was forcibly shattered. At the same time, the berserk Do Qi within his body instantly turned into nothingness. It rapidly dissipated and merged with the heaven and earth. At this moment, another 8-star half-martial emperor had died by Xiao Yang's hands. After dealing with the embroidered-gowned old man, Xiao Yang leaped and arrived before the remaining two 8-star half-martial emperors. At this moment, the two of them had already lost all their will to fight. They were only waiting for Xiao Yang to come and collect their corpses. Seeing the ashen faces of the two 8-star half-martial emperors, Xiao Yang's pale face relaxed. No matter what, facing 6 8-star half-martial emperors by himself was still too difficult for him. Xiao Yang didn't even dare to imagine what he would do if the two of them didn't lose their will to fight and instead fought with their lives on the line. However, what made Xiao Yang feel fortunate was that the two of them didn't do that. Kai, the sound of rushing wind appeared once again. Xiao Yang's face was filled with difficulty as he held the hilt of the ruler with both hands. He raised the heavy Shen ruler in his hand high in the air, intending to give the two of them a final blow and finish off this trouble in one go. However, things did not go as planned. Just as Xiao Yang was about to attack, Jiu Yu's voice suddenly sounded in Xiao Yang's heart. "Xiao Yang, be careful. Someone is heading this way. Moreover, it is very likely that they are coming for you." Jiu Yu's sudden words caused Xiao Yang's expression to involuntarily become startled. He only recovered after a while and coldly laughed in his heart. With the Northern King and Xiao Jin around, he did not need to be afraid as long as the other party was not a Do Di. So be it if they came. At the very most, he would just have to fight another round. Xiao Yang calmed his heart as he thought of this in his heart. He replied to Jiyu, Elder Jiyu, it seems that my life is worth quite a lot. Old Jiyu, it seems that my life is quite valuable. For the sake of the 4 great sects, there are actually so many people chasing after me. If they want to come, then come. It's just another fight. Jiyu seemed to be aware of Xiao Yang's thoughts. He softly snorted upon hearing this and spoke in a deep voice. What? Have you become so bold after dealing with a few small fries? The other party is a do di. Don't tell me that you want to go up and fight. What? The expression on Xiao Yang's face changed after he let out an exclamation. It was unexpected that a do di class expert had been alerted because of him. Chapter 400. It was fine if it was an ordinary ban di. However, if it was a true elite do di, forget about the current weakened state Xiao Yang was in. Even if he was at his peak with the Northern King and Xiao Jin, it was impossible for them to be a match for the other party. From the looks of it, Xiao Yang could only temporarily withdraw. Old Jiyu, do you know the exact level of that fellow's strength? Xiao Yang's expression was grave as he asked Jiyu in his heart. A 2-star do di. He is only stronger than that Zhongyi from Green Jade City. The grave expression on Xiao Yang's face became a little more solemn when he heard this. Even his hand, which was holding the heavy Shen ruler, involuntarily loosened. His throat rolled as Xiao Yang suddenly withdrew the enormous ruler in his hand. He stored it into his storage ring. His eyes were sharp as he looked at the 2 8-star ban di in front of him, who were at a loss. Get lost. The 2 people in front of Xiao Yang appeared a little absent-minded after the word get lost was shouted. They had suddenly returned to reality from the gates of hell. This caused them to involuntarily feel as though they were dreaming. Could it be that the Xiao Yang in front of them was merely a figment of their imagination? The 2 of them looked at each other and smiled. However, their smiles appeared bitter. They continued to stand in the same spot without moving. It was as though they were waiting for this dream to end. I will say it once more. Get lost. Otherwise, you will die. Xiao Yang involuntarily frowned when he saw this. His mouth suddenly emitted a furious cry. A frightening killing intent suddenly spread from his body and descended into the hearts of the 2 in front of him. The expressions of the 2 8-star ban di, Xiao Yang, suddenly changed when they sensed this dark and cold killing intent. Only then did they react. The Xiao Yang in front of them was not an illusion. The words from his mouth were also real. This sudden turn of events caused the 2 8-star half-martial emperors to be stunned. When Xiao Yang let out a furious snort and the heavenly flame within his body surged out, the 2 half-martial emperors scrambled to their feet. Without even looking back, they rapidly fled into the distance. Xiao Yang finally exhaled a deep breath of air a long while later. The burning heavenly flame over his body gradually scattered, revealing a pale-faced Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang rejoiced in his heart as he eyed the direction in which the 2 of them had left. It was fortunate that he had not told them where he was really going when he was talking nonsense with them earlier. Otherwise, if they were to spread the news, it was likely that Xiao Yang would not be able to have a peaceful journey. Elder Bone, how long do you think it will take for that fellow to catch up to us? After regaining his senses, Xiao Yang once again focused his attention on the important matter at hand. Jiyu pondered for a moment when he heard Xiao Yang's words. Then, under Xiao Yang's heavy gaze, he slowly spoke. I estimate that he will reach this place in less than an hour. Xiao Yang's expression was extremely grave as he nodded. After which, he inhaled a deep breath of air and withdrew his eyes. As he looked at the surrounding space, a pity involuntarily rose in his heart. Forget it. Since I cannot avoid this trouble, let me do something else first. After all of this happened because of me. It is better for me to resolve this trouble. Xiao Yang sighed softly. He waved his hand and an emerald green heavenly flame rose from his hand. The instant this heavenly flame rose, a medicinal fragrance that seeped into one's heart turned into a warm fog that rose, causing the injuries on the surface of Xiao Yang's body to recover at this moment. Xiao Yang's heart involuntarily relaxed when he sensed the rich life aura within this heavenly flame. This heavenly flame was ranked 5th on the heavenly flame ranking. It was known as the Flame of Longevity, the Life Spirit Flame. The Life Spirit Flame could allow its wielder to possess an extremely long lifespan that was not inferior to some ancient magical beasts. As long as one threw medicinal seeds into it, one would be able to obtain an endless supply of medicinal ingredients. It was an excellent heavenly flame in the hearts of alchemists. Xiao Yang was able to easily restore the shattered space. However, Xiao Yang was unable to do anything about the destroyed mountain range below. Fortunately, with the help of the heavenly flame, Xiao Yang was able to save himself a lot of trouble. Under the effect of the life spirit flame, the endless space was restored to its original appearance within a short moment. Even though the mountain range below had disappeared, it was replaced by an emerald basin that was even more lush than before. It was likely that this place would become an excellent training ground in the hearts of some cultivators soon. While Xiao Yang was restoring the space, on the other side, the 2 8-star half-martial emperors who were hastily fleeing did not notice at all that there was an even more frightening existence flying towards them in the direction they were fleeing. TSK, 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 TSK. What happened to the two of you? Grand 8-star half-martial emperors were actually beaten to such a sorry state by Xiao Yang. This is truly not something an 8-star half-martial emperor should do. Right at the moment when the 2 8-star half-martial emperors were frantically fleeing, a strange, sinister laugh sounded from an unknown location in the world. The two of them were startled. Their rapidly fleeing figures suddenly froze in midair. Only then did they react. They swept their gazes around their surroundings. However, they did not see a single person. To be able to perfectly conceal one's tracks before the auras of 2 8-star half-martial emperors, this person's strength was either as heaven-defying as Xiao Yang's or far surpassed theirs. May I know who your distinguished self is? Could it be that you've also come for Xiao Yang? If that's the case, perhaps the two of us might be able to show you the way. At this moment, that black-gowned old man's heart was beating extremely violently. His intuition told him that this mysterious person who had just spoken might be much more frightening than he had imagined. TSK, 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 what you've said is correct. This highness has indeed come for Xiao Yang. Hearing how the mysterious person addressed him, the black-gowned old man's heart became incomparably serious. Just from how the mysterious person addressed him, one could tell that this person was most definitely a person of high status. His status was definitely not something that ordinary half-martial emperors could compare to. However, right at the moment when the black-gowned old man was about to speak, that mysterious person laughed strangely once again. He continued, however, there's no need for you to show me the way. Instead, with your cultivations, you've cultivated for most of your lives. Yet, you're actually unable to even take care of a 5-star half-martial emperor. I truly have no idea how the two of you managed to survive until now. You. Hearing those words, the 8-star half-martial emperor beside the black-gowned old man was about to explode in anger. However, he was forcibly suppressed by the black-gowned old man. His gaze indicated that the mysterious person's strength was not weak. Only then did the 8-star half-martial emperor resentfully retrieve his dense gaze. TSK, TSK, none of that is important. What's important is that I will take care of Xiao Yang for the two of you and avenge you. Following a burst of strange laughter, a pitch-black fog suddenly surged around the 2 8-star half-martial emperors, enveloping the two of them within it. Who are you? What are you planning to do? Noticing the black fog surrounding them, the two of them were immediately alarmed. They had a very bad feeling in their hearts. At the same time as they shouted angrily, the do-chi within their bodies rapidly surged out and ruthlessly bombarded the strange fog surrounding them. TSK, 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 TSK. Since I've taken revenge for the two of you, then as the price, you too shall pay with your lives. Right after those words left his mouth, the black fog suddenly surged. Strange gurgling noises sounded from within the fog. It was as if there were malicious spirits from the underworld. It was extremely frightening. Bang, bang, bang. The two of them fought back with all their might. They seemed to be trying to disperse the black fog. However, the result was not as easy as they had imagined. Even though the two of them had given their all, the black fog remained indifferent. TSK, TSK, TSK. Truly naive. No one has ever been able to escape from the people that I want to kill. As the sinister and strange laughter sounded once again, the black fog surged and gradually became as viscous as liquid. After that, as the liquid gradually wiggled, it actually formed many black skulls that pounced toward the two people within the black fog to bite them. Ah! Roars shook the sky. Then, they gradually became hoarse, until they were completely silent. Only after the ruined scene before his eyes was restored did Xiao Yang retrieve the heavenly flame. He turned his gaze and looked toward the northern sky. He was already able to faintly sense that there was an extremely frightening aura flying toward his current location. Chapter 401. Even though Xiao Yang could vaguely sense the aura of that elite Do Di, his face remained calm. From Xiao Yang's point of view, rather than wasting time with a solemn heart, it was better to seize this short moment and allow himself to recover some of his strength as soon as possible. Perhaps this way, he would be able to retain some strength when facing the imminent danger. Moreover, Xiao Yang still had Guyu, his greatest trump card, within his body. He believed that Guyu would not simply stand by and watch if he really ended up in a life-and-death situation. Hence, Xiao Yang did not have any reason to give up on this opportunity until now. Xiao Yang looked down at the sea of trees that was filled with life from the empty space. He inhaled a deep breath of the fresh air and sensed the cool breeze that blew past his ear. Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes. He flipped his hand and a long-sized medicinal pill appeared in his palm. Without any hesitation, Xiao Yang swallowed it in one gulp. The moment the medicinal pill entered his mouth, it turned into a warm energy that followed Xiao Yang's throat and swiftly entered his body. It recovered the strength that Xiao Yang had lost. Xiao Yang once again exhaled after the medicinal pill entered his body. After which, he crossed his legs and sat in the empty space. He waved his hand and the storage ring on his finger flashed. The Northern King instantly appeared beside Xiao Yang to protect him. After doing all this, Xiao Yang formed a training seal with both of his hands. He tossed aside all distracting thoughts and began to refine the medicinal pill in his body. Guyu, who was within Xiao Yang's body, involuntarily felt gratified for Xiao Yang when he saw this. Remaining calm in the face of danger was the mentality that an expert should possess. Xiao Yang had done very well on this point. Adding his heaven-defying training speed, Xiao Yang would definitely become a great person in the future. Huff huff, a gentle breeze swept over the place. It turned into a rising and falling wave over the vast sea of trees that swept into the distance. The sun was high up in the sky, and there were no clouds in the sky for thousands of miles. The azure sky combined with the verdant world below made the world seem full of vitality. It was as if this was a new world in the human world, a leisurely world that had yet to be set foot on by living creatures. However, if one were to take a closer look, one would discover that there was a black dot that did not match this empty world that was filled with life. It caused this carefree world to have a different and strange feeling. In the void, Xiao Yang sat cross-legged. His hands formed a cultivation seal, and the flame tactics within his body rapidly circulated. Above Xiao Yang's head, a huge energy vortex was formed. The energy of heaven and earth was rapidly sucked into it. Under the refinement of the mysterious flame within Xiao Yang's body, the Do Qi within Xiao Yang's body was gradually restored. Time quietly flowed by during this rapid swallowing and refinement. At a certain moment, the originally cloudless azure sky was covered by a cluster of dark black fog. The black fog filled the sky, and the entire sky was gradually covered by this black fog. The rising sun lost its light, and the world became dark. Only at this moment did Xiao Yang slowly exit his training mode. His tightly shut eyes slowly opened, and a sharp golden light suddenly shot out from within his dark black eyes. When Xiao Yang saw the black fog that filled the sky for the first time, the expression on his face involuntarily changed. This strange black fog gave him an extremely bad premonition. At the same time, it also caused Xiao Yang to feel a little suspicious of the person who had come. TSK. Xiao Yang, this chief has been waiting for you for a whole 10 years. Suddenly, a strange laughter faintly sounded in the sky. It was just like a ferocious ghost that had come from hell. It was extremely horrifying. Upon hearing this familiar tone, Xiao Yang was instantly certain that the other party was definitely the person from the middle region of the origin martial continent, the so-called Ghost Temple sect. This chief. Looks like you are the same as the third hall master from before. You are also a hall master level person. Xiao Yang's expression was icy cold. His eyes were ice cold as he spoke. TSK, 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 you are right. However, this chief is not someone that trash can compare with. This chief is the first hall master. Who exactly are all of you? The Ghost Temple sect was established by the members of the Han clan. Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes. A flame flickered within his dark black eyes. His icy cold eyes shot towards the dark black fog in the sky. He had always treated the members of the Han clan coldly. If he could kill them, he would definitely not let a single one of them off. Xiao Yang truly hated the Han clan to the core. The dark black fog in the sky churned upon hearing this. Soon after, that dark and stern strange laughter was once again emitted. TSK, 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 TSK. Han clan. This is really a distant name. It is already in the past. Let it be. Now, we are called the Ghost Temple sect. We. Xiao Yang's eyes hardened. From the looks of it, there were still quite a number of enemies that he would have to face in the future. However, until this moment, the thing that caused him to feel uncertain in his heart was how this group of people knew of his identity. Moreover, they were able to be so clear about him. TSK, 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 it seems that you have many questions in your heart. In that case, why don't you return with this chief? At that time, there will naturally be someone who will answer all of your questions. The black fog churned as the strange laughter continued. It was just like the screech of a ferocious ghost, causing one to feel irritated. Heh! If I really go back with you, I'm afraid that only death awaits me. Xiao Yang involuntarily laughed upon hearing this. Although the latter was extremely familiar with him, he also had a deep understanding of these things that were neither human nor ghost. TSK, TSK, that's right. We have never given the members of the Xiao clan a chance to live. Coincidentally, it is the same for me. I will not show any mercy to all of you. Kai, Xiao Yang let out a cold cry. He suddenly waved his sleeve and the heavy Shen ruler once again appeared. A sharp rushing wind sound appeared as the huge ruler was pointed at the cluster of thick black fog in the sky. At the same time, the Northern King beside Xiao Yang took a step forward with an ice-cold expression. An invisible aura spread from its body, causing the surrounding empty space to become quiet. TSK, TSK, Xiao Yang, you are merely a bandai. Don't tell me that you wish to fight with a dodi. Even with this puppet around, it is merely a matter of a slap. The strange laughter was once again emitted. His words were filled with ridicule and ridicule. Ha, this is not the first time that I have done such a thing. Don't tell me that all of you still don't understand. Xiao Yang merely revealed a cold smile in the face of this. His eyes were dense as he stared at the cluster of black fog in the sky. His tone was calm as he laughed. Moreover, who told you that I only have a puppet? Xiao Yang's body suddenly emitted a bright golden lightning glow after his voice sounded. It shot toward the sky. The golden light filled the sky, transforming into a golden lightning pillar that penetrated the sky. At the same time, an earth-shaking dragon roar was emitted in a vast and mighty manner. It caused the dark black fog in the sky to scatter at this moment, revealing the clear sky and rising sun above the black fog. Huh! The black fog involuntarily let out a surprised cry when it saw this scene. It had actually not sensed Xiao Jin, who had appeared at this moment. This involuntarily caused it to feel a little strange in its heart. At the same time, the dragon roar was emitted after the golden lightning shot into the sky. It shook the sky and the earth. At a certain spot in the Shilin region, the expression of an old man suddenly hardened. His gaze swiftly turned and looked in the direction where Xiao Yang was located. At this very moment, golden light actually flickered in his pair of muddy old eyes, revealing a look of pleasant surprise. Chapter 402. Black fog spread over the vast sky. It was just like a dark black thundercloud. However, a strange humming sound was occasionally emitted from it, causing one to shudder despite not feeling cold. At this moment, Xiao Yang was holding a heavy ruler in his hand under the black mass of fog. The Northern King and Xiao Jin were standing beside him. Two powerful auras spread from their bodies, resisting the frightening Do-Di pressure that came from the sky. TSK, 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 TSK. Xiao Yang, I heard that you had consecutively received an attack from two 8-star Do-Di half a year ago. Today, this chief wants to see if you really possess that kind of strength. The frightening Do-Di pressure that permeated the sky suddenly disappeared after these words sounded. Soon after, the black fog churned and a strong masked figure slowly stepped out of the black fog. Come, make your move. Let this chief see just what is so special about Xiao Yang, who is known by everyone in our ghost slaughter gate. The face under the mask revealed a ferocious smile. The strong human figure placed one of his hands behind his back while the other hand was slowly raised. He curled his hand and extended a finger to beckon Xiao Yang as he spoke with a smile. The expression on Xiao Yang's face immediately became gloomy when he saw this scene. Xiao Jin by the side also emitted a low roar that contained some anger from its mouth. It was likely that no one would be able to accept such a disdainful action, much less Xiao Yang, who had an arrogant character. 7-layered sky-breaking ruler. 1 ruler. Although the actions and tone of this first hall chief appeared a little arrogant, at the same time, Xiao Yang clearly understood that he did indeed possess the capital to be arrogant. The strength of a 2-star Do-Di allowed him to look down on any Ban-Di. Even though he was currently not someone an ordinary Ban-Di could compare with, this was the truth. Even he was unable to refute it. It was also because of this that Xiao Yang did not dare to be careless in his heart. The little Do-Chi that had just recovered in his body crazily surged out from his palm and poured into the huge ruler in his hand. The magnificent heavenly flame gushed out from every pore on Xiao Yang's body and quickly covered Xiao Yang's entire body. Even the dark heavy buster sword in his hand was wrapped in it. Ha! Xiao Yang's face was cold. He suddenly shouted and performed the sky extinction step. Then, his body turned into a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the first palace master. Xiao Yang's silhouette appeared. He raised his giant ruler high above his head. Mystical flames rose from it, spreading out a terrifyingly high temperature that burned the heavens and the earth. TSK, TSK. Sky extinction steps. Is this the thing that even the 4 great sects are envious of? It really lives up to its reputation. Seeing Xiao Yang's frightening speed, the first palace master could not help but sigh in surprise. However, he immediately sneered again and said, "Unfortunately, you are ultimately just a Ban-Di. You are still completely useless in front of this first palace master." Only after the cold laughter sounded did the first palace master slowly open his hand. His 5 fingers were flat as Do-Chi churned within his palm. At the same time, a dark black fog swiftly churned and agglomerated above Xiao Yang's head, agglomerating into an enormous palm. Compared to it, Xiao Yang appeared as tiny as an ant. What? Xiao Yang's heart was suddenly startled when he saw this scene. He understood the strength of an elite Do-Di. However, he did not expect that such a frightening strength could be agglomerated with a flip of his hand. TSK, 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 TSK. Xiao Yang, this first palace master will let you understand just how big of a gap there is between a Ban-Di and a Do-Di. Remember, this first palace master will not hold back like those fools. TSK, 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 TSK. Seeing the grave expression that surfaced on Xiao Yang's face, the corner of the first palace master's mouth under his mask was lifted even higher. Just as his words left his mouth, the enormous palm above Xiao Yang's head suddenly fell toward Xiao Yang. The instant the palm fell, the space below suddenly collapsed. A frightening wind pressure violently pressed on Xiao Yang's head, causing his body, which was floating in the air, to sink a little. Xiao Yang's heart was incomparably solemn as he sensed the frightening energy that was transmitted from above his head. He could only go all out when faced with such an attack. Otherwise, it was likely that just this attack alone would be enough to seriously injure him. With this thought in his mind, the Do-Chi within the vortex in Xiao Yang's body suddenly poured out. It flowed freely through his chi paths and poured into the enormous ruler in his hand. Under this crazy pouring of Do Qi by Xiao Yang, the heavenly flame on the heavy Shen ruler in his hand rose and shone even brighter. The heavenly flame rose and soared with the wind. In merely an instant, the beautiful heavenly flame was like an enormous palm leaf fan that stood between the sky and the earth. Following the simultaneous wave of Xiao Yang's hands, 7 brilliant ruler lights shot out one after another. Finally, they agglomerated into a shocking 100,000 feet long ruler light. It appeared as though it wanted to split the world into two as it violently smashed toward the enormous palm. TSK, your aura is not bad. Unfortunately, it is just a mere appearance. You can only blame yourself for being too weak. TSK, break. Seeing this, the first palace master laughed mockingly. His extended hand suddenly tightened. At the same time, the enormous palm that was descending toward Xiao Yang's had suddenly accelerated at this moment. Immediately, it violently clenched together. Kai, following a kai sound, a grayish-black fog rose. After which, it slowly scattered in the empty space. Seeing this scene, the first palace master's brows, which were covered under the mask, involuntarily knit together. He seemed to have underestimated this move of Xiao Yang's. If it was just the 7-layered sky-breaking ruler, it was merely SOSO in the eyes of a 2-star Do Di despite being a true High-Man-class Do technique. However, the difference was that Xiao Yang had used a heavenly flame. A heavenly flame was after all the most wild and violent energy in the world. Even though the heavenly flame on Xiao Yang's body was only a seed flame, the strength of the heavenly flame was definitely not as simple as it appeared. Under the burning of the heavenly flame, the black fog did not appear to display the strength that it should have in front of the heavenly flame despite the strength of his enormous palm. Perhaps due to some reason, it was also because of this that the 7-layered sky-breaking ruler was able to display its might in front of this 2-star Do Di and forcefully penetrated an enormous hole in the palm. Cough, ha, looks like a 2-star Do Di is merely SOSO. After revealing himself, Xiao Yang's face was filled with ridicule as he looked at the first palace master. Even though he had temporarily gained an advantage by borrowing the strength of the heavenly flame, Xiao Yang had still suffered quite a serious injury from the enormous palm. At this moment, Xiao Yang's face, which had just recovered its rosiness, had once again turned pale. A thread of blood helplessly hung from the corner of his mouth. Even though this was the case, the thing that caused Xiao Yang to feel joy in his heart was that during the collision earlier, he seemed to have discovered that his heavenly flame possessed quite a great suppressive ability against this fellow's strange black fog. This discovery really caused Xiao Yang's heart to be filled with joy. If his heavenly flame was really able to suppress the members of the Hun clan, he would no longer need to be afraid that they would come looking for him when he obtained other heavenly flames in the future. So what if it is a heavenly flame? It is useless in front of absolute strength. The first palace master involuntarily snorted coldly after having seen through the thoughts in Xiao Yang's heart. He flipped his hand and a frightening energy swiftly agglomerated in his palm, causing the surrounding empty space to involuntarily form circular ripples. At the same time, an extremely frightening energy aura swiftly spread from his palm. Underworld Demon Palm. Chapter 403. As the cry sounded, the first palace master's palm violently smashed toward Xiao Yang. Instantly, the space in front of him began to churn violently like the surface of a lake where a huge rock had been thrown. Circular wave-like spatial waves swept out in all directions. At the same time, dark black Do Qi swiftly gathered in the first palace master's palm. It gradually condensed into a dark black bone claw that was tightly attached to the first palace master's palm. Following the slight movement of the first palace master's palm, the surrounding space was mercilessly torn apart. Underworld Demon Palm, a high human rank Do skill. It is the skill that made me famous. Xiao Yang, you are lucky to be defeated by this move of mine. TSK. The first palace master sneered and stared coldly at Xiao Yang. The bone claw in his hand mercilessly smashed toward Xiao Yang. Seeing the bone claw coming toward him, the serious expression on Xiao Yang's face became even more intense. With a flip of his palm, the heavy Shen ruler was temporarily stored in his storage ring. At the same time, with a thought, A terrifying spiritual strength immediately swarmed out from between his eyebrows. Between the heavens and the earth, threads of dark black Great Tao energy swiftly gathered toward Xiao Yang. When the Great Tao cloak condensed on the surface of Xiao Yang's body, the latter's face involuntarily turned pale. Using the Six Paths tent was already extremely exhausting for Xiao Yang. Now that he had once again condensed the Great Tao energy, even though Xiao Yang's spiritual strength was not weak, it was still difficult for him to support it. Even though he had condensed the Great Tao cloak, the seriousness in Xiao Yang's heart did not decrease in the slightest. Although they were both high human rank Do skills, the difference between a half-emperor and a Do Di was like two polar extremes. Faced with a high human rank Do skill that was used by a Do Di, even Xiao Yang's seven-layered sky-breaking ruler would find it difficult to be a match. Moreover, after the previous wave of exhaustion, the remaining Do Qi in Xiao Yang's body could only allow him to use the seven-layered sky-breaking ruler once. Once he used it, Xiao Yang would enter a low point. At that time, he would not have any ability to retaliate against the first palace master. Damn it! Let's fight! Xiao Yang's expression was ferocious as he sensed the frightening wind that was heading his way. Both of his hands suddenly waved and all the remaining Do Qi in his body poured out. A heavenly flame gushed out and crazily agglomerated between his palms. Buddha's fury. Samsara. Just as the bone claw was about to reach him, Xiao Yang suddenly let out an earth-shaking roar. He also threw out a vicious punch with his palm. In his palm, a rapidly rotating flaming wheel suddenly glowed brightly. Soon after, the black spot in the middle of the wheel flickered slightly. In the blink of an eye, a thick pitch-black light pillar suddenly shot out from within and ruthlessly clashed with the bone claw. Boom! The earth-shaking rumble transformed into an invisible storm that swept across the vast sky. It only gradually stopped when it reached the end of one's line of sight. After that, circles of even more terrifying energy ripples fiercely washed the entire sky. Peng peng peng! As the storm swept across, Xiao Yang and the Hall Master clashed in the middle. The expressions on their faces were completely opposite. The corner of the Hall Master's mouth lifted into an icy arc under his mask. His dark eyes were filled with ridicule. He gently stepped forward and walked toward Xiao Yang. On the other hand, Xiao Yang's Buddha's fury Samsara was continuously losing ground in front of the bone claw. The pitch-black energy light pillar was repeatedly crushed. A large part of the reason for the energy storm that had been stirred up in the sky was because of Xiao Yang's Buddha's fury Samsara that had been crushed. TSK 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 TSK. Xiao Yang, you are ultimately still too weak. In front of me, you are merely a jumping clown. You are delusional to think that you can contend with me. You really overestimate yourself. With each step the Hall Master took forward, Xiao Yang's body would be pulled back uncontrollably. Even though he tried his best to resist, it was ultimately useless. Finally, the Hall Master arrived in front of Xiao Yang. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile, revealing a row of white teeth under his mask. Bang! The Hall Master controlled the bone claw and crushed the Buddha's fury Samsara in front of Xiao Yang's horrified eyes. TSK 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 TSK. Are these all you have? You really can't withstand a single blow. Roar. The Hall Chief's mouth had just let out a cold laugh when the bone claw in his hand was suddenly extended forward. It was about to grab Xiao Yang's head. Only at this moment did Xiao Jin, who was outside the battleground between the two of them, roar furiously at the sky. Its enormous dragon body suddenly twisted in the empty air. With a swing of its dragon tail, a shocking furious lightning fell from the sky and violently smashed toward the Hall Chief. A mere half-emperor dares to act presumptuously in front of me. What a reckless bastard. The Hall Master immediately snorted coldly when he saw the golden raging thunder that was heading toward him. Immediately, the invisible void swiftly distorted under this sound. A circular invisible ripple spread and actually dissolved the golden lightning that was heading toward him. At the same time, the bone claw in his hand was about to land on Xiao Yang's head. Xiao Jin's heart immediately burned with anxiety when he saw this scene. His mouth roared furiously and his huge dragon body suddenly shot out many bright golden lights. His body suddenly twisted and a silver glow flashed. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Jin had already appeared beside Xiao Yang. His huge dragon body violently charged toward the Hall Master with the intention of blocking this attack from the Hall Master on behalf of Xiao Yang. Huh! The first Hall Master could not help but be startled when he saw Xiao Jin suddenly appear. It was likely that even he would have difficulty catching up with this kind of frightening speed. H. This bastard is really strange. Since you wish to use your life to save him, this Hall Master shall let you die first. With a cold snort, the bone claw in the Hall Master's hand mercilessly landed on Xiao Jin's body. Grug. The pitch-black bone claw was just like a sharp blade. Xiao Jin's seemingly indestructible golden dragon scales were easily torn apart by this claw. Following a miserable dragon roar, Xiao Jin's body was actually forcefully penetrated by this bone claw. Xiao Jin. The expression on Xiao Yang's face immediately hardened when he saw that Xiao Jin was seriously injured. After which, it quickly turned into a hoarse roar. Bastard, die. Xiao Yang's body moved and was about to step forward. However, he forgot that there was no do qi left in his body at this moment. Even floating in the air was extremely difficult, much less attacking. Xiao Yang's body had just moved when he involuntarily lost the ability to continue walking in the air. His body immediately fell uncontrollably toward the mountain forest below. Even at this moment, Xiao Yang did not have the mood to care about his own life. Instead, he furiously cried out and ordered the Northern King in the sky. Northern King, kill him for me. The Northern King's metal tower-like body suddenly moved upon receiving Xiao Yang's order. In an instant, it had already arrived in front of Xiao Jin. Its large metal fist was suddenly clenched and violently smashed toward the Hall Master's head. You are merely a pile of scrap metal. Get lost. The Hall Master coldly laughed in disdain when he saw the Northern King. His words carried an invisible energy that instantly sent the Northern King flying. After forcing back the Northern King, the Hall Master's eyes were filled with curiosity as he looked at Xiao Jin. The shocking speed that Xiao Jin had unleashed earlier caused even him to involuntarily feel a solemn feeling in his heart. That kind of speed was something that even he, a 2-star Do Di, was unable to achieve. Since this was the case, how did this beast in front of him, who was merely a 9-star Ban Di, achieve it? If he could find the reason and transfer that frightening speed to himself, he was confident that he would be invincible even if he faced a high-class Do Di or an even stronger opponent in the future. Additionally, there was Xiao Yang, who had an extremely special status to their ghost temple gate. Thus, he could really be said to have reaped both benefits today. TSK. It is really unexpected that not only have I captured Xiao Yang today, but I have also obtained such a good opportunity. It must be said that Xiao Yang, you are really the lucky star of this Hall Master. The smile on the first Hall Master's face under the mask became even more intense when he thought of this. His hand grabbed at the empty air and an invisible large hand was instantly agglomerated from the empty space. It grabbed Xiao Jin within it. The first Hall Master smiled cruelly. He waved his hand and a Do Qi pillar immediately shot out. It violently struck Xiao Jin's body. Immediately, its dragon scales were shattered and fresh blood dripped out. A miserable dragon roar continued to sound, reverberating throughout the sky. It caused one to feel a great amount of pain just by hearing it. The first Hall Master mercilessly tore Xiao Jin's body apart. He wanted to find the answer that he wanted to know from this body of flesh. He was completely unconcerned about Xiao Jin's life and death. However, at a certain moment, the body of the Hall Master, who was preparing to tear off one of Xiao Jin's dragon arms, suddenly trembled intensely as he stood in the air. He paused the movement of his hand and suddenly turned around. He looked at the vast sky behind him. May I know who you are? The ghost temple is doing things. Please find another way. Chapter 404. As he looked at the clear and boundless azure sky, the first palace master's face under the mask was filled with a solemn expression. His heart was also incomparably solemn. Just a moment ago, he had clearly sensed an extremely powerful aura sweep past his body. The strength of that aura caused him to have difficulty imagining exactly what level of expert the other party was. At this moment, even Jiu Yu, who was within Xiao Yang's body, had completely hidden his aura. Xiao Yang was only relying on the last threads of dou qi that he had squeezed out from his body to barely support himself in the sky. Cough cough, Xiao Yang coughed intensely. His eyes followed the direction that the first hall master was looking at. There was not even a single person in the vast sky. How could there be someone there? However, just as Xiao Yang was about to question Ji Yu with a heart filled with doubt, he discovered that he had completely lost contact with Ji Yu. Ji Yu seemed to have suddenly disappeared into thin air, causing Xiao Yang to feel surprised. Xiao Yang seemed to have thought of something when he once again looked at the sky. The expression on his face changed once again. It should be known that Ji Yu had never hidden his aura even when facing old Luo's group. Today, however, he had decisively severed all contact with Xiao Yang. It was not difficult to imagine just what level of expert this person that the first hall master had mentioned was. The first hall master's face was grave as he looked at the distant sky. Cold sweat involuntarily flowed down his forehead under the mask. The sweat followed his face and rolled down to his chin. Ghost Hall? Ha ha, what an arrogant aura. It was a long while later before a faint laughter was slowly emitted from the sky. The laughter was old and calm, and it did not contain the slightest emotion. However, the thing that caused the first palace master's expression to change was that the temperature around him had actually instantly dropped the moment this laughter sounded. It was so much so that he could clearly see some fine ice shards in his eyes. Seeing this scene, even Xiao Yang involuntarily felt shocked, let alone the first hall master. It was hard to imagine just how terrifying this mysterious person's strength was to be able to affect the temperature of the world with just a single sentence. Ghost Palace is handling matters. Unrelated people should not disturb us. Your Excellency, please leave, otherwise, even though the first palace master knew that the other party was a super expert whose strength far exceeded his own, he still braced himself and spoke. The moment he opened his mouth, he brought up the Ghost Palace in front of him. He believed that with the Ghost Palace's reputation on the continent, anyone who knew about it would avoid it. But, hey, otherwise what? Hearing that, the aged voice sounded once again. This time, the words that sounded were filled with sneer and disdain towards the Ghost Palace. You. Hearing this, the first hall master's face could not help but change slightly. He was just about to shout angrily, but when he thought of the other party's terrifying strength, he did not dare to say anything. Instead, after hesitating for a moment, he hardened his heart and opened his mouth again. Looks like you sincerely want to become enemies with my Ghost Palace. Mph, Ghost Palace when you open your mouth. Why? Do you really think that the entire continent belongs to your Ghost Palace? After the soft snort sounded, an invisible energy swiftly swept toward the first hall master. Before the first hall master could dodge, it violently landed on his chest. Grug. With a grug sound, the first hall master suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His feet staggered back over 10 steps before he managed to stabilize his body. His face was filled with horror as he looked at the sky. I am the Ghost Palace Master. By injuring me today, you have something to do with the Ghost Palace. Get lost. You are merely a branch hall master. What is there to be arrogant in your words? Forget about you. Even if the true hall master of your Ghost Palace was here today, it would still be useless. Before the first hall master's voice sounded, the mysterious old man suddenly let out a cold snort. The invisible energy once again sent him flying 10,000 feet away. Grug. As his throat rolled, the face of the first hall master instantly turned swollen red. After which, a large mouthful of fresh blood was involuntarily spat out. After the fresh blood was spat out, the face of the first hall master under the mask swiftly turned ghastly white. His pair of shady old eyes were filled with horror. Only at this moment did he truly see clearly that the words spoken by this mysterious expert were likely true. If he were to stubbornly insist on doing things his way and use the name of the Ghost Palace to force the latter back, it was likely that the latter would end up harming him. The first hall master inhaled a deep breath of air. It was a long while later before he once again opened his mouth. This time around, his tone lacked the arrogance from before. Over half of the turbulent black-colored fog around his body had also been withdrawn. Good, good, good. Your strength is extremely great and I am indeed speechless. I will remember today's matter. In the future. You really speak a lot of nonsense. Get lost. The expression on the first hall master's face under the mask became slightly dull when he heard this. The muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched involuntarily. Even though fury rose in his heart, he did not dare to voice it out. After all, up until this moment, this mysterious expert had yet to reveal himself. Even so, he was still able to injure him quite badly. It was not difficult to imagine just what kind of terrifying existence this mysterious person was. The first hall master turned around unwillingly. His eyes revealed a reluctance to part as he looked at Xiao Jin, whose body was covered in blood and flesh. The greed deep within his eyes had yet to disappear. However, due to the person behind me, I only have the intention but not the guts. The first hall master could clearly sense that there was a pair of sharp eyes staring at him from behind. He did not doubt that if he dared to have any thoughts about Xiao Jin by the side, the latter would mercilessly use just a gaze to kill him. Unwillingly, the first hall master clenched his teeth. His gaze turned and instantly landed on Xiao Yang, who was floating in the air below. From the first hall master's point of view, the reason why the mysterious expert valued Xiao Jin so much was perhaps because he had discovered that Xiao Jin's body was not ordinary. It was human nature to have a greedy heart. This was a reasonable explanation. However, Xiao Yang was different. He was an ordinary human. There was nothing special about him. Moreover, he was only a 5-star half-martial emperor. He was not worthy of the attention of an expert. Since that was the case, the latter should not care too much if he wanted to take Xiao Jin away. After descending, the first hall master was lifted up by Xiao Yang's hand as he struggled helplessly. The first hall master then turned around and cupped his hands towards the person behind him. He was about to leave. That mysterious expert did not seem to have any intention of stopping him. This caused the first hall master to inwardly sigh in relief. However, roar, although that mysterious expert did not care, it did not mean that Xiao Jin did not care about Xiao Yang. Seeing that Xiao Yang was about to be taken away, Xiao Jin, who was already heavily injured, started to struggle violently once again. Xiao Jin's injured body forcibly turned around and rushed towards the first hall master. Unfortunately, Xiao Jin's injuries were not shallow. After struggling for a long time, he could only add to his injuries and was unable to save Xiao Yang. This bastard, he truly deserves to die. Seeing that Xiao Jin had started to struggle again, the first hall master's heart could not help but tighten. He cursed in his heart and wanted to quickly leave with Xiao Yang. Stop. The first hall master let out a soft cry. Even though his heart wished that he could ignore Xiao Yang, turn around, and flee, he still helplessly stopped. He slowly turned his body around. His hand, which was holding Xiao Yang, was unwilling to relax even a little. This old man does not wish to say any more. You should understand what I mean. The aged voice was still very calm. However, within this calmness, there was an additional meaning that did not allow for any rebuttal. Haha, I do not know what you mean by these words, swoosh. Before his voice sounded, an incomparably sharp rushing wind sound suddenly sounded in the sky. A dochi pillar in the empty air violently shot toward the first hall master with lightning-like momentum. Although this attack appeared ordinary, the first hall master's expression suddenly changed drastically the moment the sound was transmitted over. It was likely that he would not be able to block this attack even if he were to put everything he had on the line. This junior understands. I will release him now. I will take my leave. The first hall master released his hand and turned around to flee. The mask on his face had also fallen because of his momentary fear, revealing an old face that was filled with wrinkles under the mask. However, at this moment, this old face was filled with fear. Kai. The instant the first hall master turned around, the dochi pillar also brushed close to his left face and swiftly flew past. The sharp wind tore half of his face into a bloody mess, revealing his high cheekbones under his skin. Even half of his eyeballs were exposed to the air. At the same time, his left ear and the skin around it were also torn apart. The intense pain had nearly covered his consciousness. However, in the end, the first hall master still forcefully endured and swiftly fled from this place. It was only at this moment that Xiao Yang finally sighed in relief. Soon after, however, the expression on his face became even more solemn. First, he had finished off the fox. At this moment, he had sent away the tiger. At this moment, there was still an even more ferocious lion in front of him. If he did not handle this properly, it was likely that Xiao Yang would be similarly in danger. Before knowing the true intention of the other party, one should not easily believe anything. After all, this was human nature. Only benefits would be the reason why they would act. Otherwise, who would care about the life and death of a 5-star half-emperor? Chapter 405. Following the departure of the Lord Palace Master, the world returned to its original appearance, and the oppressive atmosphere that enveloped the world also dissipated. Even so, Xiao Yang, who was standing in the sky, still did not reveal the slightest bit of a relaxed expression. Looking at Xiao Jin, who had once again turned into a small snake and coiled in front of him, Xiao Yang could not help but reveal a trace of pity in his eyes, and a monstrous fury rose in his heart. Although Little Gold had shrunk its body, the injuries that it had suffered did not reduce at all. Its body, which was originally covered in golden glowing dragon scales, had been replaced by bright red fresh blood at this moment. Numerous penetrating wounds covered its entire body, giving it an extremely miserable appearance. Along the way, Xiao Jin had suffered countless injuries because of Xiao Yang, and he had almost lost his life every time. For Xiao Yang, Xiao Jin could even give up his life, but he could only helplessly watch as those who had injured Xiao Jin safely left. This made Xiao Yang furious in his heart, and at the same time, he hated himself for being weak. He had originally thought that after stepping into his current level, he would be able to protect the people he wanted to protect. However, he did not expect that along the way, his body would be covered in wounds, and even his only family member, Xiao Jin, was unable to protect him. Only at this moment did he truly feel how weak he was. As long as he did not reach the peak, he would never be able to call himself an expert, nor would he be able to protect his loved ones. With that thought in mind, Xiao Yang's hands, which were hidden under his sleeves, could not help but tremble as he clenched them tightly. In his mind, the faces of Jian Ming and the others appeared one by one, and finally, the Lord Palace Master. The faces of these people had already been deeply engraved in his mind. In the future, as long as these people did not die, they would become nightmares that would bind Xiao Yang for the rest of his life. However, just as the anger in Xiao Yang's heart was rising, a white-haired, kind-looking old man dressed in a golden robe appeared in the air a few meters in front of Xiao Yang without any warning. The moment the old man appeared, Xiao Yang also quickly regained his senses. He quickly raised his gaze, and a solemn expression gradually surfaced on his pale face. After a moment, Xiao Yang hurriedly cupped his fists towards the old man, and said respectfully, "Junior Xiao Yang, thank you senior for saving me just now." The moment Xiao Yang's gaze swept across the old man's face, a strange feeling flashed across his heart. The golden-robed old man merely smiled faintly in the face of this. His turbid old eyes, which were filled with the vicissitudes of life, looked deeply at Xiao Yang. Immediately, they swept over Xiao Jin, who was on Xiao Yang's shoulder. He frowned slightly before his gaze landed on Xiao Yang. "You don't have to thank this old man. If you want to thank someone, you should thank this little fellow. If it wasn't for him risking his life to save you, this old man really wouldn't have taken action." Hearing this, the expression on Xiao Yang's face could not help but be slightly startled. Immediately after, his blood-stained palm gently caressed Xiao Jin's head. His heart could not help but be moved. He smiled and said to Xiao Jin in a low voice, "Haha, little fellow, it's all thanks to you." Roar roar, hearing the words from Xiao Yang's mouth, the heavily injured Xiao Jin used his small head to rub against Xiao Yang's palm, and roared softly. Looking at Xiao Jin on his shoulder, Xiao Yang could not help but chuckle. Only then did he remember the old man in front of him. He hurriedly turned his head and looked at the old man in embroidered robes. He cupped his hands again and said, "No matter what, it's all thanks to Senior's help that Junior was able to keep his life. Junior is truly grateful for Senior's kindness." "Haha, there's no need to be grateful. However, there is one thing that this old man wants to take away." The old man gently stroked his beard with one hand and looked at Xiao Yang with a smile. His gaze once again swept over Xiao Jin as he said with a chuckle. Hearing this, Xiao Yang immediately frowned. With a thought, the Northern King immediately flew over from afar and stood beside Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang was a person who knew how to repay kindness. However, if the other party had ill intentions, he would not be polite either. When the Northern King came to his side, Xiao Yang's heart barely gained some confidence. From the eyes of this golden-robed old man, he could clearly see that the old man's intention was Xiao Jin, who was on his shoulder. Xiao Yang's heart carried some hope. His heart also hoped that he was overthinking. A couple of breaths later, Xiao Yang finally narrowed his eyes. His gaze focused on the golden-robed old man as he once again opened his mouth and spoke in a serious voice. May I know what Senior is referring to? This old man is talking about him on your left shoulder. Before Xiao Yang could finish speaking, the golden-robed old man extended a finger and pointed at Xiao Jin. Senior, this junior does not quite understand what you mean. Xiao Yang's eyes hardened. It was unexpected that this golden-robed old man really had designs on Xiao Jin. This involuntarily caused a fury to surge out of Xiao Yang's heart. Currently, Xiao Jin was his only kin. He would definitely not allow anyone to take him away from his side. Even if the other party was an ultimate expert who had surpassed the Yuan Zong, he would definitely not allow it. As Xiao Yang's thoughts fell, the Northern King in front of him moved and blocked Xiao Yang and Xiao Jin behind him. On the other hand, Xiao Yang swiftly consumed a few Emperor-tier medicinal pills and hurriedly recovered the injuries within his body as well as the Do Qi he had exhausted in the previous battle. At the same time, the little Do Qi that had temporarily recovered within his body was also completely raised by Xiao Yang. Wisps of tiny flames swayed and rose from the surface of Xiao Yang's body. This scene caused surprise to involuntarily flash across the golden-robed old man's eyes. Hey, brat, you are quite bold. You are the first person in the entire continent to raise Do Qi in front of this old man with such little strength. The golden-robed old man lifted his eyebrows slightly. He could not help but laugh softly at Xiao Yang. His tone was calm and did not contain the slightest ripple. Even so, it was sufficient to indicate the shock he felt toward Xiao Yang in his heart. The muscles on Xiao Yang's face involuntarily trembled intensely when he heard this. Overusing the Do Qi in his body was quite a big burden for him. Even so, Xiao Yang still clenched his hand in the air. He took out the heavy Shen ruler from his storage ring and held it in his hand. However, the difference was that the heavy Shen ruler, which Xiao Yang had become completely accustomed to, could not help but sink slightly the moment it entered Xiao Yang's hand. His entire face also became even paler. The golden-robed old man could not help but focus slightly when he saw the huge ruler in Xiao Yang's hand. He muttered softly in his mouth. His turbid old eyes once again stared at Xiao Yang. A shocked expression involuntarily surged out of his eyes. After a long while, the originally heavy atmosphere between heaven and earth was once again broken by the old man's kind laughter. Ha ha, all right. Keep it. You are already unable to bear the burden now. Instead of exhausting your own essence without knowing the whole story, why don't you listen to what the old man has to say? The old man believes that you will agree to let the old man take him away. Xiao Yang's eyebrows were tightly knit together. He lifted the huge ruler in his hand slightly and pointed it at the old man. His heart was repeatedly pondering. He really did not dare to be careless when facing a strong person of this level. That being said, if this golden-robed old man really had ill intentions toward Xiao Jin, it was likely that he would have already taken action and would not waste time with him here. Since the latter believed that he could convince him, he would temporarily listen to him. It could also be considered as delaying for some time and allowing him to recover some Do Qi. As he thought of this, Xiao Yang finally withdrew the heavenly flame and Do Qi that had surged out of his body in front of the friendly smile on the golden-robed old man's face. The heavy Shen ruler, however, was still held in Xiao Yang's hand without daring to relax. Chapter 406. Above the clear sky, a cool breeze blew, refreshing one's heart. The blazing sun was like fire, releasing a dazzling light that illuminated the entire world. As Xiao Yang absorbed the heavenly flame into his body, the tense atmosphere between heaven and earth also dissipated. Above the void, Xiao Yang held the heavy Shen Buster sword in his hand. He lifted his gaze and looked at the golden-robed elder opposite him. Seeing the confident expression on the other party's face, Xiao Yang could not help but frown slightly. After a few breaths, he took a deep breath, stared at the elder, and slowly said, "Since Senior says that there's another story behind this, then please tell us about it." Seeing that Xiao Yang still had a cautious expression, the golden-robed elder smiled faintly. After which, his gaze landed on Xiao Jin, who was on Xiao Yang's shoulder. Only then did he look at Xiao Yang and said, "Before that, this old man hopes that you can temporarily hand him over to this old man." Before the elder's voice faded, Xiao Yang immediately frowned. A trace of anger appeared between his brows. However, before Xiao Yang could speak, the elder's following words were like a basin of cold water that instantly extinguished the anger in Xiao Yang's heart. "This little fellow is seriously injured. If this continues, it won't be good for him." After the elder's words, Xiao Yang immediately came to his senses. He looked at Xiao Jin on his shoulder. Even with the help of the medicinal pill, Xiao Jin's injuries were too serious. Even an emperor medicinal pill would not be of much use in a short period of time. Looking at Xiao Jin on his shoulder and then looking at the golden-robed elder who had stretched out his hand, Xiao Yang still did not dare to entrust Xiao Jin to the elder without worry. Seeing this, the golden-robed elder immediately understood in his heart. He frowned slightly. His gaze was also filled with worry when he looked at Xiao Jin. After hesitating for a moment, he sighed softly and turned his gaze back to Xiao Yang. He sighed softly and said, "Fine, since you don't trust this old man doesn't mind. However, this little fellow's injuries do indeed need to be treated in time. Otherwise, it is very likely that it will have a great impact on his foundation. Judging from your aura, you should be an alchemist. How about this? This old man has a nirvana pill here. I will give it to you first. If you trust it, it is best to feed it to him. If you don't trust it, then his injuries can only be temporarily put aside." As his voice faded, the elder waved his hand gently. A ray of light immediately shot towards Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang hesitated for a moment before receiving it in his hand. Opening his palm, a jade bottle inlaid with golden patterns lay in his palm. A faint temperature was transmitted from it to Xiao Yang's palm, causing him to involuntarily raise his eyebrows slightly. The material of this jade bottle was not ordinary. It was actually able to maintain the temperature of the medicinal pill within without using any external energy, causing the medicinal pill within to be in its most perfect condition. Just from this point alone, one could tell that the identity of this old man was definitely much higher than what Xiao Yang had imagined. Casually wiping away the energy film that sealed the mouth of the bottle, a rich medicinal fragrance immediately rose from within like a cloud. It leisurely transformed in front of Xiao Yang. In the end, it actually faintly transformed into a demon phoenix. Following which, under Xiao Yang's somewhat astonished gaze, it gradually dispersed in all directions. Seeing the demon phoenix, Xiao Yang's eyes immediately focused. He never thought that this medicinal pill would actually be so magical. The medicinal fragrance that it condensed was actually able to transform into a demon phoenix. Just this point alone was enough to prove that the medicinal pill in the jade bottle was extraordinary. Moreover, from this rich medicinal fragrance, Xiao Yang could roughly guess in his heart that the grade of this medicinal pill was likely to exceed his current knowledge. Huff, taking a deep breath, Xiao Yang opened his palm and carefully poured the medicinal pill in the jade bottle into his palm. When the medicinal pill entered his hand, a faint warm feeling immediately spread. Xiao Yang focused his gaze and saw a golden medicinal pill that was emitting a faint glass golden light quietly lying in his palm. Vaguely, Xiao Yang could feel the rich medicinal power within the medicinal pill. This medicinal power was definitely not something that ordinary medicinal pills could compare to. Even an emperor-grade medicinal pill would feel like a small child in front of a great one. On the surface of the golden medicinal pill, there was a scarlet-red area. Xiao Yang carefully looked at it. This scarlet-red area's shape just so happened to be the shape of a demon phoenix. Moreover, as the scarlet-red light slowly circulated on it, the pair of wings actually seemed to be flapping, causing Xiao Yang to have a strange illusion. Under Xiao Yang's careful inspection, he seemed to have sensed a trace of a familiar aura from this medicinal pill. Demon Phoenix Bloodline. This is the Demon Phoenix bloodline of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. At this moment, the expression in Xiao Yang's eyes suddenly froze. His pale face could not help but reveal a deep shock. It was hard to imagine that the medicinal pill in front of him actually contained the power of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe's bloodline. One should know that as the supreme existence in the magical beast world, the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe also stood at the peak of the continent, even in the Yuanwu continent. Xiao Yang was also clear about the rules of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. They had strict requirements for the bloodline and corpses of their tribe members. Anyone who did not belong to the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe who obtained the Demon Phoenix bloodline would be recorded in the blacklist of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. However, the golden-robed elder before him was actually able to refine it into a medicinal pill. Based on this point, the true identity of the elder before him was likely far beyond Xiao Yang's imagination. When he saw the shocked expression on Xiao Yang's face, the golden-robed elder parted the corners of his mouth and revealed a prideful smile. It was as if he did not care about the Demon Phoenix bloodline in this medicinal pill at all. After recovering, Xiao Yang no longer hesitated and quickly fed the medicinal pill in his hand to Xiao Jin. Although this Nirvana pill was of a high tier, Xiao Yang found that its medicinal properties were extremely gentle. The wild and violent strength of the Demon Phoenix bloodline was also suppressed by another bloodline. This caused Xiao Yang's eyes to flicker. After Xiao Jin swallowed the medicinal pill, a faint golden light immediately surged out from its body and wrapped around Xiao Jin's bloodstained body. Immediately, Xiao Yang clearly saw that the wounds on Xiao Yang's body were rapidly recovering at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Although it could not completely recover, it was still several times more effective than Xiao Yang's Emperor tier medicinal pill. It was hard to imagine what grade of pill this Nirvana pill was. With such a terrifying recovery speed, the tier of this medicinal pill was at least tier 4. Xiao Yang's pale face finally revealed a reassuring smile when he saw Xiao Jin swiftly recovering from the injuries within its body. Immediately, he once again raised his head and looked at the golden-robed, old man on the other side. This time, Xiao Yang's face was no longer as solemn as before. From the actions of the golden-robed elder, the other party sincerely wanted to save Xiao Jin and did not have any ulterior motives. As such, this was enough for Xiao Yang to treat him with respect. Xiao Yang cupped his hands together and bowed to the old man. However, when the old man nodded and smiled, Xiao Yang raised his gaze. Both of his eyes focused on the latter. A glint flickered deep within his dark black pupils. He immediately opened his mouth and spoke in a serious voice. "Elder, if I have guessed correctly, Elder should be a member of the ancient Void Dragon tribe." The expression of the golden-robed, old man on the opposite side of Xiao Yang involuntarily became a little startled after his words sounded. Immediately, he opened his mouth and laughed in a non-committal manner. A pair of turbid old eyes stared at Xiao Yang. The two of them exchanged glances and had a tacit understanding. Collecting book friends. 476668761. Chapter 407. Xiao Yang had already sensed something in his heart when he first saw this golden-robed old man earlier. After all, Xiao Yang's body also contained some dragon bloodline. As long as someone from the dragon tribe was in front of him, the familiar bloodline aura would allow him to immediately sense the other party's identity. Of course, it was also possible that Xiao Yang had exhausted the strength of the Dragon Phoenix bloodline in his body earlier, causing the current Xiao Yang to vaguely sense something. Hence, his heart was uncertain about the identity of this old man. Similarly, the golden-robed old man in front of him had also sensed the trace of Dragon Phoenix bloodline in Xiao Yang's body at first glance. Moreover, he was certain that the dragon bloodline did indeed exist within Xiao Yang's body. A warmth involuntarily rose in Xiao Yang's heart after confirming the old man's identity. This kind of feeling was as though he had met his family. Xiao Yang had always had a good impression of the ancient Void Dragon tribe. This was especially the case when he thought of Zi Yang. An inexplicable feeling of pity would rise in his heart. Soon after, however, a smile had just surfaced on Xiao Yang's face when his heart seemed to have thought of something. In the blink of an eye, The smile that had just risen on his face was completely swept away. Instead, he carried an expression of some fear as he looked at the golden-robed old man. Only at this moment did Xiao Yang react. After all, this was not the Doqi continent. Although this golden-robed old man in front of him was a member of the ancient Void Dragon tribe, they had never met before. Who knew if this golden-robed old man in front of him would recognize that the bloodline within his body was not an ordinary dragon bloodline. Instead, it was the strongest dragon bloodline, the Dragon Phoenix bloodline. Once he recognized it, Xiao Yang might end up becoming enemies with him if he had evil thoughts and wanted to take it back. Putting aside the benefits that the Dragon Phoenix bloodline brought to Xiao Yang, just the fact that it was given to him by Xiao Yang meant that he would not let it be taken away so easily. If the golden-robed old man in front of him really wanted to forcefully take away the Dragon Phoenix bloodline, then Xiao Yang would definitely make the other party leave something behind even if he had to risk everything today. However, just as Xiao Yang's thoughts were in a mess, the golden-robed old man opposite him seemed to have seen through the concerns in Xiao Yang's heart. He immediately chuckled and said with a smile, "Ha ha ha, kid, do you really look down on this old man? Do you think that I am a pedantic person like those mixed-haired birds from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe? As long as you don't kill my clansmen and take them by force, I can't be bothered to take them back." As his words fell, the old man narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiao Yang with a profound gaze. Hearing this, Xiao Yang could not help but grin awkwardly. He raised his eyes to look at the golden-robed old man and felt helpless. Who asked the other party to be so powerful and a member of the ancient Void Dragon clan? In addition, the bloodline power in his body was extraordinary. Who knew if he would be tempted by wealth? It would be strange if he did not think too much about it. Noticing the gaze of the golden-robed old man, the expression on Xiao Yang's face was slightly startled. However, before Xiao Yang could speak, the golden-robed old man spoke again. "However, this old man wants to know where the Dragon Phoenix bloodline in your body came from." Before the old man finished speaking, Xiao Yang's face was suddenly shocked. He did not expect to be recognized by the golden-robed old man in the end. What Dragon Phoenix bloodline? This junior does not know what elder means. Hee, kid, don't pretend to be confused in front of this old man. Also, this old man said that I will not take it back. This old man is just curious. Why do you, a human, possess the Dragon Phoenix bloodline of my clan? This is not an ordinary thing. You should understand how important this thing is to my dragon clan. A solemn expression surfaced on the old man's face when he finished speaking. The Dragon Phoenix bloodline was too important to the ancient Void Dragon tribe. However, the power of the Dragon Phoenix bloodline had appeared in a human. No matter what, he had to know the origin of the Dragon Phoenix bloodline. This might be an opportunity for the ancient Void Dragon tribe to flourish once again. Hearing the old man's words, Xiao Yang once again relaxed. However, in the end, he still slowly shook his head under the old man's sighing gaze and said, "Sorry. This Dragon Phoenix bloodline also exists. However, this junior was lucky enough to obtain it at an auction. At that time, no one recognized it, and I happened to recognize it, so I bought it back, so." Xiao Yang helplessly spread his hands. His face was full of worry. It seemed that he was powerless to do anything about it. Hearing that the Dragon Phoenix bloodline was actually obtained from an auction, a look of disappointment involuntarily flashed across the old man's eyes. Then, he saw Xiao Yang's helpless expression. His words seemed to be true. From the looks of it, Xiao Yang really did not know the specific origin of the Dragon Phoenix bloodline in his body. However, when the golden-robed old man looked at Xiao Yang, an extremely obscure light involuntarily flashed in the depths of his eyes. Even with Xiao Yang's astonishing insight, he did not notice this. Sigh. In that case, this old man will not make things difficult for you. If you can't find it, then so be it. But before that, this old man still hopes that you can hand this little fellow over to this old man and let this old man bring him back. Changing the topic, the golden-robed old man's gaze once again landed on Xiao Jin. His pair of turbid old eyes were filled with an extremely determined expression. No matter what, Xiao Jin was the purpose of his trip. Regardless of the bloodline in Xiao Yang's body, he had to bring Xiao Jin away. Even Xiao Yang could not stop him on this point. Hearing the old man's words, Xiao Yang once again frowned. He looked at Xiao Jin, who was entrenched on his shoulder, and then looked at the old man. He could not help but ask, "Senior, Xiao Jin's original body is only the 9 mysterious golden lightning. This does not seem to be related to the ancient Void Dragon clan, right? But why must Senior take him away?" The old man stroked his beard with one hand and nodded at Xiao Yang, saying, "You're right. His original body is only the 9 mysterious golden lightning. It's not considered powerful among all the thunderbolts. However, there are 2 things about him that no other thunderbolts in this world possess." Xiao Yang raised his eyebrows and quickly thought of something. Just as Xiao Yang was frowning and thinking, the golden-robed old man spoke again and pointed out the right path for Xiao Yang. "The difference between this little fellow is that there is also the dragon phoenix bloodline in his body. Although it is not much, this old man can guess that it should have passed through your body." Xiao Yang was stunned for a moment before he immediately understood this point. He had experienced many great battles in the past. During that period of time, Xiao Yang had bled a lot. Perhaps it was at that time that Xiao Jin accidentally swallowed the dragon phoenix bloodline in his body. However, this was only one of the reasons. The golden-robed old man said that there were 2 things about Xiao Jin that were different from other thunderbolts. Then, what was the second thing? Seeing Xiao Yang's puzzled look, the old man chuckled. He paused, but did not speak the truth. Instead, he smiled and asked Xiao Yang, "Boy, do you know what the ancient Void Dragon clan is best at?" The expression on Xiao Yang's face was once again startled when he heard this irrelevant question. Just as he was about to open his mouth, Xiao Yang appeared to have suddenly thought of something. He abruptly raised his head and looked at the golden-robed old man with a surprised face. "I see. Senior, are you saying that Xiao Jin possesses the innate ability of the ancient Void Dragon clan and can freely travel through the void?" Chapter 408. Xiao Yang immediately came to an understanding after the golden-robed old man hinted at him. Additionally, Xiao Jin had indeed unleashed a frightening speed that shocked even an elite DI in order to save him earlier. That kind of speed was not a theoretical movement. Instead, it was a method of shuttling through space. It was similar to Xiao Yang's Great Void Way, allowing him to instantly traverse space. This was the innate ability of the ancient Void Dragon tribe. When he thought of this, Xiao Yang immediately recalled the wisp of spatial strength that possessed some intelligence that Xiao Jin had swallowed when he had just arrived at the Yuanwu continent. If one had to give a reasonable explanation for Xiao Jin's ability to traverse space, only this point could explain everything. That's right. It is precisely these 2 points. The bloodline strength, the innate ability of my ancient Void Dragon tribe. With the combination of the 2 and his actual body being a lightning dragon, this little fellow is already a member of my dragon tribe. Ha ha. The old man laughed while Xiao Yang was frowning and deep in thought. The words from his mouth seemed to be quite satisfied with Xiao Jin's new identity. His heart was also filled with joy because of this. However, Xiao Yang involuntarily frowned when he heard these words. Regardless of what changes had occurred to the bloodline in Xiao Jin's body or what ability he possessed, he was still Xiao Jin in Xiao Yang's eyes. He was not someone that could be casually determined by others. The words of the old man in front of him had caused anger to once again rise in Xiao Yang's heart. "Elder, perhaps Xiao Jin is a member of your tribe in your eyes. However, in the eyes of this junior, he is my kin. His identity cannot be determined by just a single sentence from you." Xiao Yang frowned and softly spoke to the golden-robed old man. The expression on the old man's face was involuntarily startled when he heard this. Immediately, he laughed out loud and said to Xiao Yang, "Kid, you are right. Haha, boy, your words are indeed true. However, the dragon phoenix bloodline in this little fellow's body has already fused with his body. No matter what you say, he is still a member of my ancient Void Dragon clan. Of course, perhaps in your eyes, he is an identity, but in my eyes, he is another identity. This is not important, but what is important is that this little fellow's future will be limitless." Xiao Yang's eyes hardened. He involuntarily felt a little surprised by the old man's words. The old man chuckled when he saw this. Then, He opened his mouth again and said with a smile, He. In my dragon clan, there is the tomb of 10,000 dragons. This is the place where the members of my ancient void dragon clan are buried after they die. It contains the densest dragon chi of my ancient void dragon clan. Using this dragon chi can stimulate the power of the dragon phoenix bloodline to the greatest extent, thus allowing his cultivation speed to increase rapidly. In addition, his original body is the 9 mysterious golden lightning. After he transforms, his cultivation speed will be enough to stand at the peak of the current continent. I believe that in less than 50 years, there will be a place for him in this entire continent. Hearing this, Xiao Yang couldn't help but feel ashamed. Although 50 years sounded like a long time, it was nothing in the eyes of cultivators like them, especially those who had reached the level of a half-step emperor. There was no time in cultivation. For an ordinary half-step emperor, even a closed-door training would take 100 years. However, this might not be able to increase his strength by much. From this, it could be seen that a mere 50 years was nothing to a half-step emperor. However, a mere 50 years that was nothing in the eyes of a half-step emperor was enough for Xiao Jin to become a supreme expert of the continent. This was an opportunity for him. After all, if Xiao Jin continued to follow by Xiao Yang's side, even Xiao Yang couldn't guarantee what level Xiao Jin's strength would reach in the next 50 years. He couldn't possibly disregard Xiao Jin's future for this so-called family. Sigh. Thinking of this, Xiao Yang couldn't help but sigh softly. He tilted his head and looked at Xiao Jin on his shoulder. His eyes revealed a reluctant expression. Kid, I understand that you can't bear to part with him. If I've guessed correctly, he can be considered as your only family right now. The old man narrowed his eyes. His golden eyes revealed a wise and far-sighted light. There were some things that he was unwilling to say, but he had already seen through long ago. Sometimes, even a small object could reveal one's identity. In the eyes of the golden-robed old man, Xiao Yang was exactly like that. Hearing the golden-robed old man's words, Xiao Yang revealed an astonished expression once again. The old man had actually guessed this. This caused Xiao Yang to feel astonished, and at the same time, doubt slowly rose from the bottom of his heart. However, in the end, he still frowned and nodded. He stared at the golden-robed old man without saying anything. I understand that you can't bear to part with him. However, there's something else that you need to understand. The old man sighed softly. His muddy eyes stared straight at Xiao Yang as he spoke again. This kid has extraordinary potential. This little fellow has extraordinary potential. Once he grows up, no one in the entire continent will be his match. However, the prerequisite for this is that he has to grow up. You should understand what I mean, right? Xiao Yang nodded. He naturally understood the meaning behind the golden-robed old man's words. There was no need to prove Xiao Jin's cultivation talent. As the 9 mysterious golden lightning, he was blessed by the world. His cultivation speed would only be faster than ordinary people. Coupled with his current dragon phoenix bloodline, he could be considered half a member of the ancient void dragon clan. With the support of these two identities, Xiao Jin's future was even more unimaginable. Of course, Xiao Jin's cultivation was extremely high. However, if he couldn't maintain it during this cultivation process, there was still the risk of him dying prematurely. In particular, Xiao Yang was currently facing all sorts of enemies. He couldn't even protect himself. If he continued to keep Xiao Jin by his side, if something happened to Xiao Yang one day, it would be impossible for Xiao Jin to survive. Xiao Yang couldn't harm himself and Xiao Jin at the same time. He couldn't do such a thing, nor could he. Sigh. With another sigh, Xiao Yang raised his head helplessly. He faced the sky and gazed at the boundless sky. His heart was filled with reluctance. Now, it seemed like he could only helplessly send Xiao Jin away. Xiao Yang smiled bitterly. He felt extremely melancholy. In the end, all of this was because he didn't have enough strength. Strength, it's strength again. Xiao Yang's voice was hoarse as he muttered with great reluctance. His white hands slowly clenched under his sleeves as his entire body trembled uncontrollably. Chapter 409. I hope Senior can treat Xiao Jin well after you bring him back. Otherwise, even if you are from the ancient Void Dragon clan, I will make you pay a painful price. Trust me. It was a long while later before Xiao Yang slowly calmed his heart. His eyes looked down and met the eyes of the golden-robed old man. A pair of dark black eyes were as deep as a pool of deep water. His face was expressionless. Although the aura of his body was calm, it caused one to feel a chill. At this moment, even the golden-robed old man's eyes could not help but suddenly focus. A storm immediately rose in his heart. It was hard to imagine that a half-emperor, in such a weak state, could invisibly spread a deterrent force that could move a super-expert like him. The black-robed young man before him was definitely not someone an ordinary person could compare to. Good. This old man can swear an oath to testify to this. The golden-robed old man shouted. Without saying anything else, he raised his hand and swore to the heavens. His expression was solemn as he shouted sternly, I am Jin Lin. I'm Jin Lin. Today, I swear to the heavens that when I bring Xiao Jin back to my clan, I'll put all my effort into teaching him. I won't let him suffer any harm. If I violate this oath, I'll be punished by lightning. Rumble. The moment the cry from Jin Lin's mouth sounded, the originally clear sky suddenly became filled with the sound of thunder. Dark clouds churned and the entire sky changed color in an instant. Numerous terrifying thunderbolts descended from the sky with an extremely destructive aura. Under the pressure of this terrifying aura, even Jin Lin could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Xiao Yang's heart was filled with shock as he watched the terrifying bolts of lightning fall from the sky. This was the second time he had seen the ninth heaven divine lightning. However, even though he had seen it once, Xiao Yang's heart could not help but tremble when he saw it again. After a long time, the roaring thunder gradually subsided. In the sky, the thick thunderclouds that covered the entire sky gradually dispersed. In the end, the sky returned to its original blue color. The dark clouds dispersed, and the sun shone down. It was as if the thunderclouds had never appeared. However, when he looked at Xiao Yang again, he was still immersed in the mighty power from before and had not withdrawn. Cough. Kid, now you should believe this old man's words. A soft cough awakened Xiao Yang from his shocked state. The expression on Xiao Yang's face also changed as he lifted his head to look at the blue sky. It was a long while later before he recovered. Turning his gaze back, Xiao Yang looked at Jin Lin. It was only at this moment that Xiao Yang found out that the golden-robed old man before him was called Jin Lin. Phew. If that's the case, then I'm afraid I'll have to trouble Senior Jin Lin to take care of Xiao Jin in the future. Junior Xiao Yang thanks you on behalf of Xiao Jin. Since the other party had used the lightning penalty oath to prove his feelings, Xiao Yang naturally had to be courteous as a junior. He immediately cupped his hands together towards Jin Lin and spoke in an even more respectful tone. Although it was unavoidable that Xiao Jin would be sent out, if he could give him a good cultivation environment, find a good teacher, and find someone who could sincerely help him, Xiao Yang felt that it was worth it even if he could not personally witness Xiao Jin's growth. After all, if Xiao Jin continued to follow him, Xiao Yang would only harm him. Rather than that, it was better to let Xiao Jin properly cultivate in the ancient Void Dragon tribe. At worst, it would not be too late to look for Xiao Jin when he became stronger in the future. Haha, Xiao Yang. Good, this old man will remember. Very good. Don't worry, this little fellow will be personally taught by this old man in the future. When you see him next time, don't be frightened. Ha 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 ha. Jin Lin laughed heartily. He looked like an old grandfather who was about to hold his grandson in his arms. As he spoke, he had already strode towards Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang involuntarily smiled when he saw this. Immediately, his face carried some reluctance as he looked at Xiao Jin on his shoulder. His eyes revealed a fatherly expression. Although Xiao Jin's real age was more than 100 times that of Xiao Yang, Xiao Jin's intelligence was now only that of a human child. Xiao Jin had lived with Xiao Yang for more than 10 years. Xiao Yang had long regarded him as his closest kin. Now, he had to give him away. Although it was for his own good, Xiao Yang could not help but feel a little sour in his heart. Haha, can't bear to. Sigh. It's human nature. I can't help it. Seeing this, Jin Lin shook his head and sighed helplessly. A long while later, Xiao Yang carefully held Xiao Jin, who was surrounded by golden light. His arms slowly stretched forward. His heart was filled with complicated emotions. Jin Lin's face was half worried and half happy when he saw Xiao Yang hand Xiao Jin to him. Then, he looked at Xiao Yang. He could not bear to do this. He could imagine the feelings Xiao Yang had for Xiao Jin. However, he also knew that Xiao Yang had to do this for Xiao Jin. Xiao Yang, thank you. Suddenly, Jin Lin said something that caused Xiao Yang's mind to freeze. Then, he carefully took Xiao Jin, whose body was curled up, from Xiao Yang's stiff hands. After leaving Xiao Yang's hands, Xiao Jin seemed to have sensed something. It immediately woke up from its slumber. When it raised its head, it did not see Xiao Yang's face. Xiao Jin was stunned. Then, it violently twisted its body and struggled to turn around. When it saw Xiao Yang, it moved its body and wanted to return to Xiao Yang's stiff hands. Go! Seeing Xiao Jin struggle with all its might, Xiao Yang's eyes could not help but turn red. However, in the end, he forcefully endured it and squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth. When he said this, Xiao Yang's lips could not help but tremble. Raw. Xiao Jin's struggling body paused when it heard the words from Xiao Yang's mouth. Soon after, both of its eyes were scarlet as it suddenly raised its head. It let out an earth-shaking dragon roar to the sky. The dragon roar was vast and mighty. Its might shook the sky. All the magical beasts within a 500-kilometer radius knelt in the direction where Xiao Jin was in fear after hearing it. At the same time, Xiao Jin's snake-like body swelled again. In the blink of an eye, it had turned into a huge dragon and escaped from Jin Lin's hands. After turning into a huge dragon once again, Xiao Jin immediately twisted its body. Its huge dragon tail swung violently and smashed towards Jin Lin. From Xiao Jin's point of view, if it were not for Jin Lin's coercion, Xiao Yang would definitely not give it away. In the face of Xiao Jin's all-out attack, Jin Lin could not help but frown slightly. He did not expect Xiao Jin to go to such an extent for Xiao Yang. It had to be said that the relationship between them was really deep. However, just as Xiao Jin's dragon tail was about to smash into Jin Lin's body, Xiao Yang's shout suddenly rang out, forcefully stopping Xiao Jin's actions. Xiao Jin, stop right now. As Xiao Yang's shout sounded, Xiao Jin's huge body immediately froze. The dragon tail that was smashing towards Jin Lin was also forcefully stopped in the air. Only a powerful gust of wind fell, and when it reached the space 10 feet in front of Jin Lin, it automatically dissipated. Xiao Yang's face revealed a stern expression as he looked at Xiao Jin in front of him. Xiao Yang slowly spread his hand in the empty space in front of him. He stared at Xiao Jin without uttering a single word. Roar! With an unwilling roar, Xiao Jin helplessly drooped its head. As the golden light dissipated, Xiao Jin once again turned into a small snake and landed on Xiao Yang's palm. Its pair of exquisite eyes looked at Xiao Yang with a pitiful expression. Sigh, Xiao Yang helplessly sighed. He once again placed Xiao Jin in Jin Lin's hands. This time around, Xiao Yang did not hesitate even a little. Xiao Jin also stared intently at Xiao Yang's stern eyes. It did not move. It lay between Jin Lin's hands and similarly did not make a sound. Sigh, with another soft sigh, Xiao Yang withdrew his palms. Facing Xiao Jin, his throat moved slightly as he said, Xiao Jin, it's not that I'm forcing you to submit, and it's also not that I don't want to keep you by my side. It's just that if you stay by my side, there won't be any benefits for either of us. I have my own path to walk, and you should also have your own path. If you continue to follow me, it will only limit your growth. Go, follow Elder Jin Lin to the Dragon Tribe. Compared to my place, that place is more suitable for you. Woo woo, a soft whimper was emitted from Xiao Jin's nose. Threads of tears also swiftly flowed down from the corner of Xiao Jin's eyes at this moment. Xiao Jin circled in the air and once again returned to Xiao Yang's side. However, in the end, it was wrapped by Xiao Yang's heavenly flame and once again returned to Jin Lin's palms. That was the heavenly flame that Xiao Yang had agglomerated using all the Do Qi within his body. If Xiao Jin dared to scatter it, Xiao Yang would definitely be further injured. Hence, even though Xiao Jin knew that Xiao Yang was doing this on purpose, Xiao Jin could only helplessly return to Jin Lin's side. Go, relax. Once your strength is sufficient, We will meet again. Before that, you should work hard to train." After saying these words, Xiao Yang suddenly turned around and flew toward the distant sky without turning his head back. After Xiao Yang's figure gradually disappeared from Jin Lin's and Xiao Jin's sight, the heavenly flame that was wrapped around Xiao Jin's body finally scattered with a bang. Xiao Jin once again changed its body the instant the heavenly flame disappeared, intending to give chase to Xiao Yang. "Save it. He has indeed asked you to stay behind for your own good. It is already too late for you to chase after him now." Roar. Xiao Jin abruptly turned around and a furious dragon roar was immediately emitted from its mouth. Even the empty space became distorted at this moment. It is just as Xiao Yang said. If you want to see him again, you must show your strength. Before that, even if you shout until your throat breaks, you will still not be able to see him. Jin Lin spoke indifferently in response to this. He immediately turned around and slowly flew in the opposite direction of Xiao Yang. He actually did not even bother about Xiao Jin. If you want to see him again, follow this old man. If you don't want to, you can go and find him yourself. After saying these words, Jin Lin's flying speed suddenly increased. In the blink of an eye, he had already flown a distance of 10,000 feet. When Xiao Jin saw this, he could not help but hesitate in his heart. He looked in the direction that Xiao Yang had left in. Just as his body moved, he wanted to give chase. However, in the next moment, he paused again. Xiao Yang's words continuously echoed in his mind. He turned his head and looked at Jin Lin again, only to realize that the latter had already reached the end of his line of sight. If he did not give chase now, he was afraid that he would not be able to catch up. Roar. Roaring at the sky, Xiao Jin once again looked in the direction that Xiao Yang had left in. Immediately, he abruptly turned around and quickly flew in the direction that Jin Lin had left in. Chapter 410. It was night. Dark black gauze covered the entire world. One could vaguely see dense thunderclouds in the pitch-black sky. Occasionally, lightning would flash as they churned, temporarily illuminating the vast mountain forest below. Soon after, a rumbling thunder would be emitted. It was just like the roar of a magical beast as it furiously resounded across the sky. Even some of the low-rank magical beasts in the mountain forest below could not help but feel fear in their hearts when they heard this thunder. Apart from that, there was also a sinister wind blowing between the heavens and the earth, sweeping across the sea of trees like the netherworld. It brought about strange waves that looked like smiling faces, making this pitch-black world even more terrifying. At this moment, two people were seated in front of a fire in an open space where flames lingered in the mountain forest below. The flames danced like agile monkeys. The faint light from the flames shone on Xiao Yang's and Jiuyu's faces, illuminating the ground within a dozen feet of them. The atmosphere was a little quiet. Even at this moment, Xiao Yang was still recalling Little Gold's appearance before it had been taken away by Jin Lin. Both of his eyes revealed a deep reluctance to part with it. Other than Xiao Xian, who had yet to be resurrected, Xiao Yang only had Little Gold left in the Yuanwu continent. However, ancestor Xiao Xian was still far from being truly resurrected. Moreover, Little Gold had been taken away at this moment. This meant that Xiao Yang would be alone for the rest of his journey. Old Jiyu, do you think it was the right decision to send Little Gold away? Xiao Yang's face carried a worried expression. He was not worried that he would face danger by himself. He had experienced quite a number of such things. There was no need for him to be worried. After all, he had walked all the way here by himself. He was only worried about whether Jin Lin was trustworthy. Even with the restriction of the lightning penalty oath, Jin Lin was still a stranger to Xiao Yang. Who would easily believe a stranger's words? Ha ha, little fellow Xiao Yang, it is not appropriate for the old me to comment on other matters. However, little fellow, you can rest assured about this lightning penalty oath. Even if he has any evil intentions, he will definitely not be able to do it. Although the old me has never come into contact with the ancient Void Dragon tribe, I can roughly tell you that other than an extremely small number of people, the rest of the ancient Void Dragon tribe have quite good characters. You are worthy of trusting this point. You did not clearly explain whether it was right or wrong to send Little Gold away after hearing Xiao Yang's words. He only told Xiao Yang that the ancient Void Dragon tribe was not bad. As for his choice, it was up to Xiao Yang. I hope so. Xiao Yang sighed softly when he heard this. His heart was filled with unwillingness. Little fellow, don't forget what you said. Didn't you send that little fellow away so that you can face the 4 great sects wholeheartedly? The grudge between you and the 4 great sects should be settled by you. Only by sending Little Gold away can you prevent him from being implicated. You have to walk the path. Why do you have to hold on to this matter? Jiyu reprimanded Xiao Yang. His tone was extremely stern. Old Jiyu, Xiao Yang's throat rolled as he spoke in a dry voice. Jiyu nodded when he saw this and continued speaking. All right, don't think so much. Hurry up and recover from your injuries. I still have something to say to you once you have recovered. Jiyu spoke faintly, after which, he ignored Xiao Yang. Instead, he stood up, turned around, and flew into the dark night sky. Jiyu's expression was cold as he stood under the dark night sky. He looked at the churning thunderclouds above his head and revealed a dissatisfied expression. TCH, it's all because of this damn weather that this brat is still worried. Humph, all of you, disperse. Jiyu suddenly cursed and waved his hand. A dense white energy pillar immediately shot out. It was like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, it had already entered the thunderclouds in the sky. Rumble. Soon after, the thunderclouds in the sky began to churn violently. A moment later, the dense thunderclouds in the sky were swept away and completely disappeared. The thunderclouds scattered and the bright moon rose high in the night sky. Stars appeared everywhere. Light scattered from the sky and landed on Xiao Yang, who was sitting cross-legged and refining the medicinal pill in his body. Even the reddish-yellow flames were covered at this moment. How could the light of a firefly compete with the brightness of the moon? In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yang had already sat in front of the extinguished fire for 10 days. During these 10 days, Xiao Yang had already refined no less than 5 DI-tier medicinal pills. Only at this moment did the injuries within Xiao Yang's body completely recover. Xiao Yang clenched his hands as he sensed the abundant Do Qi within his body. After which, he stood up from the ground. His body twisted left and right, and a wave of bone-cracking sounds were emitted from all over Xiao Yang's body. This caused Xiao Yang to involuntarily heave a long sigh of relief. It had been a long time since he had felt such a carefree feeling. Suddenly, both of Xiao Yang's hands were tightly clenched into fists. Both of his fists were swung in unison and unleashed a set of well-practiced fist techniques. Although Xiao Yang did not use any Do Qi, his frightening physical body was still able to cause the space in front of him to become distorted. Numerous invisible air cannonballs immediately formed when Xiao Yang's fist was thrown out. Soon after, they carried a frightening wind as they mercilessly shattered an enormous rock that was over 100 feet away from Xiao Yang. Rock fragments shot out, stirring a cloud of dust that permeated the sky. At the same time, an intense explosive sound reverberated over the mountain forest, causing the expressions of many low-rank magical beasts to change upon hearing it. They swiftly fled. In an instant, the area within 1,000 feet of Xiao Yang had become chaotic. The birds that resided in the forest were just like birds that had been startled by the twang of a bow. All of them flew into the sky. Xiao Yang immediately felt helpless in his heart when he saw that he had actually caused such a commotion just by moving his body. Xiao Yang curled his lips and bitterly withdrew his hand. Only then did he turn his eyes and look at the sky to the east. That was the direction that Jin Lin had taken Xiao Jin 10 days ago. Xiao Yang deeply exhaled the turbid air in his chest. He lifted his head and looked at the sky above. Jiyu was standing high in the sky. Sunlight scattered down, but one could only vaguely see a cluster of black shadows. One was unable to clearly see his face. "Ha ha, have you recovered?" A laughter was transmitted. Xiao Yang nodded. His feet stomped on the ground as his body shot into the sky and stood in front of Jiyu. "Since you have recovered, let's go." Jiyu looked at Xiao Yang, whose aura had recovered. He softly laughed before turning into a ray of light that entered Xiao Yang's body. Old Jiyu, didn't you say that you had something to tell me the other day? Why, ha ha, You should leave first. It might be a little rushed. I will tell you when the time is right in a couple of days. Before Xiao Yang could finish speaking, Jiuyu interrupted Xiao Yang's words as though he had expected it. His soft laughter contained a different meaning, causing Xiao Yang to feel suspicious. However, it was difficult for him to guess. Xiao Yang could only shrug his shoulders helplessly. He once again turned his head to look at the distant sky behind him. He immediately turned his head back and looked towards the southwest. The Shilin mountain range was there. Chapter 4:11. The vastness of the Shilin region had far exceeded Xiao Yang's expectations. He had originally thought that with his speed, he would not need more than 1 or 2 days to reach the Shilin mountain range. However, Xiao Yang had actually used a total of 5 days before he was able to clearly see the outline of a towering mountain range in the distance. It was only at this moment that Xiao Yang truly understood just how vast the Yuanwu continent was. This place was definitely not something that the Doqi continent could compare with. It should be known that with Xiao Yang's current strength, he would be able to cover 10,000 kilometers in a day if he continued to fly. Even with such a frightening speed, Xiao Yang still took 5 days to fly. It was difficult to imagine just how vast the western region was. Most importantly, this place was merely the outer region of the western region. There was no need to mention just how vast the Yuanwu continent was. One could see the whole picture by looking at the big picture through a tube. Is this the Shilin mountain range? Looking at the size of this mountain range, it is really vast. Xiao Yang looked at the long mountain range in front of him from the empty space. Both of his eyes revealed some admiration as he involuntarily let out a soft sigh. At this moment, there was a vast mountain range that one could not see the end of in front of Xiao Yang. It was just like a huge sleeping beast lying in front of Xiao Yang. In front of this mountain range, even with Xiao Yang's eyesight, he was unable to see the end of the mountain range. From this, one could tell just how vast this mountain range was. The rugged mountain range rose and fell. Just the mountain in front of Xiao Yang was already 1,000 feet tall. There was no need to mention the mountain range that extended behind it. Under the probing of Xiao Yang's spiritual strength, he had already detected over 10 auras of elite half-emperors near the outer region of the mountain range. 7 of them were humans. Although the other 3 had already transformed into human form, Xiao Yang was still able to detect the violent aura from their bodies. It was an aura that was unique to magical beasts. TSK, compared to the southern region, this place seems to be much more lively. This is merely the outer region, yet there are elite half-emperors present. It is difficult to imagine just what kind of scenery the deeper regions of the Shilin mountain range is like. Xiao Yang involuntarily clicked his tongue and exclaimed as he looked at the mountain range below. His dark black eyes involuntarily revealed a heated expression. The surging fighting intent in his heart suddenly surged at this moment. At this moment, Xiao Yang seemed to have returned to the days in the magical beast mountain range back in the Doqi continent. His hand slowly extended out of his sleeves, and the heavy ruler, until it completely appeared. Xiao Yang only when the heavy ruler was completely, was to be to do. A moment later, Xiao Yang had already appeared in a small town. This small town was called Sangmu Town. It was the only human gathering place in the outer regions of the Shilin mountain range. At the same time, it was also the most lively place. What sold the most in this place was naturally the monster cores of the magical beasts within the Shilin mountain range. Those who relied on the mountain lived off the mountain. This was the way these people operated. Other than this, there were some medicinal pills that were used for healing. Xiao Yang even discovered that this place actually sold some kind of information. Among them, the thing that caught Xiao Yang's attention the most was that there were actually quite a number of these kinds of information that were related to him. This discovery caused Xiao Yang to feel somewhat stunned. As he walked through the slightly crowded crowd, Xiao Yang casually dealt with a few golden fingers in the crowd from time to time. In the end, he stood in front of a rather beautifully decorated shop. He raised his head to look at the 3 words that were filled with incomparable arrogance on the shop's signboard. Xiao Yang's eyebrows involuntarily twitched. It had to be said that the name of this shop was not just arrogant in the ordinary sense. Sky-penetrating pavilion. I wonder if you really have the ability to reach the heavens like your name suggests. Standing in front of the sky-penetrating pavilion, Xiao Yang looked at the three large, flamboyant words on the signboard with a playful smile on his face as he laughed coldly inside. With a soft chuckle, Xiao Yang lifted his foot and walked into the so-called sky-penetrating pavilion. When Xiao Yang stepped into the sky-penetrating pavilion, a wave of cool air immediately rushed towards Xiao Yang. At the same time, there was a faint fragrance in the cool air that made one feel refreshed just by smelling it. When Xiao Yang entered the pavilion, he immediately saw quite a few people. It seemed that the sky-penetrating pavilion was rather popular. Under the probing of Xiao Yang's strength of soul, he discovered that apart from a small portion of mercenaries and a few others, the majority of the people present were actually buying information about him. This caused Xiao Yang to be stunned. What surprised Xiao Yang the most was that there were no less than 10 types of information about him in the sky-penetrating pavilion. The 10 types of information were like 10 Xiao Yang. Some were seriously injured, some were crippled, some were indulging in debauchery somewhere, and some were even slaves of some faction. Of course, these information were all vague. Unless one really used spirit coins to buy the information, the people of the sky-penetrating pavilion would not say anything more about the specific situation of the information. When these information entered Xiao Yang's ears, it caused Xiao Yang to immediately feel as though his horizons had been broadened. He really did not know whether the so-called him in these information was just someone with the same name or if they were all randomly made up. Of course, it was likely that 9 out of 10 people would not believe this kind of information. After all, the big battle between Xiao Yang and the 4 elite Do Di half a year ago had allowed everyone in the western region to understand Xiao Yang's strength. Even though this was the case, there were still quite a number of people fighting over information about Xiao Yang. Forget about everything else. At this moment, there were already 3 elite half-emperors glaring at each other, especially the information about Xiao Yang's current location. They had even put down some vicious words that would threaten their lives. Xiao Yang curled his mouth and ignored the authenticity of the information. At this moment, he was here. If the people of the sky-penetrating pavilion were really aware of him, they would have already acted. From the looks of the situation, they were clearly unaware. There was naturally no need to say more about the authenticity of this information. Of course, if this information was placed in the hearts of the 3 elite half-emperors present, it was the most likely information. However, just as Xiao Yang was focusing his attention to observe the situation in the square, a young man wearing the uniform of an attendant from the Clear Sky Pavilion ran over to Xiao Yang in a somewhat wretched manner. He laughed and said, "This young man is a servant of the Clear Sky Pavilion. This little brother, are you also here to buy information? I wonder what kind of information you want. If it's related to Xiao Yang, then it's really a coincidence. I just happen to have a newly compiled, newly discovered information. If you're willing, brother, I also find you familiar. How about this? I'll only charge you 50,000 spirit coins and I'll sell this information to you. How about it?" The wretched-looking young man looked at Xiao Yang with a smile on his face. As he smiled, he raised his eyebrows at Xiao Yang. A trace of greed flashed in his eyes. Hearing this, Xiao Yang immediately came back to his senses. The first thing he saw was the wretched-looking young man in front of him. Immediately after, he looked at the latter with a stunned expression. He looked to his left and right. After confirming that there was no one else, he once again looked at the wretched-looking young man with an embarrassed smile on his face. He extended a finger and pointed at himself. With an embarrassed expression, he said, "Are you talking to me? How about it? Do you want it? This information is now a hot commodity. If you don't want it, then I'll sell it to someone else." With regards to Xiao Yang's strange behavior, the wretched-looking young man did not notice anything. Instead, he raised his sexy eyebrows again and said in an extremely wretched manner, Xiao Yang's face slowly froze. The muscles at the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch slightly. He frowned slightly and did not know whether to laugh or cry in his heart. Chapter 412. Little brother, how is it? 50,000 spirit coins in exchange for a piece of information about Xiao Yang. This is definitely worth it. When the time comes, as long as little brother catches Xiao Yang and brings him to the 4 great sects, the merit that you have done is enough for you to not have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of your life. The wretched-looking young man grinned as he looked at Xiao Yang. However, he did not know that the words that came out of his mouth caused the person in front of him to laugh endlessly in his heart. Heh, but since this is the case, you know that as long as you catch this Xiao Yang and bring him to the 4 great sects, you will not have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of your life. However, why don't you catch Xiao Yang yourself? The corners of Xiao Yang's mouth curled into a smile. He also grinned as he looked at the wretched-looking young man in front of him. His tone was filled with playfulness. In order to be able to quietly recover from the injuries in his body, he chose to retreat into the Shalin mountain range. Currently, he is recuperating in a hidden place within the Shalin mountain range. Although I know where he is, it's a pity that my strength is not enough and I am still not his match. The few times that I went there, I was forced to flee. I even almost died in his hands. Therefore, I could only helplessly sell this piece of information. Sigh. The wretched-looking young man's face was filled with unwillingness as he narrated his experience with Xiao Yang. However, he was completely unaware that Xiao Yang was right in front of him. He did not dare to imagine what kind of interesting expression would appear on the wretched-looking young man's face if Xiao Yang revealed his identity at this moment. When he heard the wretched-looking young man's words, Xiao Yang could not help but laugh in his heart. However, he still maintained a calm expression on his face. With a soft chuckle, Xiao Yang's eyes turned slightly. A doubtful expression appeared on his face as he asked the wretched-looking young man again. Oh, based on what you said, you mean that you have fought with Xiao Yang before? When he heard Xiao Yang's words, the wretched-looking young man's expression immediately relaxed. He looked at Xiao Yang with a smile on his face as if he was telling Xiao Yang that this was true. To tell you the truth, I have fought with Xiao Yang a few times. Although he was injured at that time, it's a pity that a half-emperor is a half-emperor. In the end, I was no match for him. Although I managed to escape death each time, Xiao Yang, that brat, Xiao has suffered. I have even removed one of his fingers. When he finished speaking, the wretched-looking young man actually took out a yellowed finger bone from his storage ring and placed it in front of Xiao Yang as if he was afraid that Xiao Yang would not believe him. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yang could not help but cough twice. It had to be said that these scammers really had many tricks up their sleeves. They had all kinds of deceptive equipment. They even had a fake finger bone. Looking at the color of this finger bone, it seemed to be more than 10 years old. He actually said that it was forcefully removed during the battle with Xiao Yang not long ago. He was really shameless. Little brother, you should believe me now. Let me tell you a secret. Xiao Yang's injuries have worsened. As long as you buy this information of mine and find him, you will be able to easily kill him. 50,000 spirit coins in exchange for a lifetime of glory and wealth. Little brother, you have made a fortune. The wretched-looking young man looked at Xiao Yang with a smile. His words actually revealed a faint trace of envy. It seemed that this information could really bring Xiao Yang glory and wealth, as he said. It had to be said that the wretched-looking young man's skills in deceiving people were quite top-notch. Not only did he have a complete set of equipment, but he could even control the changes in his expression and the fluctuations in his heart so easily. If it was someone else today, they might really have been deceived by him. Unfortunately, what the wretched-looking young man did not know was that Xiao Yang, who he said had something to do with him, was standing in front of him at this moment with a mocking smile. His heart was full of cold sneers. Although what you said is right, I think it's better to forget about it. Since you said that Xiao Yang was able to beat you back a few times in a severely injured state and even almost killed you, if I were to go and die in his hands, wouldn't these 50,000 spirit coins be wasted? The corners of Xiao Yang's mouth curled up and he laughed softly. However, he shrugged his shoulders helplessly at the wretched-looking young man in front of him. It seemed that he was quite afraid of Xiao Yang, who was seriously injured but still had some strength left. Hearing the words from Xiao Yang's mouth, The wretched-looking young man could not help but frown. He did not expect that the black-robed young man in front of him would not dare to buy after he had said so much. Even so, the wretched-looking young man was still unwilling to give up. He had said so much today. No matter what, he must take the 50,000 spirit coins out of the pocket of the black-robed young man in front of him. Heh, little brother, don't worry. After the few battles between me and Xiao Yang, he has consumed a lot of energy. Now, Xiao Yang is already an arrow at the end of its flight. As long as you dare to attack him, Xiao Yang will definitely become a ghost under your hand. Hearing this, Xiao Yang's frown did not relax. Seeing this, the wretched-looking young man could not help but scold Xiao Yang in his heart. However, in the end, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva and took a deep breath. Once again, he instigated Xiao Yang and said, "Little brother, you must not let go of such a good opportunity in front of you. As long as you hook your finger, you can kill Xiao Yang. Then, you can sit on a seat of glory and splendor. At that time, you will have all the strength and beauties you want. Now, I just want you to do such a simple thing. What are you worried about?" Okay, I'll buy it." Xiao Yang immediately let out a loud cry after the words from the wretched-looking man's mouth sounded, attracting the gazes of quite a number of people in the shop. When they saw the wretched-looking man, they curled their mouths in disdain. Immediately, their gazes carried some pity as they looked at Xiao Yang before turning back. It was obvious that many of the people present had been tricked by this wretched-looking young man before. As for the wretched-looking young man, he did not have the time to care about the gazes of the others in the shop. After Xiao Yang finished speaking, the expression on his face instantly became pleasantly surprised. A pair of small eyes revealed a deep greed. In his heart, he was filled with ridicule towards Xiao Yang. You're so gullible. If I could find Xiao Yang, how could you have the chance to take the treasure? What an idiot, haha. As he mocked in his heart, the wretched-looking young man did not notice that while he was mocking Xiao Yang in his heart, Xiao Yang was also sneering at him on the surface. Little brother is really a decisive person. I like to deal with people like you. You do things straightforwardly, ha ha ha. The wretched-looking young man laughed. As he spoke, he took out a sheepskin map from his storage ring and was about to hand it over to Xiao Yang. Wait. Chapter 413. The words that had suddenly appeared in the battleground caused the expression on Xiao Yang's face to involuntarily pause. The wretched-looking man in front of him was also startled. Only then did Xiao Yang recover. His eyes revealed uncertainty as he looked in the direction where the voice had originated from. What entered Xiao Yang's eyes was a young man wearing an embroidered gown. He was slowly walking toward Xiao Yang. On his handsome face was an expression of arrogance. On his left and right sides were two grey-gowned old men. They were protecting the young man's safety. Through Xiao Yang's soul detection, he discovered that the young man before him was not weak. He had already reached the level of a 3-star half-martial emperor. With this sort of cultivation talent, he could already be considered a true genius among his peers. As for the two grey-gowned old men beside the young man, their strength was naturally stronger than the young man. These two old men were both 8-star half-martial emperors. One of them even possessed the strength of a peak late-stage 8-star half-martial emperor. He was only a step away from breaking through to the 9th-star half-martial emperor realm. As for the other old man, although his strength could not compare to the former, he was still an 8-star half-martial emperor. In the Mulberry town, this sort of strength was already a peak existence. Although the two old men were powerful, Xiao Yang did not place them in his eyes. To the current Xiao Yang, half-martial emperors no longer posed any threat to him. There was no point in looking at the strength of these two grey-gowned old men. However, when Xiao Yang's gaze carefully examined the young man standing between the two old men, his relaxed brows couldn't help but raise slightly. He was immediately astonished. On the chest of this young man was a clan emblem. This was a symbol. In the continent, it was an extremely common symbol. However, what surprised Xiao Yang was that the background of the clan emblem on the chest of this young man was actually an enormous golden sword piercing through the clouds. As for this enormous golden sword, it was the symbol of one of the 4 great sects, the Heavenly Sword Sect. In other words, The family that this young man belonged to was one of the subsidiary forces of the Heavenly Sword sect. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yang could not help but feel slightly surprised. He did not expect that he would still encounter the subordinates of the four great sects even though he was already prepared to hide in the deep mountains. It had to be said that enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. However, Xiao Yang was unable to raise any interest in this young man in front of him. Forget about the fact that his clan was only a subsidiary strength of the Sky Sword sect. Just the strength that this young man currently possessed was something that Xiao Yang did not even care about. In order to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble, Xiao Yang was also too lazy to create new problems. Xiao Yang wouldn't do something that would cause him to attract the attention of the four great sects just to get rid of a small fry. With his arms crossed in front of his chest, Xiao Yang calmly looked at the young man who was slowly walking toward him. His expression did not change at all. Although Xiao Yang did not have any misgivings about the latter, it did not mean that the ordinary guests did not. At this moment, apart from Xiao Yang, the others who saw this young man could not help but frown slightly. Many pairs of solemn gazes swept past the two old men beside the young man. Their eyes were filled with fear. It must be known that in the sky-penetrating pavilion, apart from Xiao Yang and the two old men beside the young man, the strongest of the other three half-martial emperors was only a 4-star half-martial emperor. When such strength was placed before the two grey-robed old men beside the young man, there was only one word that could describe it: unable to withstand a single blow. Thus, with the appearance of the young man, the originally lively atmosphere of the place quickly became cold and silent. The young man slowly walked forward in front of Xiao Yang's indifferent gaze. His gaze, however, was focused on Xiao Yang. Both of his eyes revealed a cold smile. When he saw the young man, the expression on the face of the wretched-looking young man beside Xiao Yang instantly changed. He turned around and quickly bowed to the young man. However, he was casually waved by the latter and was sent flying out of the sky-penetrating pavilion. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes. When he saw the young man's attack, his expression did not change. However, there was a dark glint flickering deep within his eyes. He did not expect that this gentle-looking young man would actually be so ruthless when he attacked. After the wretched-looking young man was sent flying out of the sky-penetrating pavilion, the map also steadily landed in the young man's hands. While holding the map, the young man's eyes never left Xiao Yang's face. He seemed to be observing something. Xiao Yang ignored him. However, at the same time, he could not help but feel curious. What exactly was this young man trying to see from his face? Could it be, thinking of a certain possibility, the expression in Xiao Yang's eyes suddenly condensed. He quickly raised his gaze and looked at the young man with a slightly fearful gaze. Fortunately, after the two silently observed each other for a long time, neither of them discovered anything. Suddenly, the young man took the map in his hand in front of Xiao Yang and shook the rolled map in his hand. An inexplicable smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He smiled at Xiao Yang and said, "Oh, friend, do you want to buy this map?" Hearing this, Xiao Yang could not help but frown slightly. After looking up and down at the young man, he raised his eyebrows and said with a chuckle, "Unfortunately, I wanted to buy it just now. Now, I'm not interested anymore." Hearing the words from Xiao Yang's mouth, the young man could not help but frown. The gaze he used to look at Xiao Yang revealed some coldness. However, in the end, it was perfectly suppressed by him. The young man smiled faintly and withdrew his outstretched hand. The map was suspended in the air in front of Xiao Yang under his control. As long as he extended his hand, the map would fall into Xiao Yang's hand. "Haha, it seems that you are unwilling to spend this money. In that case, this map is a gift from me to you. How about it?" Xiao Yang raised his eyebrows in surprise. For a moment, he did not understand what the young man in front of him was trying to sell. At this very moment, even the two grey-robed old men beside the young man involuntarily frowned slightly. They were similarly incomparably surprised in their hearts. Just why would the young man in front of them suddenly do such a thing? This did not seem like his usual style. "Haha, if I'm not wrong, you must have something to ask of me. Since you have something to ask, why beat around the bush? Just be straightforward. Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes and said in a flat tone. Haha, it seems that you are really a straightforward person. Since you have said so, I will not beat around the bush. The young man raised his gaze and looked at Xiao Yang with a playful smile. He looked into Xiao Yang's eyes and then continued to say, I can give you the map in my hand, but you have to bring me to Xiao Yang. As his voice fell, the expression on Xiao Yang's face instantly froze. Chapter 4:14. When the young man saw Xiao Yang for the first time, he had already noticed the sneer in the latter's eyes when he looked at the wretched-looking young man. It was also because of this that he became curious about Xiao Yang. When he heard the news of 50,000 spirit coins and Xiao Yang being seriously injured, his heart was immediately at a loss. He then thought of the cold smile on the corner of the mouth of the black-robed Xiao Yang in front of him and immediately had an idea in his heart. Although the wretched-looking young man's information might not be true, but if Xiao Yang was really in the Shalin mountain range and his map coincidentally led to Xiao Yang, and the black-robed young man in front of him happened to be looking for Xiao Yang, then if he pieced all these pieces of information together, this map would be real. No matter what, he was already sure that the black-robed young man in front of him had a close relationship with the guy called Xiao Yang. As long as he could keep him here, he would definitely be able to find Xiao Yang. As for now, he could only become a spear in his hand. Haha, you must be joking. Don't tell me you believe that this map is real just because of a sentence from the guy outside. After a few breaths, Xiao Yang, who had recovered from his shock, couldn't help but smile at the young man in front of him. He couldn't be bothered to touch the map in front of him again. The reason why Xiao Yang had said that he would buy it earlier was only to play with the wretched-looking young man, who asked him to use his name to swindle money everywhere. However, looking at the current situation, it seemed that the young man in front of him had believed the guy's nonsense and thought that the map was real. Friend, you're exaggerating. Now that Xiao Yang is the #1 figure in the entire Western region, who doesn't want to find him? Although I'm also skeptical about this information, isn't there a saying that it's better to believe it than not? I'd like to see if this Xiao Yang is really hiding somewhere in the Shalin mountain range. Hearing this, the man in the brocade robe smiled faintly. His palm gently waved in the air in front of him, and the map in front of Xiao Yang was also opened up to the man with his back facing Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang couldn't see the contents of the map. In addition, the young man had deliberately blocked it, so even the probing of Xiao Yang's spiritual energy was blocked outside. Of course, Xiao Yang didn't care about the map in front of him. Regardless of whether he saw it or not, it was ultimately just a fake and wouldn't be of any use. Since that's the case, you can just use this map to find Xiao Yang. Why do you need me to help you find him? With the map in hand, rather than looking for a stranger like me, why don't you let the two people beside you do it? I believe that with them around, this matter should be much easier. But today, I want you to lead the way for me. With a low cry, the young man in front of Xiao Yang suddenly reached out and grabbed at Xiao Yang's shoulder. Green dough chi swiftly circled around the young man's palm. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Xiao Yang and grabbed at the latter's shoulder heavily. Since I'm unwilling, why do you have to force me? You and I are strangers, yet you're making such a big fuss. You're really a little overbearing. Faced with the incoming danger, Xiao Yang's face was completely fearless. He coldly snorted and fell backwards. The tip of his foot lightly touched the ground, and his entire body instantly turned into a leaf and rapidly retreated out of sky-penetrating pavilion. When he saw that Xiao Yang was actually a half-emperor expert, and that Xiao Yang's strength wasn't any weaker than his own, a feeling of surprise immediately arose in the young man's heart. However, following this, he was even more certain that the black-robed young man before him was absolutely not an ordinary person. With him, perhaps he would really be able to find Xiao Yang. Humph. You want to leave? How can it be so easy? My territory isn't a place where you can come and go as you please. Grey and white elders, stop him. The young man cried out. The two grey-robed elders immediately moved in unison. In the blink of an eye, one could hear an intense bang sound. The door of sky-penetrating pavilion had already been tightly shut. Behind Xiao Yang, two grey-robed elders appeared out of nowhere. They waved their hands in unison and violently slammed towards the younger generation of Xiao Yang. This young friend, our young master has sincerely invited you. Why do you refuse a toast? At the same time as they attacked, one of the grey-robed elders spoke in a deep voice to Xiao Yang. When the latter heard this, he once again coldly laughed. His tone was filled with ridicule as he said, "Why? Is this the way you invite people? Stop speaking nonsense with him. Since he is unwilling to stay, we will forcefully hold him here. At that time, he will eventually calm down and listen to our orders." Xiao Yang's words had just sounded when the other grey-robed elder suddenly spoke. His tone was undoubtedly much colder than the former's. "Ah, no wonder there is such a rude and unreasonable younger generation. With your characters, I'm afraid that you will not be able to teach anything good." Xiao Yang once again coldly laughed. Just as the attacks from the front and back were about to arrive, Xiao Yang's body suddenly twisted. He used an extremely strange angle and perfectly dodged the attacks from the young man and the two grey-robed elders behind him. Standing in the middle of the hall of sky-penetrating pavilion, Xiao Yang's gaze was still cold as he looked at the three people in front of him. His eyes were filled with some iciness. "Humph, brat, the old me advises you to obediently stay behind. You can only leave after our young master confirms the outcome of this matter. Otherwise, don't blame the two of us for being merciless." "Ah, confirm the outcome? Confirm what outcome? Is Xiao Yang in this mountain range? Humph humph, how laughable. This mountain range stretches for tens of thousands of miles. Even an elite Dou-Di would have difficulty crossing it. Do you think that you can find a person in this mountain range with just the two of you?" Hearing the grey-robed elder's words, Xiao Yang sneered. The expression on his face became even colder. "Looks like you are not willing to cooperate." The corner of Xiao Yang's mouth contained a cold smile, but he did not reply. "Humph, brat, up until now, there has not been a single person that our young master has not been able to capture. Even if you are also a half-martial emperor, you can forget about it." "Oh, is that so? Since that is the case, let me be the first person. You are courting death." The two grey-robed old men immediately charged toward Xiao Yang after the cry sounded. Doqi scattered from their hands and a frightening energy swept over the interior of the clear sky pavilion, causing the expressions of the surrounding people to involuntarily change repeatedly. An 8-star half-martial emperor was really frightening. Facing a mere 4-star half-martial emperor with this kind of strength was simply a form of suppression. At this moment, everyone present could not help but cast a pitiful gaze at Xiao Yang. Of all the people he could provoke, he just had to provoke this fellow. This time, it was likely that he would not be able to escape death. Immediately, soft sighs rose and fell in the open ground. Everyone felt that Xiao Yang's recklessness was not worth it. Throwing away his life just to say a few words. This was a completely unwise action. However, in the next moment, just when everyone present thought that Xiao Yang would die under the joint attack of the two grey-robed elders, Xiao Yang coldly laughed. When the attacks of the two 8-star half-martial emperors arrived, he quickly took half a step back. His spiritual strength swiftly surged and the seals in his hands changed. After which, he opened his mouth. Immediately, a roar like furious thunder resounded throughout the sky-penetrating pavilion. Yellow Spring Divine Fury. Moo. 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 The Yellow Spring Divine Fury intimidated the soul. With Xiao Yang's spiritual strength at the consolidation stage, its might was even more frightening to the extreme. With a shout, the souls of the two 8-star half-martial emperors were immediately injured. So much so that their bodies actually paused for an instant while they were charging forward. Being absent-minded in battle was a great taboo for cultivators. In a battle of this level, only an instant was needed to determine the outcome of the battle. Taking advantage of the two's absent-mindedness, Xiao Yang's foot fiercely stomped on the ground. Enormous power spread out from the soles of his feet. Xiao Yang's body had already arrived between the two old men. A punch and a kick were fiercely shot out and ruthlessly landed on the faces of the two grey-robed elders. Immediately, the faces of the two grey-robed elders became distorted. The expressions of the other people present also became distorted. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Chapter 4:15. After withdrawing their fists and legs, The bodies of the two grey-clothed old men were immediately sent flying in two different directions. Soon after, they ruthlessly smashed into a pillar of the sky-reaching pavilion. The enormous power poured out and forcibly broke the pillar behind them. As for the two grey-clothed old men, they involuntarily vomited a mouthful of blood. Only then did they come back to their senses. Their eyes were filled with fury as they looked at Xiao Yang. At this moment, Xiao Yang had already landed on the ground. His hands were behind his back. His expression was calm and unperturbed. In fact, there was even a faint mocking smile on the corners of his mouth. "Bastard, boy, what are you so proud of? You merely used some sort of trick to force the two of us back. If you were to use your true strength, you would simply be trash." Seeing the mocking smile on the corners of Xiao Yang's mouth, one of the grey-clothed old men was unable to contain himself and started to curse at him. "Heh, speaking of trash, the way I see it, the two of you are the ones that are trash. You've only managed to become 8-star half-martial emperors after cultivating your entire lives. If I'm trash, then what are the two of you? You're twisting words and forcing logic. Die." Having their mouths blocked by Xiao Yang's words, a fury immediately rose in the hearts of the two grey-robed old men. Their palms violently slammed on the broken pillar behind them. Immediately, an enormous force poured out and the bodies of the two grey-robed old men instantly transformed into two grey-colored lightning bolts. They carried a speed that could chase the stars and the moon as they violently charged toward Xiao Yang. Seeing the two old men explosively charging toward him again, Xiao Yang displayed a cold smile on his face. He retrieved his gaze and looked at the stunned young man across from him. At this moment, the latter was incomparably shocked in his heart. He had never imagined that the young man before him, who appeared to be about the same age as him, would actually be able to force back his personal bodyguards. One must know that with the strength of these two grey-clothed old men, if they were to join hands, even a 9-star half-martial emperor would find it difficult to take them down in a short period of time. Yet, never did he imagine that the two of them, who were so powerful, would actually be defeated by the young man before him with the same cultivation as him, a 4-star half-martial emperor. That's right, a 4-star half-martial emperor. In order to avoid being recognized by some people with a single glance, Xiao Yang could only helplessly suppress his strength and make his aura appear to be that of a 4-star half-martial emperor. Merely, he did not expect that he would still be unable to avoid trouble. Now that trouble had come knocking on their door, there was no way to avoid it. It would appear that I must take care of you first. Otherwise, it will truly be troublesome today. Xiao Yang's gaze was cold and indifferent as he looked to the young man across from him. He glanced at the two old men who were about to reach him. Then, he slowly raised his palm from under his sleeve. The gorgeous heavenly flames in the depths of his eyes condensed into fiery lotuses that slowly rotated. Seeing that Xiao Yang had actually raised his palm toward him, the expression on the young man's face involuntarily changed. The dou qi within his body rapidly rose. With a movement of his body, he planned to explosively retreat. Seeing this, a cold smile appeared on the corners of Xiao Yang's mouth. Do you think you can escape? Chu Feng slowly raised his white palm into the air before him. With a thought, boundless and formless frightening soul power poured out from between his brows and condensed into an incomparably enormous palm above the young man's head. Following Xiao Yang's palm, the enormous palm moved. Without any explanation, it grabbed toward the young man below. Tian class Do technique, towering sky hand. With a low cry in his heart, Xiao Yang's hand, which was raised into the air, suddenly tightened. At the same time, the enormous invisible palm that covered the young man's body also suddenly tightened at this moment. In an instant, the young man within it was like a dead duck that was clenched in Xiao Yang's palm. Ah! A bone-piercing miserable cry was suddenly emitted, causing the expressions of everyone present to change. The figures of the two grey-robed old men, who were originally charging explosively toward Xiao Yang, were suddenly forcefully stopped in the air. "Brat, you are seeking death." One of the grey-robed old men from the two of them coldly stared at Xiao Yang. His shriveled hand was suddenly raised. Dou qi agglomerated in his palm as he once again stepped forward. "Cuckoo, you have already said these words a couple of times. Don't tell me that you still don't understand what I mean. If you do not care about your master's life, feel free to come. Xiao Yang coldly snorted in response to this. His expression remained as calm as usual. However, his tightly clenched hand had become a little tighter at this moment. As Xiao Yang's hand tightened, the face of the young man, who was being held by the towering hand, also turned pale. An intense pain spread throughout his entire body. His entire chest was squeezed until he could not emit the slightest sound. His heart had become incomparably terrified. Xiao Yang in front of him had caused him to taste the greatest pain in his life. Brat, you are really despicable. The grey-robed old man's expression was solemn. His shriveled hand abruptly clenched into a fist. The dou qi in his body churned repeatedly. His turbid eyes were filled with endless fury and killing intent. If the young man was not in Xiao Yang's hands at this moment, it was likely that the two of them would have long since been unable to restrain themselves and attacked to kill Xiao Yang. Cuckoo, we are the same. Compared to me, I'm afraid that the both of you are the one who is bullying the young and using numbers to bully the young. This is the one who is going overboard. Moreover, as long as the both of you do not attack, I will definitely not kill him. Of course, if the both of you wish for him to die, there is no need to take my words to heart. Feel free to come. Xiao Yang's gaze was piercingly cold. He tilted his head and looked at the two old men on both sides. A cold glint shot out from his eyes. Brat, do you know who he is? If you dare to kill him today, the faction behind him will definitely tear you into 1,000 pieces in the future. They will burn your bones and scatter your ashes to take revenge for him. Seeing that Xiao Yang was actually this overbearing, the two grey-robed old men immediately felt helpless in their hearts. Although they withdrew the dou qi on the surface of their bodies, the words from their mouths were not the slightest bit willing to give in. Cough cough. I am. Son. Son, all right. You grandson, where is there a place for you to speak? Shut your mouth. The young man who was being controlled by the towering hand also forcefully tried to speak after the grey-robed old man's words sounded. Unfortunately, he was interrupted by Xiao Yang's words. The towering hand that was holding him tightly once again exerted strength, causing the bones all over his body to emit a ka sound. There were already quite a number of bones that were unable to endure this frighteningly large force and broke. You. Get lost. The both of you, get lost now. Once I leave, I will naturally release him. Anger suddenly surfaced on the faces of the two grey-robed old men when they heard Xiao Yang's stern cry. However, when they thought of the young man who was being controlled by Xiao Yang, they could only helplessly curse in their hearts. Immediately, they walked out of the door. However, at this moment, Xiao Yang's cold cry was once again transmitted over. Why? Don't you understand the meaning of my words? I said that I want the both of you to get lost out of the door, not walk out. When Xiao Yang's words sounded, not only the two grey-robed old men in the sky-penetrating pavilion, but even the expressions of the surrounding onlookers involuntarily became a little dull at this moment. An instant later, the two grey-robed old men recovered. The expressions on their old faces swiftly became gloomy. The dou qi that had just been withdrawn in their bodies once again surged out from the surface of their bodies. One of them was even prepared to attack Xiao Yang once again. Ah! However, what was quickly followed by an incomparably miserable cry from the young man's mouth.